in the top row.
By the time we get to 2045, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence mainly on its phone. And it's very hard to imagine what that would be like. Following this conversation is Ray Kurzweil, author, inventor, and futurist, who has an optimistic view of our future of human civilization, predicting that exponentially improving technologies will take us to a point of the singularity, beyond which superintelligent artificial intelligence transform our world in nearly unimaginable ways. 18 years ago, the singularity is near. He predicted that the onset of the singularity will happen in the year 2045. He still holds his prediction as in fact, he's working on a new book on this topic that will hopefully be out here. This is the Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, it's Ray. In your 2005 book titled The Singularity is Near, you predicted that the singularity will happen in 2045. So now, 18 years later, you still estimate that the singularity will happen in 2045. And maybe first, what is the singularity? The technological singularity, and what will happen? Singularity is where computers really change our view of what's important, change who we are. And we're getting close to some alien things that will change who we are. The key thing is 2029, when computers will pass the Turing test. And there's also some controversy, but the Turing test is valid. I believe it is. Most people do believe that, but there's some controversy about it. But Stanford got very alarmed at my prediction by 2029. I made this in 1999. You know, the age of spiritual machines, right? And then you repeated the prediction in 2005. So they held the International Conference in America of AI experts in 1999 to assess this view. The people gave different predictions, and they took a poll. It's really the first time that AI experts worldwide polled on this prediction. The average poll was 100 years. 20% believed it would never happen. And that was the view. 80% believed it would happen, but not within their lifetime. There's been so many advances in AI, but the poll of AI experts has come down in the years. So a year ago, technical particulars maybe were tested different types of experts on the future. They again assessed what AI experts then felt, and they were saying 2042 for the Turing test. For the Turing test. Yes, it's coming down. And I was still saying 2029. A few weeks ago, they again did another poll, and it was 2030. So AI experts now basically agree with me. I haven't changed at all. Maybe 2029. And AI experts now agree with me, but they didn't agree at first. So I'm not very formulated the Turing test. And right now, what he said was very little about it. In the 1950 paper where he talked about the Turing test. And it really wasn't very clear how to administer it. And he said if they did it in like 15 minutes, that would be sufficient, which I don't really think is the case. As large language models now, some people are convinced by it already. You can talk to them, have a conversation with them. You can actually talk to them for hours. And so it requires a little more depth. There's some problems with large language models. you can talk about. But some people are convinced by the Turing test. Now, if somebody passes the Turing test, what are the implications of that? Does that mean that they're sentient, that they're conscious, or not? Not definitively clear what the implications are. Anyway, I believe 2029, 6, 7 years from now, we'll have something that passes the Turing test and a valid Turing test. And it goes for hours, not just a few minutes. Can you speak to that a little bit? What is your formulation of the Turing test? You've proposed a very difficult version of the Turing test. What does that look like? Basically, it's just to assess it over several hours and also have a human judge that's fairly sophisticated on what computers can do and can't do. You take somebody who's not that sophisticated, or even a average engineer, they may not really assess various aspects of it. Do you really want the human to challenge the system? Exactly. And its ability to do things that that's actually the key problem. Language they don't do these kinds of tests that would involve testing chains of reasoning.
All right. Well, right now, I'm live in 13 different Discords and 11, like 165 right now. Yeah, I'm totally YouTube. I'm live on 11 different YouTubes. I'm live on Rumble. I don't hear YouTube, and there is 0 viewers. I'm gonna get a little pissed, okay? I'm gonna get a little pissed. Well, you probably be pissed. You won't be looking at the right streams. I'm on Rumble. At least on some of these Asian ones. At least on some of these Asian platforms, they start with like 50. So I'm live on, if you include those, maybe 600 people, maybe 650 people. So we just watched Ray first one. The Left Freeman podcast. I hope you have a good day. Wait. Ricky wants to talk to you. Good up, Ricky. How you doing, bro? Hello, how are you? I'm amazing. You are. You have the privilege. Which community is this, excellent. Chicken ass steak. Every day's a holiday, every night's a feast. Do you know much about me? Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I have more data than any person archived on the internet ever. This is important. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 19. Thank you. Bill Gates coined the phrase more than 3.5 years. So I'm live right now on 11 different YouTube streams and more than 33 different platforms on multi-stream. In addition, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s at time he was speaking on making a tree rain. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that Earth was that data was Earth's number one resource, and I can more of that resource archived online. And that may make you a very influential person, and then perhaps if that happens one day with me, I'll make you and Cody tens of thousands. At least on Twitch, I got on Twitch I have 50,000. On Twitch I have 50,000. So, but I have a lot of accounts. That's the thing. I have 100 different YouTube accounts. I have 200 different Instagram accounts. I have 300 different Twitch accounts. I have different TikTok accounts. I have 2,000 different Twitter accounts and over 10,000 different TikTok accounts. So when you add them all up, it's coming to a lot more than that. But the account that I have with the most amount of followers is 50,000 on Twitch. So with that, we talked about some things that aren't normally discussed in society. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter. We talked about de-extinction and usability cloaks. We talked about space elevators and solar sails. We talked about perhaps transcontinental waterways. And okay, how you doing, Crypto? I don't think that makes sense. No. Yeah. No. No. They're much more. Okay, I'll switch it up. How do you spell this? That doesn't make any sense. No. Are you kidding? I was bonding with Rick. Yeah. 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 I was talking to her about ancient technology my entire life. Yeah, I know. That's cool. I can follow my bloodlines back to the Bible. My grandmother's grandmother. I know. I don't need to. I've had people my grandma do it, and I cook because that as well. Okay. That's fine. I mean, I could be an alien from another planet as well. I could be. Dude, honestly, hey, I'm not supposed to this.
Yeah. But you can lose track of that. If you talk to them, they actually can talk to you pretty well, and you can be convinced by them. But it's somebody that would really convince you that it's you, whatever that takes. Maybe it would take days or weeks, but it would really convince you that it's you. Large language models can appear that way. You can read conversations and they appear pretty good. There are some problems with it. It doesn't do math very well. You know, so how many legs do 10 elephants have? And very well, okay, each elephant has 4 legs, and 10 elephants have 40 legs. You know, yeah, that's pretty good. How many legs do 11 elephants have? They don't seem to understand the question. Do all humans understand that question? No, that's the key thing. I mean, how fast the human do you want it to be? But we do expect the human to be able to do chain reasoning, be able to take a few facts, put them together. Not perfectly. We see that in a lot of polls that people don't do that perfectly at all. But, so it's not very well described. But it's something that really would convince you.
Is your intuition that large language models will not be totally the kind of system that faces the 2010 2029? We need something
No,
else.
I think it will be a large language model, but they have to go beyond what they do. I think we're getting there. And another key issue is if somebody actually passes the neutrality, I would believe they're conscious. They're not ready to say, okay, we can test
joint task where we don't really believe that it's conscious. It's a whole other issue. Uh, but if it really passes the joint test, I would believe it's conscious. But I don't believe that large language models today.
If it appears to be conscious, that's as good as being conscious, in some sense.
I mean, consciousness is not something that's scientific. I mean, I believe you're conscious, but it's really just a belief. And we believe that about other humans that we appear to be conscious. When you go outside of shared human assumption, we get our animals conscious. Some people believe they're not conscious. Some people believe they are conscious. And with machine, that's just like the human, be conscious, and I believe it would be. But that's really philosophical belief. It's not, you can't prove it. I can't take an entity and prove that it's conscious. There's nothing that you can do that would indicate that.
It's like saying a piece of art is beautiful. You can say it, multiple people can experience a piece of art is beautiful, but you can't.
But it's also an extremely important issue. I mean, imagine you have something where nobody's conscious. The world may as well not exist. And for some people, like the modern entity, but consciousness is not logical, it's not scientific, and therefore we should dismiss it. Any talk about consciousness is just not to be believed. But when he actually engaged with somebody who was conscious, he actually acted as if they were conscious. He didn't ignore that.
He acted as if consciousness does matter.
Exactly. But as he said, it didn't matter.
Well, that's my reason.
Yeah. It's full contradiction. But that's true of a lot of people as well.
But to you, consciousness matters.
But to me, it's very important. But I would say it's not a scientific issue. It's a philosophical issue. And people have different views. Some people believe that anything that makes a decision is conscious. So your light switch is conscious. Its level of consciousness is low, not very interested, but that's a consciousness. And anything, so a computer that makes a more interested decision, still not human, but it's also conscious with a higher level of the light switch. So that's one view. There's many different views of what consciousness is.
So if a system passes the Turing test, it's not scientific, but in issues of philosophy, things like ethics start to enter the picture. Do you think we would start contending as a human species about the ethics of turning off such a machine?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely come up. Hasn't come up in reality yet, but
Yes.
I'm talking about 2029. It's not coming in years from now. So what are our obligations? It has a different. I mean, a computer that's conscious has a little bit different connotations than the human. We have a continuous consciousness. We're in an entity that not lasts forever. Now, actually, a significant portion of humans still exist, and are therefore still conscious. But anybody who is over a certain age doesn't exist anymore. That wouldn't be true of the computer program. You could completely turn it off, and then the copy could be stored, and you can recreate it. And so it has a different type of validity. You could actually take it back in time if you eliminate its memory and go over again. It has a different kind of connotation than humans do.
Or perhaps you can do the same thing with humans. It's just that we don't know how to do that yet. Yeah, it's possible that we figure out all of these things on the machine first. But that doesn't mean the machine is conscious.
I mean, if you look at the way people react, say, pre-CPO or other uh, machines that are conscious in movies, they don't actually present how it's conscious, but you see that they are machines. And people will believe that they are conscious. And they'll actually worry about it if they get trouble. So 2029 is going to be the first year when a major thing happens. Right. And that will shake our civilization to start to consider the role of AI. Yes and no. I mean, this one guy, Google claimed that the machine was conscious. That's just conscious. Right. So it starts to happen to scale. Well, that's exactly right. Because most people have not taken that position. I don't take that position. I've used uh, different things like this, and they don't appear to me to be conscious. As we eliminate various problems, and at least on climate problems, more and more people will accept that they're conscious. So when we get to 2029, I think a large fraction of people will believe that they're conscious. So it's not going to happen all at once. I believe it will actually happen gradually. It's already started to happen. And so that takes us one step closer to this singularity. Another step that is in the 2030s, when we can actually connect our neocortex, which is where we do our thinking, to computers. And I mean, this actually gains a lot to being connected to computers that will amplify its abilities. I mean, if this did not have any connection, it would be pretty stupid. It could not answer any of the questions. If you're just listening to this, by the way, there's only the all-powerful smartphone. So we're going to do that directly. I mean, these are pretty good. These already identified our intelligence. I'm already much smarter than I would otherwise be if I didn't have this. Because I remember when I first spoke the Age of Intelligent Machines, um, there was no way to get information from computers. I actually go to a library, find a book, find the page that had the information I wanted, and I go to the copier, my most significant information tool was a roll of quarters where I could feed the copier. So we're already greatly advanced that we have these things. There's a few problems with it. First of all, I constantly put it down. I've actually never lost it, but you have to find it and you have to turn it on. So there's a certain amount of steps. It will actually be quite useful. Someone would just listen to your conversation and say, oh, that's, so-and-so actress. Tell you what you're talking about.
So going from active to passive, where it just permeates your whole life.
Yeah, exactly.
The way your brain does, when you're like, your brain is always there.
Right. That's something that could actually just about be done today, where you would listen to your conversation, understand what you're saying, understand what you're missing, and give you that information. But another step is to actually go inside your brain. And there are some prototypes where you can connect your brain. They actually don't have the amount of bandwidth that we need. They can work, but they work fairly slowly. So if it actually connect to your neocortex, and the neocortex, which I describe how to create a mind, the neocortex is actually, it has different levels. So as you go up the levels, it's kind of like a pyramid. Top level is rather small. And that's the level where you want to connect these brain extenders. Um, so I believe that will happen in 2030. So just the way this is greatly amplified by being connected to the cloud, we can connect our own brain to the cloud and just do what we can do by using this machine. Do you think it would look like a brain-computer interface of like Neuralink? Or would it be?
Well, Neuralink doesn't attempt to do that. It doesn't have the bandwidth to really.
Yeah.
Right. But I think, I mean, they're going to get permission for this because there are a lot of people who absolutely need it because they can't communicate. I know a couple of people like that who have ideas and they cannot move their muscles, so they can't communicate. Uh, so for them, this would be very valuable. But we could all use it. Basically, it'd be kind of it would be like we have phones, but it would be in our mind. It would be kind of instantaneous.
And maybe communication between two people would not require this low bandwidth mechanism of language.
Yeah, spoken exactly. We don't know what that would be, although we do know that computers can share information like language instantly. They could share many, many books in a second, so we could do that as well. So look at what our brain does. It actually can manipulate different parameters. So we talk about these large language models. Um, I had written that uh, it requires a certain amount of information in order to be effective, and that we would not see AI really being effective until it got to that level. And we had large language models of like 10 billion bytes, didn't work very well. Now they got to 100 billion bytes, and now they work very well. Now we're going to a trillion bytes. You say Lambda has 100 billion bytes. What does that mean? Well, what if you had something that had one byte, one parameter? Maybe you want to tell whether or not something's an elephant or not. Let's say you put in something that would detect its trunk. If it has a trunk, it's an elephant. If it doesn't have a trunk, it's not an elephant. Now we work fairly well with a few problems with it. Really wouldn't be able to tell what the trunk is, but anyway.
And maybe other things other than elephants have trunks. You might get really confused.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure which animals have trunks.
Yeah.
That's how you define a trunk. But yeah, that's one parameter.
You can do okay. So these things have 100 billion parameters, so they're able to deal with very complex issues.
All kinds of trunks.
Human beings actually have a little bit more than that, but they're getting to the point where they can emulate humans. If we were able to connect this to our neocortex, you would basically add more of these abilities to make distinctions. And it could ultimately become much smarter and also be attached to information that we feel is reliable. So that's where we're headed.
Do you think that there will be a merger in the 30s, an increasing amount of merging between the human brain and the AI brain?
Exactly. And the AI brain is really an emulation of human beings. I mean, that's why we're created. Because human beings act the same way, and this is basically to amplify them. I mean, this amplifies our brain. It's a little bit clumsy to interact with, but it definitely, way beyond what we had 15 years ago.
But the implementation becomes different, just like the bird versus the airplane. Even though the AI brain is an emulation, it starts adding features that might not otherwise have, like the ability to consume a huge amount of information quickly, like look up thousands of Wikipedia articles in one take.
Exactly. Or you could get, for example, issues like simulated biology, where you can simulate many different things at once. We already have one example of simulated biology, which is the Magellan vaccine. And that's going to be now the way in which we create medications. But they were able to simulate what each example of an mRNA would do to a human being if we were able to simulate that quite reliably. And we actually simulated billions of different mRNA sequences. They found the ones that were the best, and they created the vaccine. And they did, and talked about doing it quickly, they did that in 2 days. And how long would a human being take to simulate billions of different mRNA sequences? I don't know if we could do it all, but it took many years. They did it in 2 days. And one of the reasons that people didn't like vaccines was because it was done too quickly, it was done too fast. And they actually included the time it took to test it out, which is 10 months. So they figured, okay, it took 10 months to create this. Actually, it took us 2 days. And we also will be able to ultimately do the test in a few days as well.
Because we can simulate how the body responds.
Yeah, well, that's a little bit more complicated because the body has a lot of different elements and we have to simulate all of that. But that's coming as well. Ultimately, we could create it in a few days and then test it in a few days and it would be done. And we can do that with every type of medical insufficiency that we have.
We're curing all diseases,
Yeah,
improving certain functions of the body, supplements, drugs, for recreation, for health, performance, for productivity,
that's where we're headed. Because I mean, right now we're a very inefficient way of making these medications. But we've already shown the Moderna vaccine is actually the best the vaccines we've had. And it literally took 2 days to create. And we'll get to the point where we can test it out also quickly.
Are you impressed by AlphaFold and this solution to the protein folding, which essentially is simulating, modeling this permanent building block of life and its 3D shape?
Pretty remarkable that they can actually predict what the 3D shape of things are. But they did it with the same type of neural net that one, for example, the code has. So it's all the same. All the same. They took that same thing, just changed the rules to chess, and within a couple of days, it now played a master level of chess greater than any human being. And the same thing then worked for AlphaFold, which no humans have done. I mean, human beings could do, the best humans could maybe do 15, 20% of figuring out what the shape would be. But after a few takes, it ultimately did just about 100%.
Do you still think the singularity will happen in 2045? And what does that look like?
So once we can amplify our brains with computers directly, what happens in the 2030s, that's going to keep growing. It's another whole theme, which is the exponential growth of computing power.
So looking at price performance of computation from 1939 to 2021.
So let's start. The very first computer, actually created by a German during World War II. We might have thought that might be significant, but actually the Germans didn't think computers were significant. They really rejected them. The second one was also the Zeus 2.
And by the way, we're looking at a plot with the x-axis being the year from 1935 to 2025. And on the y-axis, in log scale, is computation per second per constant dollar. The dollar computation. And it's growing linearly on the log scale, which means it's growing exponentially.
The third one was the British computer, which the Allies did take very seriously. It cracked the German code and enabled the British to win the Battle of Britain, which otherwise absolutely would not have happened if they had cracked the code using that computer. But that's an exponential graph, so a straight line on that graph is exponential growth. And you see 80 years of exponential growth. And I'd say about every 5 years, and this happened shortly before the pandemic, people saying, well, they call it Moore's Law, which is not the correct, because that's not all Intel. But this started decades before Intel was even created. It wasn't with transistors formed into a grid.
It's not just transistor count or transistor size.
It started with relays, then went to vacuum tubes, then went to individual transistors, and then to integrated circuits. And the integrated circuits actually starts like in the middle of this graph. And it has nothing to do with Intel. Intel actually was a key part of this, but a few years ago they stopped making the fastest chips. If you take the fastest chip of any technology in that year, you get this kind of graph. And it's definitely continuing for 80 years.
You don't think Moore's Law broadly defined is dead? It's been declared dead multiple times.
That's why I don't like the term Moore's Law because it has nothing to do with Intel. But yes, the exponential growth of computing is continuing. It has never stopped
from various sources.
They went through World War II and through recessions. It's just continuing. And if you continue that out, along with software games, which is all another issue, and they really multiply. Whatever you get from software games, you multiply by the computer games, you get faster speed. This is actually the fastest computer models that have been created, and that actually expands roughly twice a year. Like every 6 months, it expands by 2.
So we're looking at a plot from 2010, 2022, and the x-axis is the publication date of the model, and perhaps sometimes an actual paper associated with it, and on the y-axis is training compute and flops. So basically, this is looking at the increase in the, not transistors, but the computational power of neural networks.
It's the computational power that created these models. And that's doubled every 6 months.
Which is even faster.
Yeah. Yeah. That actually, since it goes faster than the amount of cost, this has actually become a great investment to create these. But at any rate, by the time we get to 2045, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence many millions fold. And it's very hard to imagine what that would be like.
And that's the singularity that we can't even imagine.
Right, that's why we call it the singularity. The singularity in physics, something gets sucked into a singularity and you can't tell what's going on in there because no information can get out of it. There's various problems with that, but that's the idea. It's too much beyond what we can imagine.
Do you think it's possible we don't notice that what the singularity actually feels like is we just live through it with exponentially increasing cognitive capabilities? And we almost, because everything's moving so quickly, aren't really able to introspect that our life has changed.
Yeah, so, I mean, we will have that much greater capacity to understand things, so we should be able to look back,
Looking at history and understand history.
but we will need people, person like you and me, to actually think about these.
But we might be distracted by all the other sources of entertainment and fun, because the exponential power of intellect is growing.
But also, that'll be a lot of fun. The amount of ways you can have, we already have a lot of fun with computer games and so on, they're really fun to market.
What do you think about the digital world, the metaverse, virtual reality? Will that have a component in this, or will most of our investment be physical?
Well, it's a little bit like Second Life, although the Second Life actually didn't work very well because it actually handled too many people. I don't think the metaverse has come to being. I think there will be something like that. It won't necessarily be from the one company. It's going to be competitors. But yes, we're going to live increasingly online. And particularly when if our brains are online, we will not be online.
Do you think it's possible that, given this merger with AI, most of our meaningful interactions will be in this virtual world? Most of our life, we fall in love, we make friends, we come up with ideas, we do collaborations, we have fun.
Actually, with somebody who's marrying somebody that they never met. They just met her briefly before the wedding, but she actually fell in love with this other person, never having met them. And I think I think the love is real.
That's a beautiful story, but do you think that story is one that might be experienced as opposed to by hundreds of thousands of people, but instead by hundreds of millions of people?
I mean, it really gives you appreciation for these virtual ways of communicating. And if anybody can do it, then it's really not such a freak story. So I think more and more people will do that.
But that's turning our back on our entire history of evolution. Well, the old days we used to fall in love by holding hands and sitting by the fire, that kind of stuff.
Actually, if I've had somewhere you can hold hands, even if you're separated. Okay?
So the touch, the sense, it's all just something. It's all just
I mean, it's not just that you're touching someone or not. There's a whole way of doing it that's very subtle, but ultimately we can emulate all of it.
Are you excited about that future? Do you worry about that future?
I have certain worries about the future, but not that perfect touch.
Well, I agree with you. You described 6 stages in the evolution of information processing in the universe.
Dude, this is so
You
fucking
started to
stupid.
describe. Can you maybe talk through some of those stages? The physics and chemistry to DNA and brains and to the very end, the very beautiful end of this process.
So it actually gets more rapid. Physics and chemistry, that's how we started.
Are you fucking
So we
At the
have
very beginning of the universe.
We have lots of electrons, first things traveling around, and that took many billions of years. Jumping ahead here, kind of the last stages where we have things like solid activity. It's really quite remarkable that that happened. And further physics and chemistry created biology, DNA, and now you have actually one type of molecule that described the cutting edge of this process. We go from physics and chemistry to biology. And finally, biology created brains. And not everything that's created by biology has a brain, but eventually brains came along.
And all
Yeah. It created increasingly complex organisms. Another key thing is actually not just brains, but our thumb. Because there's a lot of animals with brains even bigger than humans. The elephants have a bigger brain, whales have a bigger brain. But they've not created technology because they don't have a thumb. But that's one of the really key elements of the evolution of humans.
this physical manipulator device that's useful for puzzle solving in physical reality.
So I mean, I could look at a tree and go, oh, I can actually cut that branch down and eliminate the leaves and carve a tip on it and maybe create technology. And you can't do that if you don't have the thumb. So Delta created technology. Technology also had a memory. Now those memories are competing with the scale, scope of human beings, and ultimately we'll go beyond it. And then we're going to merge human technology with uh, human intelligence to understand how human intelligence works, which I think we already do, and we're putting that into our human technology.
So create the technology inspired by our own intelligence, and then that technology supersedes us in terms of its capabilities. And we ride along. But do you ultimately see it as
So we run along, but a lot of people don't see that. You know, you've got humans, and you've got machines, so we ultimately compete with humans. And you can already see that. Lee Sedol is the best Go player in the world, but he's not going to play Go anymore because playing Go for humans, that was like the ultimate intelligence. No one else could do that. But now a machine can actually go way beyond him. It's just as well there's no point playing it anymore.
that may be more true for games than it is for life? I think there's a lot of benefit to working together with AI in regular life. So, if you were to put a probability on it, is it more likely that we merge with AI or AI replaces us?
A lot of people just think computers come along, people that we can't really compete, but that's the end of it. As opposed to the increasing our ability. And if you look at most technology, it increases our abilities. Uh, you look at the history of work, and look at what people did 100 years ago. Does any of that exist anymore? People, I mean, if you were to predict that all of these jobs go away, be done by machines, people say, well, it's going to be, no one's going to have jobs. There's be massive unemployment. Uh, but I show in this book that's coming out, uh, the amount of people that are working, even as a percentage of the population, has come way up.
We're looking at the x-axis year from 1774 to 2024, and on the y-axis, personal income per capita in constant dollars, and it's growing super linearly.
So 2021 comes to dollars, and it's gone way up. It's not what you would predict. Given that we would predict that all these jobs go away. But the reason it's gone up is because we basically enhanced our own capabilities by using these machines as opposed to them just competing with us. That's the key way in which we're going to be able to become far smarter than we are now by increasing the number of different parameters we can consider in making a decision.
I am very fortunate to be able to get a glimpse preview of your upcoming book, uh, Similarities Near, and one of the themes outside of just discussing the increasing exponential growth of technology, one of the themes is that things are getting better in all aspects of life. And you talk just about this. One of the things you're saying is your job. So let me just ask about that. There is a big concern that automation, especially powerful AI, will get rid of jobs. There are people who lose jobs. And as you were saying, the census throughout the history of the 20th century, automation did not do that. And so the question is, will this time be different?
Right. That is the question. Will this time be different? And it really has to do with how quickly we can merge with this type of intelligence. For the Lambda GPT-3 is out there, maybe to overcome some of the key problems. And we really have enhanced human intelligence. That might be a negative scenario. But I mean, that's why we create technologies to enhance ourselves. And I believe we will be enhanced. We're not just going to sit here with 300 million modules in our neocortex. We're going to be able to go beyond that. because that's useful, but we can multiply that by 10, 100, 1,000, million. Uh, and you might think, well, what's the point of doing that? It's like asking somebody that's never heard music, well, what's the value of music? You can't appreciate it until you create it.
There's some worry that there'll be a wealth disparity, you know, class or wealth disparity. Only the rich people will be basically the rich people will first have access to this kind of thing, and then because of this kind of thing, because the ability to merge, will get richer exponentially faster.
And I say that's just like cell phones. There's like 4 billion cell phones in the world today. In fact, when cell phones first came out, you have to be fairly wealthy. They weren't very inexpensive. They had some wealth in order to afford them.
Yeah, there were these big, sexy things.
And they didn't work very well. They did almost nothing. So you can only afford these things if you're wealthy at a point where they really don't work.
So, so achieving scale,
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
This thing is so
So these
stupid.
are not totally cheap, but they're pretty cheap. I mean, you get them for a few $100.
especially given the kind of things that arise for you, there's a lot of people in the third world that have very little, but they have a smartphone.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the same would be true there.
And I think homeless people have their own cell phone.
I've never seen.
Yeah, so your sense is any kind of advanced technology will take the same trajectory.
Right. Well, something that becomes cheap, it will be affordable. I probably would not be the first person to put something in my brain to connect computers because I think it will have limitations. But once it's really perfected, at that point it'll be pretty inexpensive. I think pretty affordable.
So, in which other ways is the online your book is life getting better? Because I think,
Well, I have 50 charts in there, yeah, where everything is getting better.
I think there's a kind of cynicism about, like, even if you look at extreme poverty, for example.
For example, this is actually a poll taken on extreme poverty, and the people were asked, has poverty gotten better or worse?
The options are increased by 50%, increased by 25%, remain the same, decreased by 25%, decreased by 50%. If you're watching this or listening to this, try to vote for yourself.
70% thought it had gotten worse, and that's the general impression. 88% thought it had gotten worse or remained the same. Only 1% thought it decreased by 50%. That is the answer. It actually decreased by 50%.
So only 1% of people got the right optimistic estimate of how low poverty is.
Right. And this is the reality. And it's true of almost everything you look at. You don't want to go back 100 years or 50 years. Things are quite miserable then. We tend not to remember that.
Literacy rates increasing for the past few centuries across all the different nations, nearly to 100% across many of the nations in the world.
Gone way up. Average years of education have gone way up. Life expectancy is also increasing. Life expectancy was 48 in 1900.
It's over 80 now.
And it's going to continue to go up, particularly as we get to more advanced stages of simulated biology.
The life expectancy, these trends are the same for at birth, age 1, age 5, age 10, so it's not just the infant mortality.
And I have 50 more graphs about all kinds of
What up,
things.
big guys? How are you?
Even spread of democracy,
Not Shabbat.
there's some controversial issues. Still
Good,
not
how are
gone
you?
way up.
But that one is it's gone way up. That one is a bumpy road.
How are you?
Exactly. And somebody might represent democracy and go backwards. But we basically have no democracy.
We're watching
Nation of the United States,
Ray Kurzweil on
which is centuries ago. the scale
So
of
let's
human
read
history
my
is
podcast.
so
Talk on that.
Do you think superintelligence systems will help
All right.
with democracy? So, what is democracy? Democracy is giving a voice to the populace and having their ideas, having their beliefs, having uh, their views represented.
Well, I hope so. We've seen social networks and spread conspiracy theories, uh, which have been quite negative. I think, for example, being against any kind of stuff that would help your health.
So, those kinds of ideas have social media, what you notice is they increase engagement, so dramatic visual engagement. Do you worry about AI systems that will learn to maximize that division?
I love what you're saying.
I mean, I do have some concerns about this. I have a chapter in the book about the perils of against AI, spreading misinformation on social networks is one of them, but there are many others.
What's the one that worries you the most that we should think about to try to avoid?
Well, it's hard to choose. We do have the nuclear power that evolved when I was a child. I remember, and we would actually do these drills against nuclear war. We get under our desks and put our hands behind our heads, protect us from the nuclear war. Seems to work. We're still around, so we're protected, but that's still a concern. And there are key dangerous situations that can take place in biology. Someone could create a virus that's very. We have viruses that are hard to spread, and they can be very dangerous. And we have viruses that are easy to spread, but they're not so dangerous. Um, Somebody could create something that would be very easy to spread and very dangerous. Be very hard to stop. And it could be something that would spread without people noticing because people could get it, they'd have no symptoms, and then everybody would get it, and something would occur maybe a month later. I mean, and that actually doesn't occur normally because if we were to have a problem with that, we wouldn't exist. But the fact that humans exist means that we don't have viruses that can spread easily and kill us because otherwise we wouldn't exist.
Yeah, viruses don't want to do that. They want to spread and keep the host alive, somewhat.
So you can describe various dangers with biology, also nanotechnology, which we actually haven't experienced yet, but there are people that are creating nanotechnology to construct that.
Now you're excited by the possibilities of nanotechnology, of nanobots, of being able to do things inside our body, inside our mind, is going to help. What's exciting, what's terrifying about it?
What's exciting is that that's a way to communicate with our neocortex, because each neocortex is pretty small. You need a small entity that can actually get in the communication channel. And that can really be necessary to connect our brains to AI within ourselves, because otherwise it would be hard for us to compete with it.
In a high bandwidth way.
Yeah, yeah. And that's key, because a lot of the things like Neuralink are really not high bandwidth yet.
The nanobots is the way you achieve high bandwidth. How much intelligence would those nanobots have?
Yeah, they don't need a lot, just enough to basically establish communication channels to one nanobot. So,
Primarily about communication,
yeah,
between external computing devices and our biological.
thinking machine. What worries you about nanobots? Is it similar to the viruses?
Well, I mean, it's the great goo challenge. Uh, you have a nanobot that's wanted to create any kind of entity and repeat itself and was able to operate in a natural environment. You could turn everything into that entity and basically destroy all biological life.
So you mentioned nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear your opinion about the 21st century and whether you think we might destroy ourselves. And maybe your opinion, if it has changed by looking at what's going on in Ukraine, that we could have a hot war with nuclear power involved, and the tensions building, and the seeming forgetting of how terrifying and destructive nuclear weapons are. Do you think humans might destroy ourselves in the 21st century? And if we do, how? And how do we avoid it?
I don't think that's going to happen, despite the terrors of that war. It is a possibility, but I mean, I don't.
It's unlikely.
Yeah, even with the tensions we've had, it's one nuclear power plant that's been taken over. Um, it's very tense, but I don't actually see a lot of people worrying that that's going to happen. I think we'll avoid that. We had two nuclear bombs go off, 45, so now we're 7 years later. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. We've never had another one go off. So,
People forget. People forget the lessons of history.
well, yeah, I'm worried about it. That was definitely a challenge.
Do you believe that we will make it out and ultimately super intelligent AI will help us make it out as opposed to destroy us?
I think so. But we do have to be mindful of these dangers. And there are other dangers besides nuclear weapons.
So to get back to merging with AI, will we be able to upload our minds in the computer in a way where we might even transcend the constraints of our bodies, but copy our minds into a computer and use the body to
Let me describe one thing I've already done. My father,
That's a great theory.
so we created technology. This is probably about 6 years ago, where you could ask any question. With the release product, which is still on the market, it would read 200,000 books. And then find the one sentence in 200,000 books in the best answer to the question. It's actually quite interesting because there's sometimes questions and get the best answer in 200,000 books. But I was also able to take it and not go through 200,000 books, but go through a book that I put together, which is basically everything my father had. So everything he had written, I had gathered, and we created a book. Everything that Frederick Herzl had written. But I don't think this actually worked that well because the stuff he'd written was stuff about how to lay out. I mean, he did directed choral groups and music groups, and he would be laying out how people should, where they should sit, and how to fund this, and all kinds of things that really didn't seem that interesting. And yes, when you ask the question, you go through it, and it actually give you a very good answer. So, who's the most interesting composer? And it definitely Brahms. Brahms was fabulous. And talk about the importance of music education.
You can have essentially
So I
special
have
needs and conversation.
a conversation with him, which was actually more interesting than talking to him, because if you talk to him, he'd be concerned about how they're going to lay out this property to get a call group.
You'd be concerned about the day to day versus the big questions.
Exactly.
And he did ask about the meaning in life, and he answered love.
Yeah.
We miss him.
Yes, I did. You get used to missing somebody after 52 years. And I didn't really have intelligent conversations with him until later in life. The last few years he was sick, but he was home a lot. I was actually able to talk to him about different things like music and other things. Uh, so I miss that very much.
What did you learn about life? What part of him is weak?
He was devoted to music, and when he would create something to music, it put him in a different world. Otherwise, he's very shy. Um, when people got together, he tended not to interact with people just because of his shyness. But when he created music, that he was like a different person.
You have no relief,
Yeah,
and the light that shines.
I mean, I got involved with technology like age 5.
You fell in love with it the same way he did with you.
Yeah, yeah. I remember this actually happened with my grandmother. She had a manual typewriter. She wrote a book called Life is Not Enough. It's actually a good title for a book I might write. And it's about a school she had created. Well, actually, her mother created it. My mother's mother created the school in 1868. It was the first school in Europe that provided higher education for women who went to 14th grade. You were a girl, you were lucky enough to get an education at all, and would go through like 9th grade. But many people didn't have any education. This went through 14th grade. Um, her mother created it, she took it over. And the book was about the history of the school and her involvement with it. Um, when she presented to me, I was not so interested in the story of the book of the school. But I was totally amazed with this manual typewriter. I mean, here was something you could put a blank piece of paper into, and you could turn it into something that like you came from a book. You could actually type on it, and it looked like it came from a book. It was just amazing. And I could see actually how it worked. And I was also interested in magic. Um, but in magic, if somebody actually knows how it works, the magic goes away. The magic doesn't stay there if you actually understand how it works. But here was technology. I didn't have that word when I was 5 or 6.
And the magic was still there.
The magic was still there, even if you knew how it worked. So I became totally interested in this. I went around collecting little pieces of mechanical objects, bicycles, radios, go through the neighborhood. This was an era where you would allow 5 or 6-year-olds who would want to the neighborhood to do this. You don't do that anymore. But I didn't know how to put them together. I could just figure out how to put these things together. I could solve any problem. I actually remember talking to these very old people. And telling them, if I could just figure this out, we could fly, we could do anything. And he said, well, you're kind of imagination. And then when I was in 3rd grade, there was like 8, created like a virtual reality theater where people could come on stage with their arms and all of it was controlled through one control box. It was over with mechanical technology. And it was a big hit in my very good times. And then I went on to do things in junior high school, science fairs, and high school science fairs, or let's say science fair stage. But I mean, I became committed to technology when I was 5 or 6 years old.
You've talked about how you use lucid dreaming to think, to come up with ideas as a source of creativity. Could you maybe talk through that? Maybe the process of how you've invented a lot of things. You came up and thought of some very interesting ideas. What advice would you give, or can you speak to the process of thinking? How to think, how to think, right?
Well, and sometimes I would think through in a dream and try to interpret that, but I think the key issue that I would tell younger people um, is to put yourself in the position that what you're trying to create already exists. And then you're explaining, like, how it works. Exactly.
That's really interesting. You paint the world that you would like to exist, to think it exists, and reverse
You
it.
actually imagine you're giving a speech about how you created things. And you have to then work backwards to how you created it in order to make it work.
It's brilliant. And that requires some imagination too, some first principles thinking, to visualize that world.
It's really interesting. And generally, when I talk about things we're trying to invent, I would use present tenses that could already exist. Not just to give myself that confidence, but everybody else who's working on it. We just have to kind of do all the steps in order to make it actual.
Much of a good idea is about time. Much is it about your genius versus time.
Timing is very important. I mean, that's really why I got into futures. I wasn't apparently a futurist. It was like my goal, really to figure out why things are feasible. But if you see that now with large scale models, the first large scale models like GPT-3, it started 2 years ago. 4 years ago, it wasn't feasible. In fact, they did create GPT-2, which didn't work. So it required a certain amount of timing having to do with this exponential growth of computing power.
The futurism, in some sense, is the study of time, trying to understand how the world will evolve, and when will the capacity for certain ideas.
And that's become a thing in itself as a time-based future. But really, its original purpose was to time my products. I mean, I did OCR in the 1970s because OCR doesn't require a lot of computation, optical character recognition. So we were to do that in the 70s. And I waited till the 80s to address speech recognition, since it requires more computation.
You were thinking through timing, you were developing those things as it's time called. And that's how you develop that brain power to start to think in the futurist sense. And how would the world look like in 35 and look backwards?
Yeah.
How this is.
But then it's become a thing in itself because looking at what things would be like in the future reflects such dramatic changes in how humans will live. That was worth communicating also.
You develop that muscle of predicting the future and then apply it broadly. It's time to discuss how it changes the world, technology, how it changes the world of human life on Earth. And Danielle, one of your books, you write about someone who has the courage to question assumptions that limit human imagination to solve problems. And you also give advice on how each of us can have this kind of courage.
It's good that you picked that quote because I think that does symbolize what Danielle is about.
Courage. So how can each of us have that courage? Question.
I mean, we see that when people can go beyond the kind of, well, create something that's new. Take Uber, for example. Before that existed, you never thought that that would be feasible. But it did require changes in the way people work.
Is there practical advice you give in the book about what each of us could do to be a Danielle?
Well, she looks at the situation and tries to imagine uh, how she can overcome various obstacles, and then she goes for it. She's a very good communicator. She communicates these ideas to other people.
There's practical advice on learning to program and recording your life and things of this nature. Become a physicist. So you list a bunch of different suggestions to throw yourself into this world.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an idea of how young people can actually change the world by learning all of these different skills.
And at the core of that is the belief that you can change the world. That your mind, your body can change the world.
Yeah.
And not letting anyone else say that.
Very good.
And we have heard the story we heard about your dad and having a conversation with him. We're talking about uploading the mind to the computer. Do you think we'll have a future with something you call afterlife, where we have avatars that mimic increasingly better and better our behavior, our appearance, even those that perhaps not no longer with us?
Yeah, I mean, we need some information about them. When I think about my father, I have what he wrote. He didn't have the word necessary, but he didn't actually write that much. And my memories don't come out perfect. How do you even know it's created something that's satisfactory? You could do a great Frederick Kurzweil Turing test. It seems like Frederick Kurzweil to me. But the people who remember him, like me, don't have a perfect memory.
Is there such a thing as a perfect memory? Maybe the whole point is for him to make you feel a certain way.
Yeah. Well, I think that would be the goal.
That's the connection we have with loved ones. It's not really based on very strict definition of truth, more about the experience that we share.
Yeah.
And they get more full memory. But ultimately, they make us smile.
I think we definitely could do that. And that would be very interesting.
Do you think we'll have a world of replicants, of copies? Would there be a bunch of very Kurzweils? Like I could hang out with one, you can download it for $5, and I'm a best friend, great. And you, the original copy would mean no money. Is that? Do you think that world is? First of all, do you think that world is feasible, and do you think there's ethical challenges? Like, how would you feel about it?
This looks like the other problem. Which would you, would you struggle with that? What's the problem for you?
No, I enjoy. I would really very much enjoy it.
No, not just hanging out with me, but somebody hanging out with you. Replicants for you.
Well, I think I would start. It sounds exciting, but then what if they start doing better than me and take over my friend group? And then I because they may be an imperfect copy, or they may be more social, all these kinds of things.
and then I become like the old version. It's not really as exciting. Maybe they're a copy of the best version of me on a good day.
But if you hang out with a replicant of me and that turned out to be successful, I feel proud of that person because it's based on me.
So it is a kind of death of this version of me.
Well, not necessarily. It could still be alive, right?
But and you would be proud. Okay, so instead of having kids and you're proud that they've done more than you were able to do.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It does bring up new issues, but it seems like an opportunity.
But that replicant should probably have the same rights as you.
And that gets into a whole issue because when a replicant occurs, they're not necessarily going to have the rights. If a replicant occurs that somebody's already dead, do they have all the obligations that the original person had? Do they have all the agreements that they have? So
I think you're going to have laws that say yes. There has to be. If you want to create a replicant, they have to have all the same rights as human rights.
well, you know, if you create a replicant, you want a replicant but obligated rights.
But that would be illegal. Like, if you do that, you have to do that in the black market. If you want to get an official replicant,
And that's so easy, especially creating multiple replicants. The original right maybe for one person, not for a whole group of people.
sure. So there has to be a list of that. And then the other one's kind of share the rest. Yeah, I don't think that's very difficult to conceive for us humans. The idea that
You create a replicant that has certain. When I've talked to people about it, including my wife, who would like to get back to the father. But she doesn't worry about who has rights to what. She would have somebody that she could visit with and like, give her some satisfaction. Uh, and they wouldn't, she wouldn't care about it.
what does your wife think about multiple personality? You have to have this question.
I wouldn't trust that way.
I think ultimately that's an important question. I'd love to ask how they feel about. There's something about
Well,
love.
that's the key thing, right? Like, no one's rejected something. But the loved ones really are the key element of the life. So
But there's also ethical rules. You have to contend with the idea, and you have to contend with that idea with a lot of.
but what's going to motivate them? You know, I talk to people who really miss people who are gone, and they would love to get something back, even if it isn't perfect. And that's what's going to motivate them.
And that person lives in essentially. And the more data you have, the more we're able to reconstruct that person. Not only what we're going to.
And eventually, as we go forward, we're going to have more and more of these data because we're going to have none of us that are inside on subjects and collect a lot of data. Like anything that's data is always collected.
There is something a little bit sad, which is becoming, maybe it's hopeful, which is more and more common these days. It's when a person passes away, you have their Twitter account, and you have the last tweet they tweeted. Like something
And you can recreate them now with large language models and so on. And you can create somebody that's just like them who can actually continue to communicate.
I think that's really exciting because I think, in some sense, like if I was to die today, in some sense I would continue on if I continue tweeting. The tweet require
Yeah. Well,
in some sense.
I mean, that's one of the advantages of replicate. Recreate communications of that person.
Do you hope, do you think you hope things will become a multiplanetary species? You talked about the phases and the six epochs, and one of them is reaching out into the stars.
Yes, but the kind of attempt we're making now to go to planetary objects doesn't excite me that much. Because it's not really advancing anything.
Not efficient enough?
Yeah, we're also putting out other human beings, which is a very inefficient way to explore these other objects. But I really talk about it in the sixth epoch, the universe wakes up, where we can spread our superintelligence throughout the universe. And that doesn't mean sending very soft, squishy creatures like humans.
The universe wakes
We would send intelligent masses of nanobots, which can then go out and colonize these other parts of the universe.
Do you think there's intelligent alien civilizations out
My hunch is no. Most people say yes, absolutely yes.
there?
And they'll cite the Drake equation. And in Singularity is near, I have two analyses of the Drake equation, both with very reasonable assumptions. And one gives you thousands of advanced civilizations in each galaxy, and another one gives you one civilization. We know it's one. A lot of the analyses are forgetting the exponential growth of computation. Because we've gone where the fastest way I could send a message to somebody was with a pony, which was what, like a century and a half ago, to the advanced civilization we have today. And if you get what I've said, go forward a few decades, you're going to have an absolutely fantastic amount of civilization compared to a pony, that's sort of a couple hundred years.
Yeah, the speed and the scale of information transfer is just is going exponential. You know, blink of an eye.
Now think about these other civilizations. They're going to be spread out in cosmic time. So if something is like ahead of us or behind us, it could be ahead of us or behind us by maybe millions of years, which isn't that much. I mean, the world is billions of years old, 14 billion or something. So even 1,000 years, if you 200 or 300 years is enough to go from a pony to a fantastic amount of civilization, we would see that. So, of other civilizations that have occurred, some might be behind us, some might be ahead of us. If they're ahead of us, they're ahead of us by thousands, millions of years, and they would be so far beyond us, they would be doing galaxy-wide engineering. But we don't see anything doing galaxy-wide engineering.
So either they don't exist, or this very universe is a construction of alien species. We are living inside a video game.
Well, that's another explanation, yes. You've got some image kits and sensitization.
Do you find compelling simulation hypothesis as a thought experiment that we're living in a simulation?
The universe is computation. We are an example in a computational world. Therefore, it is a simulation. It doesn't necessarily mean an experiment by some high school kid who lives in another world, but nonetheless, it is taking place in a computational world. And everything that's going on is basically a form of computation. So you really have to define what the mean time. also make a simulation.
Well, then it's the teenager that makes the video game. You know, us humans with our current limited cognitive capability have tried to understand ourselves, and we have created religions. We think of God, whatever that is. You think God exists, and if so, who is God?
I alluded to this before. You started out with lots of particles going around.
Yeah.
And there's nothing that represents love and creativity. And somehow we've gotten to the world where love actually exists. And that has to do actually with consciousness, because you can't have love without consciousness. So to me, that's God. The fact that we have something where love, where you can be devoted to someone else and really feel that love. Um, that's, that's God. If you look at the Old Testament, it was actually created by several different rabbinics. And, I think they've identified three of them. One of them dealt with God. Person deals with, gets angry, wrecks vengeance on those people. But two of them actually talk about God as a symbol of love and peace and harmony and so forth. That's how they describe God. But that's my view of God. Not as a person that is God that deals with.
It's whatever the magic that goes from basic elements, the things that consciousness can help. You think one of the things I find extremely beautiful and powerful is cellular atomic, which you also touch on. Do you think whatever the heck happens in cellular automata where interesting, complicated objects emerge, God is in there too? Emergence of love in this seemingly primitive.
The goal of creating a replicant is that they would love you, you would love them. There wouldn't be much point of doing it if that didn't happen.
But all of it, I guess what I'm saying about cellular automata is it's primitive building blocks, and they somehow create beautiful things. Is there some deep truth to that about how our universe works? The emergence from simple rules, beautiful complex objects to emerge. That's the thing that makes us.
Yeah,
As we went through all of the 6 phases of reality,
that's a good way to look at it. It does make some point to value having a universe.
do you think about your own mortality? Are you afraid of it?
Yes, but I keep going back to my idea of being able to expand human life quickly enough. The dance of getting there. Longevity is capable, which we're not quite at yet, but I think we're actually pretty close. Particularly with, for example, doing simulated biology. I think we could probably get there within, say, by the end of this decade, and that's my goal.
You hope to achieve the longevity, escape velocity. You hope to achieve immortality.
Immortality is hard to say. I can't really come on your phone and say, I've done it. I've achieved immortality. Because never forever.
A long time of living well.
I would like to actually advance human life expectancy, advance my life expectancy more than a year every year. I think we can get there by the end of this decade.
How do you think we do it? Because there's practical things and transcend the 9 steps to living life forever. You book, you describe just that. There's practical things like health.
Yeah, I mean, you live in a body that doesn't last forever. There's no reason why it can't, though. And we'll discover things that could never extend it. Um, but you do have to deal with, I mean, I've got various issues. Went to Mexico 40 years ago, salmonella, it created pancreatitis, gave me a strange form of diabetes. Um, it's not type 1 diabetes because it's an autoimmune disorder that destroys your pancreas. I don't have that. But it's also not type 2 diabetes because type 2 diabetes is your pancreas works fine, but your cells don't absorb the insulin well. I don't have that either. The pancreatitis I had partially damaged my pancreas, but it was a one-time thing. It didn't continue. And I've learned now how to control it. But see, that's just something I have to do in order to continue to exist.
It's your particular biological system. You have to figure out if you have. And the idea is that science is good. You don't have to do that much better.
Yeah. So, I mean, I do spend a lot of time just thinking with my own body to keep it going. So I do think I'll last to the end of this decade, and I think we'll achieve longevity state velocity. I think that will start with people who are very diligent about this. Eventually, it will become a routine that people will be able to do it. If you're talking about kids today, or even people in their 20s or 30s, it's really not a very serious problem. I've had some discussions with relatives who are almost 100. And we're working on it as quickly as possible, but I don't know if that's going to work.
Is there a case, this is a difficult question, but is there a case to be made against living forever? That a finite life, that mortality is a future, that living a shorter, so dying makes ice cream taste delicious, makes life intensely beautiful. And,
Most people believe that way, except if you present the death of anybody they care about or love, they find that extremely depressing. And I know people who feel that way 20, 30, 40 years later, they still love them back. Um, so, I mean, death is not something to celebrate. But we've lived in a world where people just accept it. Life is short. You see it all the time on TV. Oh, life's short. You could take advantage of it. And nobody accepts the fact that you can actually go beyond normal lifetimes. But anytime we talk about death or death of a person, even one death is a terrible tragedy. If you have somebody that lives 100 years old, we still love them in return. And there's no limitation to that. But these kinds of trends are going to provide greater and greater opportunity for everybody, even if we have more people.
so let me ask about an alien species or superintelligent AI 500 years from now, and we look back and remember Ray Kurzweil version 0, before the replicants spread. How do you hope they remember you? In Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy summary of Ray Kurzweil, what do you hope your legacy is?
Well, I mean, I do hope to be around for that some version of you. So,
Do you think you'll be the same person around?
I mean, am I the same person I was when I was just 20 or 10?
You would be the same person in that same way, but yes, we're different. All you have of that person is your memories, which are probably distorted in some way. Maybe you just remember the good parts. Depending on your psyche, you might focus on the bad parts, might focus on the good parts.
But I mean, I still have a relationship to the way it was when I was younger.
How will you as a young super intelligent man remember you of today from 500 years ago? What do you hope to be remembered by this version before the singularity?
I think it's supposed to relevant my book, trying to create some new realities that people will accept. And that's something that gives me great pleasure and greater insight into what makes humans valuable, and that the only person who's tempted to come into that.
And optimism for me is your word. Optimism about the future. It's ultimately that optimism pays the way for good.
I agree with that.
So you asked your dad about the meaning of life and he said love. Let me ask you the same question. What's the meaning of life? Why are we here? This beautiful journey that we're on in phase 4 is reaching for phase 5 of this evolution and information processing. Why?
I think it could be the same answers as my father. Because if there was no love, we didn't care about anybody. There'd be no point existing.
Love is the meaning of life. The AI version of your dad had a good point. So I think that's a beautiful way to end it. Hey, thank you for your work. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for dreaming about a beautiful future and creating it along the way. And thank you so much for spending a really valuable time with me today.
It was my pleasure. You have some great insights, both into me and into humanity as well. So appreciate that.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with me. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Isaac Hayes. It is change, continuous change, inevitable change. It is the dominant factor in society today. No sensible decision can be made any longer without taking into account not only the world as it is, the world as it will be. This, in turn, means that our statesmen, our businessmen, our everyman must take on a science fiction way of thinking. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you. The lesson I would want everyone to take from the story of the First World War is that human life is not cheap. And that all of the great powers thought, which is like throwing more men and more material at the front, they would solve their political problems with military force. And at the end of the day, in 1918, one side did win, but it didn't actually solve any of it. You said that World War I gave birth to civilian state conquest. Can you explain? The following is a conversation with Christopher Rabbi, a historian at MIT specializing in the history of politics and war in modern American history, especially about the role of World War I in defining the trajectory of the United States and our human civilization in the 20th and 21st centuries. This is a Let's Read podcast supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, Christopher Rabbi. Let's start with a big and difficult question. How did World War I start? On the way, World War I started because of a series of events in the summer of 1914 that brought sort of the major powers of Europe into another. I actually think it's more useful to say that World War I started at least a generation earlier, when rising powers, particularly Germany, started devoting more and more resources for military affairs and naval affairs. This sets off an arms race in Europe. It sets off a rivalry over the colonial world who will control the resources in Africa and Asia. And so by the time you get to the summer of 1942, in a lot of ways, I think the war is already begun. And this is just the match that I have.
So the capacity for war is really within like the leaders and the populace. They started accepting sort of slowly through the culture propagated this idea that you can go to war. It's a good idea to go to war. It's a good idea to expand and dominate others, that kind of thing. Maybe not put in those clear terms, but just the sense that military action is the way that nations operate.
Yes, yes, and right. So yes, in the sense that the military can be the solutions for conflict in Europe itself. And the end is that wars in military conflicts are already that there's war, particularly in Africa and North Africa. These American conflict is already and the European powers haven't faced off against each other. They usually face off against an asymmetrical conflict against much less powerful states. But it's like that war is already underway.
So do you think it was inevitable? Because World War One is part of is a case study where it seems like a few accidental leaders and a few accidental events, or one accidental event led to the war. And if you change that one little thing, you could avoid the war. Your sense is that the drums of war have been beating for quite a while, and it would have happened almost no matter what, or very likely to happen.
Yeah, historians never like to say things like inevitable. And certainly, there are people who could have chosen a different path, both in the short term and the long term. But fundamentally, there were irreconcilable conflicts in the system of empires in the world in 1914. I can't see, it didn't have to be this war, but it probably had to be over.
So there was the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, there was France, Great Britain, U.S. The U.S. beat the Empire. What do you graduate your empire status?
Well, certainly after 1898, with the acquisition of the former territories of the Spanish Empire, the United States has former colonial possessions, and it has sort of mindsets of rule and military acquisition that would define an empire and criminal influence.
So you would say you would put the blame or the responsibility of starting World War One into the hands of the German Empire, the Kaiser Wilhelm II.
That's a really tough call to make. And that deciding that is going to keep historians in business for the next 200 years. I think there are people who would lay all of the blame on the Germans. Who point toward the generation of arms closeout, alliances that Germany made, promises that they made to their allies in the Balkans, to the Austro-Hungarians. And so, yes, there's an awful lot of responsibility. There has been a trend, I think, to say, no, it's no one's fault, right? That all of the various powers literally are sleepwalking into the war, right? They backed into it inadvertently. I think that's everyone too much of it. And so I think in between is, I would put the blame on the system of empires itself, on the system. But in that system, the actor that sort of carries the most responsibility is definitely the people in charge.
So the leader of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Franz Joseph I, his nephew, Archduke Ferdinand, he was assassinated. And so that didn't have to lead to a war. And then the leader of the German Empire, Vice President II, pressured the started talking trash, uh, boiling the water that ultimately resulted in the explosion. Plus all the other players. What can you describe the dynamics of that? The U.S. was the role of the U.S., was the role of France, was the role of Great Britain, Germany, and Austro-Hungarian.
Yeah, over the course of about 4 weeks, right, following the assassination of Duke in Sarajevo, it sort of triggers a series of political conflicts and ultimately ultimatums, sort of demanding sort of that one or other power sort of stand down in response to the demands of either Britain, France, or in turn uh, Germany or Russia. At the same time, those alliances kind of trigger automatic responses from the other side. So it escalates. And once that escalation is combined with the fallout of World War II, then none of those powers wants to be sort of the last one to get ready. So even throughout it, they think they are getting ready in a defensive maneuver. And if they think if there is conflict, well, it might be a skirmish, it might be a standoff, it could be solved with diplomacy later, because diplomacy is happening now. That turns out not to be the case. Diplomacy fails, it's not a skirmish, it becomes a battle. And the Americans are watching all of this. Right? They have greater influence over what happens outside.
How does it go from a skirmish between the two nations to a global war? Is there a place where there's a phase transition?
Yeah, I think the phase transition is over the course of the fall of when the Germans make an initial sort of bold move into France. In many ways, they're fighting the last war, the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. And they really do sort of kind of want to have a quick sort of lightning strike in some ways against France to kind of bring the war to its speedy conclusion. France turns out to be able to fight that more effectively than the Germans expected. And then the battle lines sort of parted. And then behind that, the French and the Germans, the British on the side of the French, start digging it literally. And digging trenches that at first are 3 feet deep to avoid shelling from artillery, then become 6 feet, 10 feet deep, 2 miles wide, that include telegraph, include full hospitals in the back. And then at that point, the front is locked in place. And the only way to break that is sort of basically dialing the war up to 11. Right? So massive numbers of troops, massive efforts, none of which work. And so the war is stuck in this. But that's the phase transition.
What were the machines of war in that case? You mentioned trenches. What were the guns used? What was the size of guns? What are we talking about? When did Germany start accumulating that led into this war?
One of the things that we see immediately is the Industrial Revolution of the previous 30 or 40 years brought to bear on warfare. Right? And so you see machine guns, you see artillery, these are the key weapons. Right? The vast majority of battlefield casualties are from artillery shelling from one side to another. And not, sort of rifle operations or machine gun kind of in some ways, the weapons of war are human beings, right? Tens of thousands of them over the top in these sort of waves to try to break through the enemy lines. And it would work for a little while. But holding the territory that has been gained often proved to be even more demanding than gaining. And so often each side would retreat back into the trenches.
And how did Russia, how did Britain, how did France get pulled into the war? I suppose the France one is the easy one. But what is the order of events here?
Right.
Because of global war.
Yeah. So Britain, France, and Russia are at this time in an alliance. And so the conflicts, in the summer of 1914, lead the declarations of war, happen sort of one after the other. In August, in late August, all three powers essentially coming to the same time. And because they have promised to do so through a series of alliances, conducted secretly in the years before 1914, that committed them to defend one another. Germany, Austria, Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire have their own secret agreements that also to defend one another. And what this does is that it sort of brings them into conflict at the same moment. They're also, many of these countries, bringing not just their national armies, but also their empires into the conflict. Right? So Britain and France, of course, have their enormous global empires that begin mobilizing soldiers. Germany has a massive overseas empire. Russia and the Ottoman Empire have their own internal within the empire. And very seriously, all of the world powers are bringing the entire world into conflict.
Did they have a sense of how deadly the war is? It's just another scale of death and destruction.
At the beginning, no, but very quickly. The scale of the devastation of these sort of massive over-the-top attacks on trenches is apparent to the military officers, and it very quickly becomes apparent even after. There was, of course, censorship of the battlefields and specific details don't need to be put. But for civilians and many of them foreign powers, they know very how destructive they were. And to me, that's always been a real puzzle. That by the time the United States comes to decide whether to join the war, they know exactly what they're getting into. They're not backing into the war in the ways that European powers do. They've seen the devastation, they've seen photographs, they've seen injured soldiers, and they make that choice anyway.
You say they, you know, the leaders, the people, who make the death and destruction reach the minds of the American people by that time.
Yes, absolutely. But we don't, in 1917, have the mass media that we have now, but there are images of newspapers, there are newsreels, there are movie films, and of course some of them are same but that combined with press accounts, often really quite restrictive press board accounts, which, anyone who cares to read them, certainly quite a few people didn't follow the news coverage way. But most Americans who cared about the news are devastated.
Yeah, there's something that happens that I recently visited Ukraine for a few weeks. So it's something that happens with the human mind as you get away from the actual front or the front line. Like literally 1 kilometer away. You start to not feel that you hear an explosion, you see an explosion, you start to get assimilated to it, or you start to get used to it. And then when you get as far away from current as here, but you know the worst everybody around you is fighting in that war. But it's still small distance. And I think with the United States, the ocean between, even if you have the stories ever, it's still a small distance, like the way a movie is. If you, like a movie or a video game, somewhere else, even if your loved ones or you like,
Yeah, that's absolutely. In some ways, that's true for the whole fronts in Europe, except for the areas where, in Belgium and France, where right there in your backyard. For other people, there's a distance. And soldiers, of course, feel this very strongly. So many European soldiers, when they're able to go home on leave, often, deeply resent what they see as the luxury that needs are living in the war.
so how did U.S. enter the war? Who was the president? What was the dynamics involved? And could it have stayed out?
To answer your last question, yes, right. The United States couldn't stay out of the first war as a military power. The United States could not have ignored the war. It shaped everything. And it shaped trade, it shaped goods and services, agriculture, and whether there was a crop coming, whether there were immigrants coming across the Atlantic to American factories. And the U.S. can't ignore this. But the U.S. makes a choice in 1917 to enter the war and fight declaring on America. And in that sense, this is a war of choice, but it's kicked off by a series of events. So President Woodrow was has been president through this entire period. He has just run in the 1916 presidential election campaign to keep the United States out of war. But then, including the 1917, the Germans, in some ways, twist the Americans. Right? The Germans, sort of high command, understand that that they're stuck. Right? That they're stuck in this trench warfare. They need a big breakthrough. So one big chance is to sort of break the blockade and to push through that the British are to break through against France. And so they do. And along with this, they start sinking ships on the Atlantic, including America. The Germans know full well this will draw the United States. But the Germans look at the United States at this moment, a relatively small army, a relatively small navy, a country that, at least on paper, is deeply divided about whether to join the war. And so they say, let's do it. They're not going to get any it was a gamble. But I think probably their best chance. They took that gamble, they lost. Right? In part because French resistance was strong, in part because Americans mobilized much bigger numbers than the Germans fought. The American people were divided. The American people were actually divided by whether the country was war. From 1914 to 1917, there was a searing debate across the political spectrum. It doesn't break down easily about whether it was in the U.S. interest to do this, whether Americans could be sent abroad, whether Americans would end up just being cannon fodder for the European empires. Eventually, as Americans ships are sunk, first in Lusitania in 1915, then in much greater numbers in 1917, the tide starts to turn and Americans feel that the response is necessary. And yet the declaration of war in Congress is pretty lopsided, but it's not the answer.
Lopsided towards answering.
Yeah.
Well, that's really interesting because there's echoes of that later. The Congress is the nobody wants to be the guy that says no to war for some reason. What's the sense that in terms of politicians doesn't feel weak, but I wonder if that was the case. Do you make the case that World War I is largely defining what it means to be an American citizen? So in which way is it defining American citizen?
When you think about citizenship, what it means is two things. First of all, what are your rights and obligations? What is the legal citizenship that you have as a citizen of the United States or any other state? And the second is a more religious definition of what does it mean to belong, to be part of America, to feel American, to love it and hate it, or to live the life. And both of those things really are crystal clear in terms of their importance for the right? So both of those things are on the table. Being a citizen who is a citizen who isn't matters. So people would never carry passports or anything before suddenly lifted. But also what it means to be in it. Like, to feel like it's to be part of this project is also being defined and enforced. Right?
The project, is a funny way to put global war, right? So can you tell the story, perhaps as a good example of it, of the James Montgomery Flagg's 1916 poster that reads, "I'm not you." A lot of people read this poster, I think, in its original form, its refined form, I don't know, but none of this poster, we don't know where it came from. Most Americans, I think, me included, didn't know where it came from. It actually comes from 1916. Does this poster represent the birth of something new in America, which is a commodification or, I don't know, that propaganda machine that says what it means to be an American is somebody that fights for their country?
Yeah. So the image, In fact, I think one of the most recognizable images, not only in the United States, but in the entire world, right? And you can bring it almost anywhere on Earth in 2022, and people will know what it's referring to, right? And so this is an image that circulated first as a magazine cover, later as a recruitment poster, where the figure is Uncle Sam, sort of pointing at the viewer with his finger, sort of pointing and saying, "I want you." Right? And the I want you is a recruitment tool to join in this tournament. And this image, really kind of starts as a kind of, like I said, magazine cover in 1916 by the artist James Montgomery Flagg. It initially appears under the heading, "What are you doing to prepare in case war comes to the United States?" And at that point in 1916, we're still neutral. In 1917, it's turned into a U.S. Army recruiting poster, and then it reappears in World War II, reappears generations after, and like you said, it's now gets remixed, unified, and into everybody. I think for me, it's a turning point. It's a sort of window into the culture, crucial moment in our history, where the federal government is now embarking on a war overseas for the make enormous demands on its citizens. And at the same time, where sort of technologies like mass production and mass media and what we would probably call propaganda are being sort of mobilized for the first time in this new.
In some sense, is it fair to say that the empire is born, the expanding empire is born, with no chance to prospective kind of empire that seeks to have military influence outside of the land?
Yes, but I think it needs to be at least as interesting in what happens to the people who are getting pointed to by Uncle Sam, right? Rather than just whether he's pointing. And so yeah, he's asking us to do that. But how do you?
And the people respond. So the people are ultimately the machines of history, the mechanisms of history. It's not a chemical sound that said they don't do so much. People ultimately need to step up.
They have, the American people responded to it, but they didn't care what the Sam asked them to do in that history. Right? And I think that's kind of a crucial aspect of there never would have been sort of global U.S. power without a response that begins in World War I.
What was the Selected Service Act of 1970?
So one of the very first things that Uncle Sam wants you to do, right, is to register for selective service for the draft, right? And the law is passed very soon after the interesting war, demanding that all men in the first between 21 and 30, and between 18 and 35, register for the draft, and they'll be selected by a government agency, by volunteers.
This is required.
It is a legal requirement to register. There's not everyone who registers selected. But over the course of the war, 24 million men register, almost 4 million served in some fashion.
What was the response? What was the feeling amongst American people to sign up to the Selected Service Act?
Well, this is a bigger turning point than economic. Right? In some ways, this is a tougher demand for the American public than entering. It's one thing to declare war, right? It's another thing to go down to the local post office and fill out the forms that allow your own government to send you there. And this is especially important at a time that the federal government doesn't really have any other way to find you unless you actually go and register yourself. And so, ordinary people are participating in the building of this war machine, but at least 500,000 of them don't, right? And simply never fill out the form. Move from one place to another. They said that you need it. Yeah, about 24 million registered, at least 5.
Is it surprising to you that many registered? If the country was divided?
It is, and that's what I sort of tried to dig into, figure out how did you get 24 million people to register for the draft? And it's simply not coming from the top down. Right? There may be 100 sort of agents who work now with the FBI. Clearly not being in full of Washington, being enforced through the eyes of everyday neighbors, through community surveillance, all kinds of things.
Oh, so there was like a pressure.
There's a lot.
Interesting. So there was not a significant like anti-war movement as you would see maybe later in Vietnam and things like this.
There was a significant movement before 1973, but it becomes very hard to keep up an organized pace afterwards, particularly when the government starts shutting down.
So as the Selective Service Act of 1917 runs up against some of the freedoms, some of the rights that are defined in our founding documents, what was that clash like? What was sacrifice? What freedoms and rights were sacrificed?
I mean, I think on some level the fundamental right, is liberty. Right? That description demands sacrifice on the behalf of some for commercially for the protection of law.
But even if you're against the war, you're forced.
Yeah. And there were small provisions for conscientious objectors, and solely those who had religious objections to all of them, if not political objections, to this war. And several thousand were able to take those provisions, but even then, they faced social sanctions, ridicule, some of them faced intimidation. So those liberty interests, both individual freedom, religious freedom, and also some of the first ones.
So, what about freedom of speech? Was it silencing the press, so the voices of the different people in the deck?
Yeah, absolutely. Right, and so very soon after this Service Act was passed, and you got the espionage Act, which of course is back in the news in 2022.
What's the Espionage Act?
The Espionage Act is sort of omnibus bill, contains about 100 different provisions, very few of which have to do with espionage. But one key provision basically makes it illegal to say or do anything that interfere with military activity. And that provision is used to shut down radical publications, to shut down German language publications, and this really has a chilling impact on speech during the war.
Could you put into words what it means to be an American citizen that is in part sparked by the rebellion? What does that mean? What does that mean? Somebody that should be willing to sacrifice certain freedoms to fight for their country. Somebody that's willing to fight to spread freedom elsewhere in the world, to spread their American ideas. Does that begin to tell the story of most Americans?
I think what we see is a change, right? So citizenship during World War I now includes the obligation to defend the country, right? To serve, and to advance, to die. Right? And we certainly see that, and I think we see the close linkage of military service and U.S. citizenship coming out of this country. But when you start making lots of demands on people, like obligations, in turn, they're going to start demanding rights. And you start to see not just the good of the more demands for free speech protections, more demands for equality, martial and so obligations and rights are sort of developing in a dynamic.
Oh, it's almost like an overreach of powers, but a sense like, oh crap, you can't trust centralized power to abuse, like to drag us into the world. We could be able. So there's the birth of that tension between the government and the people.
It's a rebirth. Of course, that tensions are, but in this modern form,
Re-intensification. So what about the virtual entry birth and surveillance state? Can you explain?
Yeah. So the Espionage Act, sort of empowers federal organizations to watch other Americans. They are particularly interested in anyone who is obstructing the draft, anyone who is trying to organize labor or strikes, radical movements, and anyone who might have sympathy for Germany, which basically means all German Americans from our surveillance. Initially, this is very small scale. But soon every government agency gets involved, from the Treasury Department Secret Service to the Post Office, which is reading mail, to the Justice Department, which mobilizes 200,000 volunteers. It's a really significant. And much of it goes away after the war, but of all the things that go away, this core of the surveillance is the thing that persists most vividly.
Is this also a place where government, the size of government starts to grow in these different organizations? Or maybe it creates a momentum for growth for government?
Oh, it's exponential growth. Over the course of the war, by almost any metric, the size of the federal budget, the number of federal employees, the number of soldiers in the state department, all of those things skyrocket. They go down after the war, but they never go down for the
And probably gave a momentum for growth.
Yes, absolutely.
Did World War I give birth to the military industrial complex in the United States? So we have to expanding of the war machine in order to financially benefit a lot of parties involved.
So I guess I would maybe think that it's two parts, right? On the one hand, yes, there is war profiteering. There are investigations of it. In the years after the war, there's a widespread concern around the profit motive plays too much of a part in the war, and that's definitely the case. But I think when you try to think of this term military industrial complex, it's best, think of it as, at what point does the one side lock in the other? Military choices are shaped by industry, its objectives, and vice versa. And I don't think that was fully locked into place during World War I. I think that's really a totally phenomenon when the United States is on this for two generations.
So industrials are important as companies. So before that, weapons of war were under direct investment, more like who was manufacturing weapons of war?
They were generally manufactured by private industry. There were, of course, arsenals in the 19th century relations where the government would produce its own weapons, partly to make sure that they got what they wanted. But most of the weapons that were for all of the European powers, including the United States, were produced by private industry.
So why do you say that the military industrial complex didn't start that? What was the important thing that happened in the Cold War?
I think one way to think about it is the Cold War is a point at which it switches from being a dial to action. So during World War I, the relationship between military dials up, fast, high, and stays that way, and it dials back down. Whereas during the Cold War, the relationship between the two often looks more like a action.
Yeah,
It goes up. It goes up again.
In the way that you start, I think, the way the industrial complex is often evolved, discussed is as a system that is unstoppable.
Right.
And if it expands, it almost, I mean, if you take a very cynical view, it creates more so that it can make money. It doesn't just find places where it can help the military conflict. It creates tensions that directly or directly lead to military conflict that can then fuel.
That is certainly one of the concerns for both people who were critical of the First World War and then also of Dwight Eisenhower, when he's president of farewell address, where he sort of introduces the term military industrial complex. And some of it is about the profit motive, and some of it is a fear that Eisenhower had that no one had an interest in stopping it, right? And that no one had a voice in stopping it. The ordinary American could really do nothing to sort of, to dial things down.
Is it strange to you that we don't often hear that kind of speech today? Like Eisenhower speaking about the military-industrial complex. So, for example, a lot of people criticizing the spending for it, but they're not discussing the machinery of the industrial complex, like the basic way that human nature works, where they get ourselves trapped in this thing. They're saying like there's better things to spend money on versus describing a very seemingly natural process of when you build weapons of war, that's going to lead to more war. Like it pulls you in.
Yeah, I would say throughout the Cold War and even after the end of it, there has not been a sustained conversation in the United States about our defense, about like what we really need, and what serves our interests, and to what extent sort of other things like market forces, profit motive, belong in that conversation. What's interesting is that in the generation after the First World War, that conversation was on the table, right? Through a series of investigations in the U.S., the Nye Committee, in Britain, the Royal Commission, journalistic exposés, and this would have been just talked about constantly in the years between about 1930 and 1936, as people were starting to worry, like, them together and again.
Yeah, but it almost seems like those folks get pushed to the fringes. You need an activist versus versus a thinking leader.
Those discussions are often marginalized, framed as conspiracy theory, etc. I think it's important to realize that in the generation after World War I, this was a serious civil conversation. It led to sort of investigations of defense sort of finance. It led to experiments in Britain and France in public finance of military. And I think those conversations need to be reconvened now.
Is there any parallels between World War One and the war in Ukraine? The reason I bring it up is because you mentioned sort of there was a hunger for war, a capacity for war that was already established, and the different parties were just boiling the tensions. So there's a case made that America had a role to play, NATO had a role to play in the current war in Ukraine. Is there some truth to that? And when you think about it in the context of World War One, or is it purely about the specific parties involved, which is Russia and Ukraine?
I think it's been easy to draw parallels between World War One and the war in Ukraine, but I don't think they really work. That the First World War, in some ways, is generated by a fundamental conflict in the European system of empire, and the global system of empire. So in many ways, if there's a parallel, the war in Ukraine is the parallel to some of the conflicts in the Mediterranean and Balkans in 1911 to 1913. That then later there was a much greater conflict, right? And so I think if there's any lessons to be learned for how not to let World War III look like World War One, it would be to make sure that that systems are locked into place that escalate wars out of these institutions.
But that's, I suppose, what I was implying, that this is the early stages of World War III. That in the same way that several wars are licking their chops, or whatever the expression is, they're creating tension, they're creating military conflict with a kind of unstoppable imperative for global war. That's, I mean, like, many kind of people that are looking at this are really worried about that. The stopping, the forcing function to stop this war is that there's several nuclear nuclear powers, which has, at least for now, worked to stop full-on global war. I'm not sure that's going to be the case. In fact, it was one of the surprising things to me in Ukraine is that still in the 21st century, we can go to something that involves nuclear powers. Not directly yet, but awfully close to directly. Go to a hot war. And so, do you worry about that? That there's a kind of descent into a World War One scenario?
Yes, I mean that keeps me up at night, and that keep the citizens of both the United States and Russia up at night. Um, and I think again it gets back to what I was saying in the summer of 1914, and even then, things that looked like a march toward war could have been different, right? And so I think it's important for leaders to of both countries and all the folks related of the Ukraine, of the NATO power, to really to imagine off-ramps, to imagine alternatives, and to make them possible. Whether it's through diplomacy, whether it's through other formats. I think that that's the only way to prevent this.
What's the difference between World War One and the Civil War in terms of how we define the American, but also the American citizens' relationship with the war, what the leaders were doing? There are interesting differences and similarities. Besides the fact that everyone seems to have forgotten World War One in the United States, and everyone's still about the Civil War.
I mean, it's true, and the American Civil War defines American identity in some ways, along with the revolution of the Second World War, more so than the and it's a fundamentally different war, right? It's one because it is a civil war, right? Because of secession, because of personal generation. This is a conflict happening on the territory of the United States to Americans. And so the dynamics are really quite different, right? So, the leader, in particular Lincoln, has a different relationship to the home front, to civilians, than say Wilson or Roosevelt had.
Also, when we tell the story of the Civil War, perhaps similar to the way we tell the story of World War II, there's like a reason to treat the war. When we tell the stories, we're fighting this idea that all men are created equal, that the wars of slavery in part, perhaps drastic simplification of what the war is actually about in the moment, like how you get pulled into an actual war, which is a hot discussion.
Mm-hmm.
And the same in World War II, people kind of framed the narrative that it was against evil, Hitler being evil. I think the key part of that is how we use the Holocaust, is how you can formulate Hitler as being evil. There's no Holocaust, perhaps there's a case to be made that we wouldn't see World War II as such quote unquote good war. That there's an atrocity that had to happen to make it really to be able to tell a clear narrative of why we get into this war. Perhaps such a narrative doesn't exist for World War I, and so we'll just stay in the American mind and try to sweep it under the rug, even though overall 16 million people died. So to you, the difference is in the fact that you're fighting for ideas and fighting on the headland. In terms of people's participation, fighting for your country, was there similarities there?
Yeah, I mean, I think, the Civil War in both the North and the South, troops are raised overwhelmingly through volunteer recruitment. There is a draft in both the North and the South, but it's not significant. Only 8% of Confederate soldiers came in through conscription, and so in fact, the mobilization for volunteers, often organized locally around individual communities or states, create sort of multiple identities and levels of loyalty, where people both from the north and the south have loyalty both to their state regiments, to their community membership, as well to the country. They're fighting over the country, over the United States, and so within the Union and the Confederacy have conflicting and ultimately irreconcilable visions of that. But that sort of nationalism that comes out of the Union after the victory in the war is a kind of crucial force shaping America ever since.
So, what was the neutrality period? Why did you guys stay out of this? So, what was going on in that interesting, like, what made Woodrow Wilson change his mind? What was the interesting dynamic there?
I would say that the United States entered the war in April of 1917, but Americans entered it right away. And they entered it, some of them actually went and volunteered and fought almost exclusively on the side of Britain and France. At least 50,000 joined the Canadian Army, the British Army, served. Millions volunteered as humanitarian aid, as it realized modern war creates modern humanitarianism. See that in the neutrality period. Even if they wanted the United States to stay out of the war, a lot of Americans get involved, thinking about it, caring about it, arguing about it. And at the same time, they're worried that British propaganda is shaping their news system. They are worried that the German espionage is undermining it. They're worried that both Britain and Germany are trying to interfere in American elections, news cycles. And at the same time, a revolution is breaking out in Mexico. And so there were sort of concerns about what's happening in the Western Hemisphere as well.
So, World War One was supposed to be the war to end all wars. And it did. How did World War One gauge the every nation probably has their own story in this trajectory to World War II. How did Europe allow World War II to happen? How did the Soviet Union, Russia allow World War II to happen? And how did America allow World War II to happen? And Japan.
Yeah, you're right. The answer is different for each country. That in some ways, in Germany, the culture of defeat and experience at the end of the war leads to resentment, discrimination, finger pointing, blame that makes German politics very ugly. As one person puts it, brutalizing German politics.
It freezes this up and it's difficult.
Yeah.
The population politics.
Yeah. And so in some ways that lays the groundwork for the kind of politics of resentment and hate that comes from the Nazis. For the United States, in some ways, the failure to win the peace sets up the possibility for the next war, right? That the United States, results in sort of crafting a new international order in order that this would be the war to end all wars. But because the United States fails to join the organization, you see the United States really sort of for another generation. In Asia, the story is more complicated. Right? It was very good that World War II is a two-front war. It starts in Asia for the same reasons. World War One is transformative for Japan. Right? This kind of massive economic expansion. And a lot of that economic wealth is poured into sort of greater industrialization and militarization. And so when the military wing in Japanese politics takes over in the 1930s, they're in some ways flexing muscles that come out of the.
Can you talk about the end of World War One, the Treaty of Versailles? What's interesting about that dynamics there? With the parties involved, of how it could have been done differently to avoid the resentment, or again, is it inevitable?
So the war ends, and very soon, even before the war ends, the United States in particular trying to shape the future. Right? And the United States is the central actor at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919. Woodrow Wilson is there, he's presiding, and he knows that he calls the shots.
So he was respected.
He was respected, but resentfully by the European powers, Britain and France, Italy to a lesser extent, who felt that they had sacrificed more. They had two goals, right? They wanted to shape the imperial system in order to make sure that their fundamental economic structures wouldn't change. And they also wanted to sort of weaken Germany as much as possible, right? So that Germany couldn't rise again. What this leads to is a peace treaty that, maintains some of the fundamental concepts of the imperial system and makes bankrupts Germany, starves Germany, defeats this politics of resentment that make it impossible for Germany to kind of participate in European war.
So people like historian Ferguson, for example, make the case that if Britain stayed out of World War I, we would have avoided this whole mess, or potentially even avoid World War II. There's kind of counterfactual history. Do you think it's possible to make the case for that? That there was a moment, especially in that case, they argued from Britain, that the escalation to a global war could be avoided, and one that ultimately ends in World War VII. So where Germany is resentful not just of France or particular nations, but is resentful of the entire, I don't know how you define it, the West. It's the entire global world.
I wish it were that easy. And I think it's useful to think in the counterfactuals. What if? And if you believe, as historians do, in causation, that one thing causes another, and you also have to believe in counterfactuals. That if something hadn't happened, maybe that wouldn't, that would work differently. But I think all of the things that led to World War I are multi-causal and nuanced. This is what historians do. We make things more complicated. And so, there was no one thing that could have turned the tide of history. If only Hitler had gotten into art school, if only Fidel Castro had gotten into the Major League, those are interesting points. Few of them.
Well, Hitler is an example of somebody who's a charismatic leader that seems to have really disproportionate amount of influence on the tide of history. So, if you look at Stalin, you can imagine that many other people can step into that role. And the same goes for many of the other presidents who are even now. It seems that there's a singular nature to Hitler, that you could play the counterfactual, that if there was no Hitler, we may have not had World War II. He, better than many leaders in history, was able to channel resentment of populace into a very aggressive expansion of the military and, I would say, skillful deceit of the entire world in terms of his plans. He was able to effectively start the war. So, is it possible that, could Hitler have been stopped? He would have revealed if he just got into art.
Correct.
Or again, do you feel like there's a current, or is that thing unstoppable?
I mean, part of what you're talking about is Hitler's individual as a sort of charismatic leader who's able to mobilize, the nation. And part of it is Hitlerism, right? And his own sort of individual ability to play, for example, play off his subordinates against one another to set up a system of that nature that sometimes escalates violence, including the violence that leads to the Holocaust. And some of it is also Hitlerism as a leader cult. And we see this in another things where a political movement surrounds one particular individual who may or may not be replaced. Europe was so unstable, and democracies collapsed throughout Russia. There was a push for the 1900s, whether they had charismatic totalitarian.
You actually read one book I just recently finished. I don't think you can opinion from a historian perspective. There's a book called Guinness, Drugs in the Third Reich by Northern Ireland. It makes a case that drugs played a very large meth, essentially, played a very large role in World War II. There's a lot of criticism of this book, saying that it's kind of what you're saying. It takes this one little variable, makes it like this explains everything. So everything about Hitler, everything about everything about the military, the strategy, the decisions to be exposed to drugs. All this implies it. And the interesting thing about this book, because Hitler was not spared as long as they were written about in history, and this was not drug war almost entirely not written about in this context. So you're along this semi-historian, because I don't think he's even a historian, he's a lot of his work is fiction. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. He tells a really, that's one of the criticisms, he tells a very compelling story that's largely at the center of this period and also of the man with it. What are your feelings and thoughts about, if you got the chance to read this book, but I'm sure there's books like it. It's an interesting perspective, single perspective on life.
Yeah, I mean, I have read it, and I also have this sort of higher view experience about story. Yeah, I mean, like, why did we think about this? And I think whether it's, that the other Ola is not a trained academic historian, but the joy of history is that you don't have to be one to write good history. And I don't think anyone, sort of criticizes him for that. I like the book as a window into the program. Of course, books don't explain all of it, but it helps us see, help us see the people who supported Hitler, the ways in which, it was like mind-altering, performance-altering drugs were used to kind of keep soldiers on the battlefield, and the ways in which, I think that we don't fully understand the sense in which the Third Reich was held together with duct tape from a pretty early stage, by like 1940, 41. It's all smoke and mirrors. And I think that wartime propaganda with Germans trying to say, we're winning everything, and America trying to mobilize and the other allies, to mobilize against Germany, describes it as the formidable enemy it was.
Yeah, I mean, I could see both cases. One is that duct tape doesn't command, but also as an engineer, I'm a huge fan of duct tape. Yeah, it doesn't solve a lot of problems. And, I do worry that his perspective, the book presents about drugs, is somehow to the mind very compelling. It's almost like the mind, or at least my mind, searches for an answer. How could this have happened? And it's nice to have a clear explanation. And drugs is one popular one. When people talk about steroids in sports, the moment you introduce the topic of steroids, sometimes the mind wants to explain all success in the context of because this person was on steroids. And that's untrue. Well, it's a very sticky idea. Certain ideas, certain explanations are very sticky. And I think that's really dangerous because when you use it for context. And also in the case of drugs, it removes the responsibility from the person, both for the military genius and the ego. And I think it's a very dangerous thing to do. It's something about the mind, maybe it's just mind is sticky to this. Where drugs explain. If the drugs didn't happen, then it would be very different. Yeah, we worry how compelling it is of an explanation. Yeah.
That's why it's maybe better to think of it as a window into the program.
But it's also a nice exploration of Hitler humanity. for some reason, discussing his habits, especially later in the war, his practices with drugs, gives you a window into the person. It reminds you as a human, this is a human being. Like a human being gets emotional in the morning, gets thoughtful in the morning, hopeful, sad, depressed, angry, like a story of emotions of a human being. And you can somehow construct which is a pretty dangerous thing to do, construct an evil monster out of Hitler, where in reality, the human being like all of us. I think the lesson there is a social lesson, which is all of us, to some degree, capable of evil. Or maybe if you want to make a less powerful statement, many of our leaders are capable of evil. That this table is not truly singular in history. That, yeah, when the resentment of the populace matches the right charismatic leader, it's easy to make the kind of, not easy, but it's possible to frequently make the kind of initiation of military conflict that happened in World War II. By the way, because you said not a trained historian, one of the most compelling, I don't know, entertaining and fascinating exploration of World War I comes from Dan Carter. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to listen to some podcast from telling of the blueprint for Armageddon, which is a telling of World War I. What do you think about Dan Carter? You yourself, as a historian who studied, who's written about World War I, do you enjoy that kind of type of history?
Absolutely. I think, again, you don't need a PhD to be a historian. Is every historian agree with that? You just want to refer systems of the story. We like to argue with each other and take with each other, but the one thing I have no patience with is the way I think it depends on if you're historian at the university with degrees and research materials, it would depend on the work of people in some local community, including oral history, saving documents. And history is a social science, but it's also storytelling art. And history books are the ones you find on the shelves of bookstores that people read for fun. And you can appreciate both the knowledge production as well as the storytelling. And really get a good oral storytelling like that. And there's a reason that thousands and hundreds of thousands of people too.
Yeah, but you definitely suffer some anxiety about getting things correct. It's really very difficult.
Well, our first job is to get the facts correct, and then the story out.
To get the facts are so fuzzy. So it's you have probably my favorite title of World War II is William Shiner's Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, and Aaron's not telling you not to Germany, and that goes to primary sources a lot, which is like, I suppose that's the honest way to do it, but it's tough. It's really tough to write that way, to really go to primary sources. Always, and I think one of the things that Dan tries to do, which is also really tough to do, perhaps easy in oral history, is try to make you feel what it was like to be there. Which I think he does by trying to tell the story of like individual soldiers. Do you find that telling, like individual citizens? Do you find that kind of telling of history telling?
Yeah, I mean, I think we need historical imagination. And I think historical imagination teaches something very valuable, which is humility, to realize that there are other people who live on this planet and they organize their life differently. And, they made it through just fine too. I think that kind of meeting other people from the past can be actually a very useful skill for meeting people unlike you in the present.
Unlike you, but also like you. I think both are helpful. One realizing that they did like a very different space of time,
but you realizing that if you were placed in that space of time, you might have done all the same things, whether it's the brave, good thing or the evil thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get also a sense uh, of possibility. There's this famous line, right, that those who do not learn history are condemned to repeat it. But I think the other half is true as well, which is those who do not learn history don't get the chance to repeat it. Right? They were not the first people on this planet to face, any certain kinds of problems. Other people have lived through worlds like this one before.
It's like when you fall in love as a teenager for the first time, and then there's a breakup. You think it's the greatest tragedy that has ever happened in the world. You're the first person, even though like Romeo and Juliet and so on had this issue, you're the first person that truly feels catastrophic heartbreak of that experience. It's good to be reminded that no, the human condition is what it is. We have lived through it at the individual and the societal scale. Let me ask you about nationalism, which I think is at the core of I want you history. Is nationalism destructive or empowering to a nation? And we can use different words like patriotism, which is in many ways synonymous with nationalism, but in recent history, perhaps because of the Nazis, has slowly fallen away. Is it somehow nationalism is when patriotism gone bad, or something like this?
Yeah, they're different. Right? Patriotism is always best thought of as an emotion, right? An appeal of love of country, right? Literally. And in some ways, that's a necessary condition to participate in nationalism. Uh, whether to me, I think nationalism is crucial in a world organized around nation states, and you have to sort of believe that you are engaged in a common project together, right? And so, the contemporary United States, uh, you know, uh, in some ways, that question is actually almost hate, that it hasn't been. But you have to believe that you're engaging in a common project, that you have something in common with the person with whom you share this nation, and that you would sacrifice for it, whether it's by paying taxes for them, or going to war to defend them. That's a vision of, we might call civic nationalism. That's the good version. The question is whether you can have that without having um, exclusionary nationalism. Hating the other, right? Fearing, saying, you're part of this nation against all others. Many things, a long tradition in America of a very inclusive nationalism that is open, inclusive, welcoming, and people to this shared project. That's something to be defended. Exclusionary nationalism is based on ethnic hatreds and others that we see throughout the world. And those are things to control.
But there is a kind of narrative in the United States that a nationalism that includes the big umbrella of democratic nations that strive for freedom, and everybody else is against freedom and against human nature, and it just so happens that it's half and half split across the world. So that's imperialism. That feels like it is the drama of the world.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to paint too rosy a picture. It's like, the United States as a nation has often found it easier to define ourselves against something than to clarify exactly what we're for.
Yeah, and Cold War, China today. No, that's not only the United States. I suppose that's human nature. It's we need a competitor. It's almost like maybe the success of human civilization requires figuring out how to construct competitors that don't result in global war.
Yes, or figuring out how to turn enemies into rivals. There's a real difference. You compete with competitors. You you fight.
Yeah, with competitors is a respect, maybe even a love underlying competition. What lessons? What are the biggest lessons you take away from World War One? Maybe we talked about several, but you look back at it from essentially what, as a historian, what do you learn about human nature, about human civilization, about history, and looking at this point?
I think the lesson I would want everyone to take from the story of First World War uh, is that human life is not cheap. And yeah, all of the warring powers thought that just by throwing more men and more material at the front, they would solve the political problems with military force. And at the end of the day, in 1918, one side did win, but it didn't actually solve anything.
And in the end, the regular people paid the price with their lives.
They did, and people who have been told that their lives were cheap remember and sort of reshapes mass politics for the rest of the 20th century, both in Europe and America.
The cost of death of a single soldier is not just, or a single civilian, is not just the cost of that single life. It's the resentment, that the anger, the hate that reverberates throughout. One of the things I saw in Ukraine is the birth of, at scale, of a generation of hate, not towards administrations or leaders, but towards entire peoples. And that hate, overnight, that hate is created, and it takes perhaps decades for that hate to disappear.
It takes decades, and it takes collective effort to build institutions that divert that hate into other places.
One of the biggest things I thought was not part of the calculus, and when the United States invaded Afghanistan, Iraq, is the creation of hate. When you drop a bomb, even if it hits military targets, even if it kills soldiers, which in that case it didn't, there's a very large amount of civilians. What does that do to the, how many years, minutes, hours, months, and years of hate do you create for the single body you drop? And I calculate that. Literally, in the Pentagon have a chart. How many people will hate us? How many people does it take? Do some science here. How many people does it take? When you have a million people that hate you, how many of them will become terrorists? How many of them will do something to the nation you love and care about, which is the United States, will do something that will be very costly? I feel like there's not a plot in a chart. There's more about short-term effects.
It's the idea of using military force to solve problems. And I think there's a squandering of goodwill that people have around the world toward the United States. That's respect for for its economy, for its consumer products, and so forth. That's been lost.
Do you think leaders can stop war? I have perhaps a romantic notion, perhaps because I do this podcast personally, so that leaders that get in a room together can talk, they can stop war. That's the power of a leader, especially one with an authoritarian regime, that they can, through camaraderie, alleviate some of the emotions associated with ego.
Yes, leaders can stop war if they get into the room when they understand from the masses in their country that you are something that they want to stop.
So that people ultimately have a very big say.
They do, that it was mass movement by people in the United States for the nuclear freeze, in Russia pushing for openness, that brought debate, and eventually they sort of put caps on nuclear weapons. Those two people did made choices of agreeing, but they were both being pushed and needing to be pushed by people.
Well, that's a tough one because there are responsibility on the German people who do that in both ways. We fans of history tend to conceive of history as a meeting of leaders. They think of Chamberlain, think of Churchill, and the importance of them in the Second World War. They about Hitler and Stalin. They think that if certain conversations happened, the war could have been avoided. You tell a story of how many times the war and Nazi Germany's military might was not sufficient. They could have been easily stopped. And the pacifists, the people who believed Hitler, were foolish enough to believe Hitler, didn't act properly. The leaders just woke up to that idea. In fact, Churchill is a kind of representation of that, but in your conception, there is possible that Churchill was also a representation of the British people. Even though seemingly unpopular, that force was the gatekeeper, somebody like Churchill, who said we'll never surrender. Right?
Yeah,
She'll fight in the beaches.
Yeah. And I think World War II Britain is a good example. It is clearly a dynamic who has his pulse on what the people want and demand and are willing to do. It's a dynamic art of leading that and shaping those wants at the same time as feeling that you're bound to fight.
Well, then, if we conceive of history in this way, let me ask you about our presidents. You are taking on the impossibly difficult task of teaching the course in a couple of years here, or 1 year, of the history of American presidential elections. So, if the people are in part responsible for leaders, how can we explain what is going on in America that we have the leaders that we do today? So, if we think about the elections of the past several cycles, I guess I would really ask, are we a divided nation? Are we more of a divided nation more in the past? What do you understand about the American citizens at the beginning of this century from the leaders we have elected?
Yeah, obviously we are a divided country in our rhetoric, in our day-to-day politics, but we are nowhere near than other periods in our history. The most obvious, of course, was the United States War years ago. And the distinction is not just that we have a common world, but that we are fundamentally one society, one economy, and sort of deeply integrated as a nation, both domestically and on the world stage in ways that is nothing like the United States in 1861. Will there be good political rhetoric continue to be extreme? Of course, but we're not as divided as
Well, if you actually look throughout in history, it always gets outside the people that the elections get as contentious as they've recently been. So there's a kind of perception that's been very close. There's a lot of accusations, a lot of tensions. It's very heated. It's almost fueling the machine of division. That's often been the case.
Yeah, we are. It has and it hasn't, and I do think right now is different. And then it's what's distinguishing, are there deep social or economic divisions, because I don't actually think that's are, versus partisanship, particular, so the rivalry between the two parties. And it's really clear here in the era of what political scientists call hyperpartisanship, right? And that the two parties have taken fundamentally different positions. We need voters and
So I wonder if this kind of political partisanship is actually an illusion of division. I sometimes feel like we mostly all agree on some basic fundamentals. And the things that people allegedly disagree on really polarize the question. Whereas the media machine, the politicians really want you to pick a blue side and red side. And because of that, somehow, I mean, families break up. It's transparent about who they voted for. There's a really strong pressure to either red or blue. And I wonder if that's a feature of whether this is just part of the mechanism of democracy that we wanted, even if there's not a real thing to decide over, we need to construct it such that we always have a tension of ideas in order to make progress, because you know how this messes a nation.
I think we're figuring that out in the. On the one hand, it's easy to say that it's a feature of a political system that has two parties. That and the United States is unique, right, in not being a parliamentary democracy. And so, in some ways, you would think that would be the feature that is causing partisanship and to reach these heights. And that said, we can even see in parliamentary systems, in all of us, that the same kinds of rhetorics of irreconcilable division, the politics of emotion, are proliferating around the world. And some of that, as you say, I think is not as real as it appears on television, on social media, and other forms. So, I don't know that other countries are experiencing sort of political conflict, but I'm not sure that people divided on it.
So I've had the fortune of being intellectually active through the George Bush South Florida election and the Obama one, every election since. And it seems like a large percentage of those elections, there's been claims that the elections were rigged, that there is some conspiracy, corruption, and malevolence on the other side. I distinctly remember that Donald Trump won in 2016. A lot of people I know said that election was rigged. And there's different explanations, including Russian influence. And then in 2020, I was just running in Austin along the river, and somebody said, like, oh, I'm a huge fan of the podcast, and they said, like, what do you think? This is just not right what's happening in this country, that the 2020 election was obviously rigged from their perspective, being electing Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. Do you think there's a case to be made for and against each claim in the full context of history of our elections being rigged?
I think the American election system is fundamentally sound and reliable. And I think that the evidence, is clear for that. Regardless of which election, whether you look at a presidential election or even a local, county election for dog catcher or something, right? That the amount of sort of time and resources and precision that go into voter registration, counting, certification processes are crucial to democratic institutions. I think when someone says rigged, regardless of which side of the spectrum they're coming from, they're looking for an answer. That they're looking for that one answer for what is in fact a complex system. Right? So, on the left, when they say rigged, they may be pointing to a wide range of ways in which they think that the system is tilted them to gerrymandering, sort of misrepresentation through the electoral college. On the right, some people say rigged. They may be concerned, about sort of voter security, about ways in which the media mainstream media may control messages, which, in both cases, the feeling is my it's articulated as my vote didn't get counted right. But the deeper concern is my vote doesn't count. My voice isn't being heard. Um, so so no, I don't think the elections are fair.
So let me sort of push back, right? There's a comfort to the story that they're not ready. And a lot of us like to live in comfort. The people who articulate conspiracy theories say, sure, it's nice to be comfortable. But here's the reality. And the thing they articulate is there's incentives in close elections, which we seem to have in us top close elections. There's so many financial interests. There's so many powerful people. Surely you can construct not just the media and all the ways it's both on the left and the right, the elections to be rigged, but literally actually in a totally illegal way, manipulating the votes. Surely there's incentive to do that. And I don't think that's a totally ridiculous argument. It's just like, all right, it actually lands to the question, which is a hard question for me to ask as an optimist, of how many left-wing people out there, and how many left-wing people are required to live in elections. So how many? What is the phase transition for system to become from corruption light to corruption, to high level of corruption, such that you could do things like rigged elections, which is what happens quite a lot in many nations in the world today.
So yeah, there is interference in elections, and there has been in American history, and we can go all the way back since the 18th century. You don't have to go back to Texas in the 1960s, and LBJ to find examples of direct interference in the outcome of elections. And there are incentives to do that. Those incentives will only feel more existential as hyperpartisanship makes people think that the outcome of the elections are a matter of black and white, or life and death. And we will see people sort of organizing every way they can to shape elections. So we saw this in the 1850s, right, when settlers, pro and anti-slavery sort of flooded into Kansas to try to sort of, determine the outcome of the election. And we see this in the Reconstruction period, right, when the Ku Klux Klan shows up to kind of, to block the doors for black voters in the South. This history is not new, right? I think what the reason why I think that the system is sound is not, or the reason, when I say I believe the election system is fundamentally sound, it's not, I'm not trying to be reassuring. I'm sure it's replacement, but I'm saying, this is something that we need to do.
so the current electoral mechanisms are sufficiently robust, even if there is corruption, even if there is the force that corrects, and ensures that nobody gets out of line is much stronger than the other incentives, which are like the corrupting incentives. That's the thing I talk about corruption. Visiting Ukraine, talking about corruption. A lot of people talk about corruption as being a symptom. Yes, if the system allows creates the incentives, then if the corruption continues with always corruption. It's just you have to assume that. The power of the United States is that it constructs systems that prevent you from being corrupt at scale, at least in the country you believe, but most of us. If you believe in this country, you have to you believe in the self-correcting mechanisms of corruption. That even if that desire is coming from your heart, the system resists it. That's your What's your current belief?
Uh, yes, as of today, because I do think that there's, that will require oversight by institutions, ideally ones that are insulated as much as possible from foreign influence. Very difficult right now. And it will require what demands of the American people, and that they want these elections to be fair and secure, and that means being willing to lose them, regardless of which party you're in.
What do you think about the power of the media to create partisanship? I'm really worried there's a huge incentive because of this to divide the country in the media, the politicians. I'm not sure where it originates, but it feels like it's the media. Maybe it's a very cynical perspective in journalism, but it seems like if we're angry and divided as easily as possible, we're going to maximize the number of clicks. So it's almost like the media wants to elect people that are going to be the most divisive, maximizing. And the worry I have is they are not beyond either feeding or very simple manufacturing narratives that feed that division, like the narrative of an election being rigged. If you convince half the populace that the election is completely rigged, that's a really good way to get a lot of clicks. And like the very simple here is I don't know if the media machines will stop the destruction of our democracy in service of gay clicks. They may destroy our entire democracy just to get more clicks, because the fire that the thing burns down will get clicks. Am I being too the machine?
The diagnosis of the incentive structure, we're depicting that with 100% accuracy. But I think history teaches that you might be giving the media too much sort of causal that the American people are smarter than the media consume. Like, and, even today, we know people who consume, even people who consume just Fox or just MSNBC know what they're consuming, right? Uh, so I don't think that media would be the solution. And I certainly don't think that returning to media structure of the mid 20th century, 3 news channels on this one story, because that's no golden age.
Well, there's a novel thing in history, which is Twitter and social media. So we're trying to find our footing as a nation to figure out how to think about politics, how to maintain our basic freedoms, a sense of democracy, or direction of government, so on. This new media, the medium of social media. Do you think Twitter? How do you think Twitter changed things? Do you think Twitter is good for democracy? Do you think it has changed what it is to be American citizens? Or is it just the same old media mechanism?
It has not changed what it means to be an American citizen. It may have changed the day-to-day sound of being in the experience got noisier, louder, and it got more decentralized. I mean, it's paradoxical. One hand, it is a fundamentally democratic platform, right? And to make it democratize institutions that that have gatekeepers and authority figures for a very long time. But on the other hand, it's not a democratic institution at all. It's a proper corporation, and it operates under those principles. And so, that said, it's an institution of American right, and that the people of the United States have the authority to regulate or reshape as they see fit, both that and other major legal
So one of the most dramatic decisions illustrate both sides of what you're saying. It's when Twitter decided to ban permanently the President of the United States, Donald Trump, off Twitter. Can you make the case that that was a good idea and make the case that that was a bad idea? Can you see both perspectives on this?
Yeah, I think, the simple fact of the matter is, Twitter is a platform that has rules of service. Twitter concluded that President Trump had violated the terms of service, but YouTube have rules of how to enforce them. Did it have, did it have consequences? It had direct and predictable consequences. That of creating a sense among millions of Americans that Twitter had taken a side for confirming that the region is awesome. Will it have unintended consequences? Where the historian can come in and say, yes, there's always unintended consequences. And we don't know, sort of what it would mean for political figures to be excluded from various media under under these notions, right, that they violate terms of service, etc. So I guess we'll see.
Well, to me, generally about censorship, but to take Twitter's perspective, it's unclear to me in terms of unintended consequences. Whether censoring a human being and being part of your platform is going to decrease or increase the amount of hate in the world. So there's a strong case to be made that banning something like Donald Trump increases the amount of resentment among people, and also a very large number of people that support him, who love him, or that see him as a great president and the greatest this country has had. So if you completely suppress his voice, you're going to intensify the support that he has from just the regular support from another community, like the president, to somebody that becomes an almost heroic figure for that. Now, the flip side is removing a person from a platform like Donald Trump might lessen the megaphone of that particular person, might actually level the democratic notion that everybody has a voice. So basically, removing the loud extremes is helpful for giving center, the calm, the thoughtful voices more power. So in that sense, that teaches a lesson that don't be crazy in any one direction. Don't go forward, don't go Lenin, don't go Hitler, pumped up. Like you have to stay in the middle. There's divisions in the middle, there's discussions in the middle, there's stay. That's sort of the schema in the case for censoring. But I avoid the censorship slippery slope, and also avoid it becoming a thing that's more than just a company. It seems like it's a media communication that we use for information, for knowledge, for wisdom. During the period of COVID, we used it to gain an understanding of what's going on, which we do is the state-of-the-art science. Science fundamentally transforms you in time of COVID because you have no time for the full review cycle that science usually goes through. And some of the best sources of information from the conspiracy theory to the best doctors is Twitter. The data, the stats, all that kind of stuff. And that feels like more than a company. And then Twitter and YouTube and different places took a really strong stance on it, which is the lazy stance, which is we're going to listen to whatever CDC or the institutions have said. But the reality is, you're an institution of your own. You're kind of depressed. You're like, it's a really difficult position. A really, really difficult position to take. But I wish they had stepped up and take on the full responsibility and the pain of fighting for freedom of speech.
yeah, they need to do that. But I'm struck by some of the things that you said, ways in which you Twitter has the power to shape the conversation. And I don't think in a democratic society, democratic policies should cede that power to for-profit companies.
Do you agree that it's possible that Twitter has that power currently? Do you sense that it has that power? Because my sense is Twitter has the power to start wars. Like tweets have the power to start wars. To change the direction of elections.
Maybe in the sense in the ways in which a wave has the power to wash the sand. Right? It's still the media. Right? It's not in itself an actor. It's how actors use the platform. Which requires us to scrutinize the perspective.
Unfortunately, it's not in a single wave. It's not just the media. It's a medium plus. It's a medium that enables virality, that benefits from virality, engagement. And that means singular voices can have a disproportionate impact. Like not even voices, singular ideas, dramatic ideas, impact. And so that is it's almost like I don't know what the equivalent is in nature, but it's a way that could grow exponentially because of the intensity of the initial intensity of the wave. I don't know how to describe it as a dynamic system, but it feels like there is a responsibility there not to accelerate voices just because you get a lot of engagement. A proportional representation of that voice. So you're saying that a strong democracy.
A strong democracy can and should and will be. I think the other thing I was trying to tell you about Twitter is too short endless, right? Uh, but I do think the structures of outline of the platform of the algorithm of this and other major players are eligible for scrutiny by democratic institutions.
So, in preparing for future course, the history of American presidential elections leading up to the 2024 election. And so one of the lessons of history is this too shall pass. So don't make everything about it. This is going to either save or destroy our nation. That seems to be like the message in every single election. As I'm doing Trump wins. Do you think Donald Trump, what do you think about the 2024 election? Do you think Donald Trump runs? Do you think the tension will grow? Or does that stay there? Do you think it'll be like AOC versus Trump, or whatever the most maximum drama maximizing thing, or will things get
I think I can, historians don't like to predict the future, but I can predict this one. Like, it will not be a time of stabilized election. I think as of the time that we're talking in 2022, there are too many sort of open questions, particularly about whether Joe Biden will run for the election. He says he will, but the jury is out on that. I can't predict whether Donald Trump will run for election or not. I think we do know that President Trump doesn't like to start things he's going to win, and if the polling data suggests that he's not a credible candidate, he might be reluctant to enter the race and might find more appealing the kind of sideline and kind of kingmaker role that he's been crafting since he left the White House. I think there are many people who are dreaming of this sort of centrist candidate, whether it's a conservative Democrat or a liberal Republican who can save us from all of this, either within the party or in the third party. I don't think that's likely.
Why are we doing that? Why don't you think it's likely? What's the explanation? There seems to be a general hunger for perspective.
We need that the system sorts out, right? The primary system of the party candidate election systems, would favor sort of more partisan views, right? More conservative Republicans, more liberal Democrats, as the kind of central choice.
It seems like the system prefers mediocre executive, mediocre leaders, mediocre partisan leaders. If I have to take a cynical look, but maybe I'm romanticizing the leaders of the past. Maybe I'm just remembering the great. And
I can assure you there's plenty of mediocre partisans in the 18th century.
okay, and the 20th. Let me ask you about do you think Donald, it's the Twitter question, but I was torn about when you talked about Donald Trump on his podcast. As a historian, what would you advise?
I think, this is a difficult question, right? For historians who want, want to make sure that they know sort of what Americans are thinking and talking about, for centuries later. So one of the things that, at least my understanding, is that when President Trump was banned from Twitter, his account was also deleted. And that is one of the most valuable sources that historians can use to understand the era. Parts of it were archived and reconstructed, but but in that sense, I think that is also a real loss to the historical record. I think that your podcast shows you'll talk to you. I'm here, right? I'm not in the business of saying,
That's one of the difficult things when I think about Hitler. I think Hitler Stalin, I don't know if World War One quite has the same intensity of controversial leaders. But one of the sad things from a historian perspective is how few interviews Hitler has given and Stalin has given. And that's such a difficult thing because it's obvious that talking to Donald Trump, that talking to Xi Jinping, talking to Putin is really valuable from a historical perspective to understand. But then you think about the momentary impact of such a conversation, and you think, well, depending on how the conversation goes, you could hear or flame, feed the flame of war, or conflict, or abuses of power, and things like this. And that's, I think, the tension between the journalist and the historian. Because when journalists interview dictators, one of the things that strikes me is they're often very critical of the dictators. They're like, they're basically attacking them in front of their face as opposed to trying to understand. Because what I perceive they're doing is they're signaling to the other journalists that they're on the right side of history. But that's not very productive. And it's also why the dictators and they do have to go and do those interviews. It's not productive to understand who this human being is, to understand what they're empathize. Because few people, I think, few leaders do something from a place of malevolence. I think they really do think they're doing good. And not even for themselves, not even for selfish reasons. I think they're doing great for the, they're doing the right thing for their country. Or for what they're leading. To understand that, and by the way, a large percent of the country often supports them. I bet if you legitimately poll people in North Korea, they will believe that their leader is doing the right thing for their country. So to understand that, you have to empathize. So that's the tension with the journalist, I think, and the historian. Because obviously the historian doesn't care. They really they care obviously deeply, but they know that history requires deep understanding of the human being in full context. It's a tough decision.
Yeah. Well, I think it's both for journalists and historians. The challenge is not to be too close to your subject, right? And not to be overly influenced and used by them. Right? When you're talking to a living subject, which historians do, do. Um, it's a matter of making sure that you triangulate their story with the rest of the rest. Right? And that may paint a different picture of the person and will prevent you as a journalist or a historian from just telling someone else's story. And historians also have the benefit of going back 30, 40 years and finding all the other stories and figuring out, you know, uh, finding two truths and a lie, which parts are, which parts are accurate, which are not. And journalists do that work on a day-to-day basis, but historians, we get a little more time to think about it.
Well, I personally also think it's deeply disrespectful to the populace, the people, to uh, censor and ignore a person that's supported by very large number of people. Like that, you owe, I personally feel like you owe the citizens of this country a deep empathy and understanding of the leaders they support, even if you disagree with what they say. And that's, to me, I'm much more worried about the censorship. That it's to have a good conversation with Donald Trump is ultimately valid. Because I think, especially in this case, I agree with you that Donald Trump is not a singular person. He represents a set of feelings that a large number of people have. And whatever those feelings are, you can try to figure out what people, but also talk to the man and then see the interplay there. What does this really represent in this period of history, this slice of the world? Uh, yeah, ultimately understanding the things it needs to compassion and love and unity, which is how this whole thing progresses. The tension between the different sides is useful to have a good conversation, but ultimately coming up with the right answer and progressing towards that answer is how you make progress. Do you think the pure democracy, so we have this representative democracy with these contentious elections and so on, when we start a civilization on Mars, becomes more and more realistic technologically, we can have a more direct access to be able to vote on issues and vote for ideas. Do you think it could work?
I don't think we have to go to war to do it, right? I think the answer is not, to flip a switch and turn on something to pure democracy when people are not ready for it and the incentive structures are not effective for it. But you can experiment with more democratic forms of government, one after another, whether it's sort of experimenting with technology to find new ways of getting greater rates of participation in democracy. I think that we see some experiments and sort of more complicated systems of voting that in fact might actually be more reflective of people's choices than simply picking one candidate, sort of ranked choice voting or runoffs, other kinds of things. I think that we can think more creatively about something like participatory budgeting, right, in which we put all this money into the government, and then as a people, there are more democratic ways of how we spend it. And I think the most urgent, at some level, is a more democratic concept. Constantly making decision making about the military, about foreign policy, is very, very insulated from popular participation in non-organized. And I think the technology is not going to solve this. It's a combination of technology and human creativity. But I think I think we can start heading that way. Whether we get there before we get to Mars,
What interesting lessons and thoughts, if you look at the fundamentals of the history of American elections, do you hope to reveal when you try to teach the class? And how will those fundamentals be met by the students that receive that wisdom? So, what do you think about this dance? Because it's such an interesting idea, and we do go through with this kind of idea is look at the history while the next one is happening.
Yeah. I think it's important to remember, right, that the students who are typical American students in college right now, right, has lived their entire life after the election of 2000 and pushed through Guinness. Right? And
That's the way I look at
and yeah, absolutely, yeah, after all of it. Right? And so on the one hand, I take partisanship in these elections for granted. Um, I don't, I think, share, sort of some vision that things used to be different. Like, I don't remember a world that had like lots of moderate Democrats and liberal Republicans, sort of running around it. Um, but so in some ways, it's a way of looking back into the past to find other ways of organizing our politics. It's also a way of reassuring students that we have been through contentious and even sort of violent elections before in our history, and that people have defended the right to vote. Right? People have risked their lives to vote, and I think they understand that as well.
And maybe knowledge of history here can help de-escalate emotions you might feel about what can be or not. And from a place of calmness, you can more easily arrive at wisdom.
That's not
Just as a brief aside, but nevertheless, you wrote the book Wildlife War that describes a century of war in the Pacific. So looking at this sense of geography and power, so most crucially through the partnership between the United States and the Philippines. Can you tell us an aspect of the story that is often perhaps not considered? Is the more like the geopolitics of Europe, Soviet Union, and the United States. How did the war in the Pacific?
Yeah, I came to this profound idea in the sense that that our stories were too lopsided toward Europe. Right? That American history, when viewed from this, specifically in the 20th century, helps us understand American power in some new ways. Right? Not only American projection of power into Asia, but also the ways in which American power affected people in Asia, right? Either as in places like the Philippines or the United States, colonies, or fewer Asian Americans, people who migrated from their descendants in the United States. And these linkages between the United States and Asia, particularly the U.S.-Philippine connection, I think were something that needed to be traced across the 20th century. Because it's a way, kind of a new way of seeing American power, from a different angle. You see that.
No. There's some aspects of define America from when you take the perspective of the Pacific, with military conflict and the asymmetry of power.
Right. So I start in 1898, with the U.S. invasion into the Philippines, its conquest and annexation, and I think in many ways this is a defining conflict in the 20th century. That's often completely overlooked. We're described as I think incorrectly as merely a war with space. Right? But the war in the Philippines is our first extended overseas conflict, our first conflict. When it comes to be called for developing a form of counterinsurgency. This is the U.S. Army sort of learning lessons that are needed and Korea, Vietnam, the Philippines are bound to. Well, that's the interesting part, right? Is that the book focuses in particular on Filipinos who fight with the Philippines in the U.S. Army and over the course of the 20th century. And they are in fundamentally ironic position. Right? They are from the Philippines and for the United States, which is the colonial power occupying their country. And I think that irony persists. Right? So if you look at comparing where they ask people all around the world, do you think positively or negatively about the United States? And the highest response from the Philippines. Philippines is viewed in the United States more favorably than people from any other country. And including in America, you've got that more favorably of Americans than Americans. So, sort of unpacking that,
What was the people power revolution lessons from that? You kind of assign an important, a large value to it in terms of the money for the project.
Yeah. So in 1986, the president of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos, was overthrown by a popular revolution known as people power. In the wake of a contested and probably almost a rigged election, that confirms his rule. When that was overturned through sort of mass movements in the Philippines, which also sort of confirmed in many ways by the reluctance of the United States to intervene to prop up or ally, Ferdinand Marcos had supported American policy throughout his administration. The Reagan administration, president at the time, basically chooses not to support it. That's a personal wrenching decision for Reagan himself. But he's being shaped in many ways by the emerging voices of neoconservative political foreign policy policies, in particular Paul Wolfowitz of the State Department and others who see that movements for democracy and democratization that then kind of take fire in the sector in Latin America, Korea, Europe, all around the world, but it's the long continuous branch.
What's that wall? What do you mean by it?
So there are movements for democratization, for opening up throughout the world, starting in and obviously continued at least for the nine. I say hit the wall in China and with the protests in Tiananmen Square that are black and that are crushed, represent a real sort of turning in the history of democratic institutions on a global scale.
So there's some places where the fight for freedom will work, some places not. And that's the kind of lesson from the 20s to take forward to the 21st.
Yeah, I think the lesson is maybe one that we talked about earlier. There's this dynamic dance between leaders, whether totalitarian leaders or leaders of democratic movements, and the people who run them. And sometimes it works.
Let me ask a big ridiculous question because we talked about say presidential elections. Now this is objectively, definitively, you have to answer one person. Who's the greatest president in America?
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah.
Abraham
How is that easy? Not
Lincoln. Washington had his statesman qualities. He understood his powers as the first president.
also relinquish power.
He was willing to relinquish power. But Lincoln has the combination of personal leadership, a fundamental moral character, and just the ability to fight the game of getting the short game and the long game, to make to work with his enemies to block them when he had to. He gets the United States through the Civil War, so you gotta give him some credit for it.
And he's pretty good at making speeches.
Honestly, it helps that he's a remote speaker and able to convey those kinds of visions. But he is first and foremost a politician, and probably the best one they have.
Both of getting elected and they
In some ways, better at doing than to get involved. But that the election of 1860 it's just a hot mess. That could have worked out many different ways. And even the election of 1864, when we have a presidential election in the middle of a civil war, it was not a foregone conclusion that Lincoln would be elected. So both times he sort of, he's not a master campaigner by any means, but he was a master politician as a governor.
Do we have leaders like that? Is it, so one perspective is like leaders ain't what they used to be. And another perspective is what we always romanticize stuff that happened in the past. We forget the flaws, not the great moments.
Yeah, both of those things are true, right? On the one hand, we don't we are not surrounded by people of Lincoln's caliber right now.
That feels like the case.
And I think we can say that with some. But I always like to point to President Harry Truman, who left office with some truly abysmal presidential rating, was dismissed throughout his presidency as unqualified, not knowing what he was doing, etc. Then turns out with hindsight, that he was better at the job than anyone understood. Better at getting elected, right? You remember that sign to that he should be. Right? Better holding power and better sort of kind of building the kind of institutions that long after he was gone demonstrated that he won the long game.
And some of that victors do write the story, and that's what's helped very much. How history remembers along those lines. Not obvious. And how history remembers that too is not obvious. Because it depends on how we go with the geopolitics, how the nations, how the history of these nations unravel, unfold. So it's very interesting to think about. And the same is true for Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Obama, George Bush, Bill Clinton, so on. I think it's probably an unanswerable question of which of the presidents would be remembered as a great president in this time. You can make all kinds of cases for all kinds of people, and they do, but it's unclear. It's fascinating to think about. When we look at how they take over, which of the humans they will appreciate the most. Let me ask for advice. Do you have advice for young folks as they, because you mentioned, the folks you're teaching, they don't know what it's like to have waited on the internet for the thing to load up. Every single web page is suffering. They don't know what it's like to not have the internet. You never dial for it. And then the joy of getting angry at something and hanging up. They don't know that. So for those young folks that look at the contentious election, they look at our contentious world, our divided world, what advice would you give them of how to have a career they can be proud of, let's say they're in college or high school, and how to have a life that can be proud of?
Oh man, that's a big question. I've never given a graduation speech.
This is like more like raw material.
Yeah. If I did, I think I would advise students that history teaches that you should be more optimistic than your current surroundings suggest, right? And I think it would be very easy as a young person today to think there's nothing I can do about this politics. There's nothing I can say to this person on the other side of the aisle. There's nothing I can do about the planet, etc. And just sort of give up. And I think history teaches that we don't know who the winners and losers are in the long run, but we know that the people who give up are always there.
But don't give in to cynicism or apathy.
Yeah.
Optimism paves the way.
Because human beings are deeply resilient and creative, even under far more difficult circumstances than we face right now.
Well, let me ask a question that you wouldn't even dare cover in your graduation commencement speech. What's the meaning of life? Why we're here? This whole project that it studies and analyzes as if there's a point to the whole thing. What is it? All the wars, all the presidents, all the struggles to discover what it means to be human, or reach for a higher ideal. Why? Why do you think we're here?
I think this is where there is often a handoff from the historian to the clergy. uh, but in the end, it's less. There's less distance between the two than you think, right? That if you think about some of the kind of answers to that question, what is the meaning of life, are given religious tradition, and often they have a fundamentally historical core, right? It's about unifying the past and the present in some other non-earthly sort of dimension. And so I think even for people who don't have religious belief, there's a way in which history is about the shared human condition, and historians aspire to tell all of that story. We drill down on the miseries of war and oppressions and so forth, but the story is not complete without bluebirds and butterflies and all the rest that go with it.
So, both the humbling and inspiring aspect that you get by looking back at human history that we're in this together. Christopher, this is a huge honor. This is an amazing conversation. Thank you for taking us back to a war that not often discussed, but in many ways defined the 20th century and the century we're in today. Just the First World War. The war that is supposed to end all wars, things that define future wars and defines our struggle to try to avoid World War III. So it's a huge honor to talk to you today. This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Christopher Rabbi. To support the podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Woodrow Wilson in 1917 about World War I that haunted the rest of the 20th century. This is a war to end. George Santayana, a Spanish-American philosopher, responded to this quote in 1922 by saying, "Only the dead have seen the end of war." Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I mean, I've definitely experienced moments where I didn't want to do anything for chess. I would say that's pretty universal. I think if you want to be the best at anything you do right sport, you have to be that level of obsessed.
Following the conversation with Alexandra and Andrew podcast. They're sisters, professional chess players, commentators, educators, entertainers, and streamers. Their channel is called Both As Live on Twitch and YouTube. I highly recommend you check it out. Small side note about the currently ongoing controversy in the chess world, where the 19-year-old Grandmaster Hans Niemann beat Magnus Carlsen at the Skipfield Cup. After this, Magnus, first time ever, withdrew from the tournament, implying with a tweet that there may have been cheating or at least something shady going on. Folks like the Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura fanned the flames of cheating accusations, and the internet made a bunch of proposals on how the cheating could have been done. And it ranged from the ridiculous to the hilarious, often both. Hans himself came out and said that he has cheated before when he was 12, 16, on random online games to jack up his rating. But he said that he has never cheated in
person. And he writes for chess.com, who I've spoken with, may make a statement in response to Hans's claim. So, folks like Grandmaster Yakabuga spoke to his experience training Hans, said that his memory and intuition were quite brilliant. So as you see, there's a lot of perspectives on this. ChessBase is a good summary of the saga that I linked in the description. Also note that this is so quickly moving that new stuff might come out between me recording this and publishing the episode. I thought I'd mention this anyway, since the episode with the Volta sisters is a conversation about chess. It was recorded shortly before the controversy, so we didn't talk about it. I'm considering having Hans on this podcast, also Magnus back on the podcast, maybe others like Hikaru or folks from chess.com's anti-cheat staff to discuss their really interesting cheating detection algorithms. But I may also just stay out here. I find chess to be a beautiful game. The chess community full of fascinating, brilliant. So I'll keep having conversations like these about chess. Fun. My goal with this podcast and in general with human being is to increase the amount of learning. Sometimes that involves celebrating brilliance and beauty, science, and art, chess. Sometimes it involves empathetic conversations with controversial figures that seek to understand, not deride. Sometimes it involves standing against the internet lynch mob, as the ChessBase article calls it, to hear the story of a human being who's under attack, even if it means I get attacked in the process as well. This is a less frequent podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Alexandra and Andrew. He just got back from Italy. What's the most memorable thing? Let's just start with that.
It was very chaotic because we went out on a whim and we only had our first hotel booked, and then we rented a car and drove around all of the cities and went to like 5 different cities in about a week and a bit. So I think it was just the variety of seeing so many different places when we're used to being at home all the time. Andrea, is yours your luggage?
Yeah, I would say it was the most stressful vacation we've been in our life, and it was a valuable learning lesson. Now we know how to prepare for trips, but we lost our bags, and I never got them back. Like Alex said, we didn't know where we'd be sleeping every night. We were just driving through the city, a giant van in those narrow streets with, and we were getting in many fights with Italian men. So it wasn't really vacation.
I saw this motion so many times.
Wasn't it liberating to me?
Actually, it was liberating. My entire life, I've always had issues with overpacking, and I could no matter what.
Andrea, you're gonna pack light, right? Yeah, Alex, yeah, and then I see her stuff in your over.
But you did the same. We both had giant, big extra baggage that we didn't need. And I'm actually very glad we lost it because for Venice, hauling that around on those boats and through the tiny streets and the rivers. And now it's the first time where I can travel without checking in the app. So now I've been looking to pack light because I saw that I could survive off of just mine. It sounds very dramatic, but it was really a big learning lesson for me.
Driving must be great.
The driving was crazy. I did most of it, and it would be really interesting driving through places like Florence or even through the beach areas that were super windy because they're two-way streets that should really only be one-way. So you're driving this huge van, then another car comes on a cliff. You're just waiting for it to slowly pass. So it took all of my focus and concentration to drive well in Italy, but it was actually really relaxing because the hardest thing about making a lot of videos online is you're always thinking about it, what's coming next. And when we were in Italy, it was so chaotic that I did not think about work for a good week.
Because you just,
You were stressed.
There's just too many people's lives. It seemed like a priority.
and that was kind of fun.
It was kind of fun.
No planning, nothing.
I wouldn't recommend it very much to do that again. But
Sounds pretty awesome.
And we even randomly ran into 2 friends of ours who were in the same city, and we just traveled with them for about half of the trip.
So you just took on.
Exactly. It was an adventure.
And I see like you use your hands a lot. You picked up some of the Italian gestures.
We did get yelled at by a lot of Italians. Old Italian grandmas would come to us after breakfast and we would have something on the plate and she'd be like, you could feed an entire village with that. Tell your friends, and we'd feel so ashamed.
Yeah, we got cursed out a lot, but it really reminds me of where we grew up. Austria.
Which way?
We're Romanian, but it was like an immigrant neighborhood. So saying if you don't finish your plate, it's disrespectful to people who made the food.
I feel like carbs.
There, yeah, I think they were really bad.
So I'm actually not supposed to eat gluten because I have an allergy, but I was in Italy and the Lord, so I was actually eating a lot of it, and it's very interesting because I didn't get sick while I was in Italy. You know, in the US. So somehow the food was actually maybe more okay for me to digest, which I appreciated, but I didn't like it as much as I thought. Did you like the food there?
No, I did. I love carbs, but it feels like Vegas. When I go there, food is like, if I stay here too long, I'm going to do things I regret. That's what it feels like. Whereas I don't know how to moderate, and everybody is pushing very large portions of wild kind of eating things on you. Pasta, pizza, and something, bread. It's so delicious. So I love it, but I regret everything. So it's like I don't want to go to a place where I'm going to regret everything I do for too long.
Yeah, surprisingly, the people there then are still very fit and is in good shape. But that's probably because you're walking around all day, much more active.
And they also, I think I got used to the U.S. eating
The US really is
just a lot. Yep, always a lot
Yeah,
and more.
and I feel in the US, food advertisements are also much more in your face, and you're more often reminded of junk food than we were in Italy. So even though we were eating less healthy things, I think we were getting cravings that being pushed towards junk food.
All right, I got to ask you a hard question. So the Romance languages. So I think French is up there, so number one.
Number one in terms of
Is
Ranking them.
you guys speak Italian? Or?
not Italian, but we studied French and Spanish in school and Romanian.
I feel like every country calls their language a Romance language.
No, but it's Romanian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and I think there was one more that was like this dialect, but those are considered the Romance language.
Okay. So those
I think we got yelled at
I'm
so
so
much in
traumatized.
Italian that
I'm not going to see a lot of that.
So
And
was the more.
very at the bottom of the list because people did not use it nicely.
but I always really liked how French sounds. I think something about it, or maybe Spanish actually sounds nicer to the ears, but French has more character and it feels more sultry, so I like French. But then that was
I feel like French, in France, I feel like I'm most being judged. Like they're better than me. That's what French is. This is so true. Which is why, I long to belong to that. I like the British. Yeah.
Actually, one thing we did on our Italian trip is we just picked up British accents for the entire trip for fun, and we forgot we were doing them to the point where we talked to British people and they just asked us, "Why are you talking like that?"
I did feel much more elegant and
That's
mature.
true.
People I don't know if they felt the same way about us, but it was more
You do feel like you're more poised for sure.
So how'd you guys get into chess? When did you first? Let's say when did you first fall in love with chess?
So we both started playing when we were pretty young, around 6 years old. That's when our dad taught us. And I enjoyed playing chess because I had good results early on, but a lot of it was being pushed for my dad to play chess, and I only really started loving it when we moved from Canada. We started moving a lot, and chess was the one single thing that I had, and it was also where all my friends were, so it was kind of that foundational thing for me, and that's when I started studying how great chess was. I started putting in the hours out of my own will, not because I was being pushed by my dad. That's when I started really loving it. I even wanted to take time off college to just focus on chess.
So training and competing.
Training and competing, yeah. It was when I was doing it for myself that I started getting my best results.
And actually
really enjoy. Yeah. I would spend summer vacations studying for tournaments, and my mom would come and say, "You need to make friends. Go leave the house." And I'm like, "No, I need to play chess." But I remember those moments.
That you rebelled by playing chess.
Yeah, exactly.
How did you get into it?
Yeah, my experience with clothing in high school is very opposite from Alex's, but right, my sister was playing and my dad taught me that.
And Ray was so cool.
You were
I wouldn't say cool, I'd say more balanced actually. In my childhood, if I ever really did love chess, there was certainly moments about like traveling and being together with my family, spending those moments together, but those are more the social and the experiences. But funny enough, like I think my happiest moment where I really played the game for my own enjoyment was probably my most recent tournament, because this was after obviously we've been streaming and I'm no longer in high school. But when I was in school, I was always playing for college and for the results, trying to build a resume. So I was too stressed out about the pressure to really enjoy the game. Whereas when I just played my first tournament, so it was like after like a 2-year break because of the pandemic. It was also go live on Twitch, so there was some pressure, but it was the first time that like I was really eager to study for the game, sitting and focusing since we've been streaming and not getting distracted by something else in years, like I said. And the tournament experience, I hit my highest rating, and it was my best tournament ever. And I think most of that is because it came from.
so you didn't enjoy the domination. I think you like did really well. This is like a couple months ago.
Oh yeah, the tournament. Of course, the finals results came from because I would be in high school, like studied double, triple the amount of time, like 6 hours every day compared to this tournament. I didn't even prepare for it, and for 3 years, I was able to pass one reading. Whereas in this one tournament, I passed it by like 70 points without even any preparation. So it was, I think, as soon as you stop worrying about marketing, then things get much better.
What does it mean to pass?
So I was stuck at 1900.
1900 is 100%. Yeah. Usually when you reach 2000, you're considered an expert, which is the rating.
Okay. Expert, that's a technical term, or that's like
It's more of a
term?
it's more of a colloquial term where if someone is around a 2000 and you're playing them in a tournament, they won't have the actual title next to their name, but you won't say I'm playing this.
We learn like the more official things of master. Does that have to do with ratings?
Yeah, so national master in the US is what we claim.
What's international master?
International master is based off of a different system, the FIDE system, which is international. To be an international master, it's 2,400, and you have to have 3 international master cards.
Yeah, I think Martin said he's 26, I think.
That was, yeah.
And then he said that's pretty decent. Now,
Well, he always.
but see, the thing is, I think what he meant is that's a decent rating because it accurately captures his actual level. It's not overinflated or underinflated and so on. And so the discussion there was how do you get in a human being get to 2900? And he says because my current rating is pretty decent, representing my skill level is going to be on the road actually. It's like you have to beat people your same level. That's how it increases. And you beat a bunch of people in the tournament, right? That are high.
Not really. Well, I was playing Underlander's category was like 200 points above my rating, and I was very rusty.
Do you feel the pressure when you're actually recording the stream?
It was definitely so before every round I was vlogging and I was doing meet and greets and
That's how you do it. You know what the hell you're doing. It's great.
yeah.
Like, where am I? How do I do this?
Yeah, I see.
What do I do?
It was actually really awesome. The beginning was very silly because I was just not expecting that it was going to be more of a seminar. I thought it was like, oh, we pose and take pictures. But actually, really nice to answer questions, but unfortunately,
After you the good long form conversation. Why was that question too?
exactly. You have to have a fast pace for YouTube.
Well, not everything like you need to, right? There's like two parallel things, stuff that's fun for YouTube.
One day.
Yeah, where you guys like when you become like ultra things, you're currently just regular things.
Then we appreciate Q&A.
And now the YouTube aspect, the creation aspect, does that add to the fun ultimately of chess? I'd like to learn chess. No, low chess in general. I think you said that. I competed for that tournament.
Yeah, but actually, I would say that it's good, right? But yeah, this is where I differ to Alex because when I was competitive when I was younger, I don't think I loved chess as much as when I started doing it for content because I'm like, here's a lot of good friends, social circle with other chess players. I never really traveled and built really solid friendships through chess until I started streaming and meeting other chess streamers and actually playing and talking to people for fun rather than just always being alone in the game and never really meeting other people my age or people similar interests. So I would say Twitch was the thing that really changed how I approach the game.
I think with some YouTubers, there's a pressure to be under somebody else. You create a persona, and you're stuck in that persona. I think I'm too much of a boomer to know what Twitch is anyway. But it feels like when you're actually live streaming, you can't help but be who they are.
I think I think when you're live streaming, and I've talked to a lot of other streamers about this, you kind of just over exaggerate one side of your personality. And of course, it's kind of like being on all the time. Like you're trying to be more entertaining, and sometimes you're being sillier at moments, or more. You take what character traits that people know you for. For me, you're always being like ADHD, or the younger sibling who's very energetic and causes trouble, even though I'm sure you cause trouble just for the camera.
Yeah, right.
I think, and of course, when you're live streaming for like 4 or 5 hours, there's gonna be moments in the stream where it's more chill. But especially when you're like editing that content, or you're doing bigger streams that are shorter, you are kind of playing up the side of yourself. Because of course, there's a lot of parts in me that I don't show to the camera because I'm not as interested to watch, like the more serious one.
And also, there's things that you are really interested in about what you do. Like, I love competitive chess where I can sit and really think about it, but I know that that is not going to be as entertaining for stream. I know that's not going to be as entertaining for YouTube. So you kind of have to take what you like, but then really adapt it for whatever the format is. And sometimes that feels inauthentic, but other times it just feels like repackaging what you love for people in a more general audience.
You feel like it's
Oh, I think social media. Go ahead.
social media in general is a trap of that kind of.
Well, so we've been trying to switch to learn how to make YouTube videos recently, and so much of learning at YouTube school is kind of the beastification of content where you try to get to the point of the video within like the first 10 seconds to not lose people.
Okay, you mean like Mr. Beast?
Yeah, where it's so fast paced, there's a reason to wait, there's high stakes, and everything is created to keep people watching the video and keep people on the platform. And in some ways, it is a trap because it's harder to do the kind of content you like because you really have to squeeze it to be like, okay, well, do we have a good thumbnail for this? Do we have a good title for this? And that's something that we're trying to figure out how to keep through.
Yes, the way I think about it is, there's a lot of stuff you can create through, the mystification process. But also think about what are the videos, conversations, things I'll create in this life that would be the best thing to do. And I try not to do things in my life that will prevent me from getting there. I feel like if you're always focusing on doing kind of optimizing stuff in 10 seconds and so on, never do the thing that's truly your number for. So finding that balance is tricky.
I get that, but at the same time, this might be my own copium, which I know is a word you know now.
Yeah, I'm slowly learning to build complexity of the term. Yes.
But the other way I think about it is the skill to learn how to communicate with large audiences. And first I started streaming chess, which is something I just did and really loved. But now I have to learn how to translate that format. And if that's a skill set we could build, then we could use it to do really important things. And I've seen a lot of YouTubers who have done interviews about how, they didn't love the kind of content they did at first, but what they're doing right now is really meaningful. So I like to think of it maybe like skill development. It's not everybody gets off podcasts where they can talk to super interesting people right off the top.
Yeah, it could be slow and boring in a podcast. You have to worry about the first 10 seconds. I mean, people keep pushing me for this, but the first 10 seconds of the videos I know it's much important for YouTube, but I wrote a Chrome extension that hides all people's likes. I don't look at the click.
I don't look at Twitch views that Drea does, so
I love numbers too, but that's why I don't. You'll start to think that a conversation I think you did sucks because it doesn't get views. That's just not the case. YouTube algorithm is a small stuff. Figure stuff out. If you let it control your mind, it's going to destroy your creative. You have to find a nice balance.
I have to say, I was laughing a little bit when I was listening to the Magnus episode. In the first 10 minutes, you guys are talking about soccer.
two robots being human.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, let's have some fun, a conversation about non-chess related topics. Yeah, it was kind of hilarious. I was surprised that even at his level, I wasn't sure, but I was surprised how much he loved chess. It sounds cliche to say, but like the way he looked at a chessboard, you know those memes like, oh, somebody looked at me the way he's still like the way he glanced down and he reached for pieces of excitement to show me something. There wasn't like, okay, I'll show you. It was like there was still that fire.
That's something that really struck me about something like super grandmasters. Like one of my coaches was a person who also played the same show in Norway. He also coached Magnus, who was his second, and he was helping me train for my tournament. And I was kind of putting off doing that more. He's like, you're putting it off. That means you're studying the wrong thing. Like you should be enjoying, even when you're practicing. Which, when I grew up, I thought to get to the top level, like practicing has to be hard. And but when I was listening to Magnus episode, he was like, I didn't read books very much. Or it was one thing that you said that's like very normal for studying classical chess that he didn't do just because it didn't interest him.
He says, I suck at puzzles.
Yeah, he doesn't do what he doesn't enjoy, and that's because it's like purely driven out of passion.
I think the internet was like, I suck at puzzles too.
Yeah, they like that.
I don't have to study at all. It's fun. But I think the lesson there, it's really powerful, is he spends most of the day thinking about chess because he wants to do whatever, if you want to get better in chess, do whatever it takes to actually just the number of hours to spend a day thinking about chess. If you're like super serious.
I actually get very addicted whenever I start studying chess, which is why I don't do it as seriously when I'm focused on content. Because I go through these rabbit holes where if I'm focusing on chess, I want to be as good as I possibly can at the game. Otherwise, it's hard for me to enjoy it because it's such a competitive thing. And I remember training for tournaments. When you're training for tournaments, you can start dreaming about chess and you can't stop thinking about it. And it's as if you're flipped into this completely different world, which is also what I like best about the game, that it's a completely different living experience.
And you take some drugs and then like things on the ceiling. Is there some factual hallucination like to the Queen's Gambit with those scenes?
I think it's
Is that based on your life there?
well, can't say that. No, just kidding. Actually, chess players are very careful to not take drugs. They drink a lot.
Yeah.
They drink so much. It's actually crazy for how good they're able to play chess when they do. But when it comes to things like psychedelics or other things, they usually stay away from those because they don't want to mess anything up with their brains.
So this is actually an intervention. I saw it mentioned somewhere, I think it was the life test where you have a drinking problem. So actually,
I think that's actually a meme that we like to joke about on stream because occasionally we have like a white talk stream or something like that, and then people meme about it. It goes back to Andrea's point of amplifying a part of your personality to make yourself a little bit more entertaining.
maybe that's this podcast is amplified become parts of that person. I'm not really like this. But have you played drunk? Like Magnus is play drunk. He says it helps with the creativity. Is that true?
Well, Andrea's understandable. She's obviously never do that. But I have played while drinking. Actually, I enjoy playing chess and drinking more than pre-gaming or going out to a club and drinking, which sounds really silly. And I'll usually play against opponents who are also having some beer. And it does make you feel like you're seeing the game from a fresher perspective, where it can sometimes make you feel more confident, like good confidence, and it does help with creativity. You just feel like you
very short time controls. One time I was challenging this grandmaster on the street and we were playing bullet chess, which is 1 minute chess. And I was giving him handicaps and I said, okay, you have to take 4 shots before the next game. And he just got like 10 times stronger and transformed into like the Hulk and destroyed me for this last game. So, but of course, we're playing like a 3-hour game, it's going to get old. But I think in short time,
Yeah, it definitely has to be blitzed. It has to be where it's more intuition rather than sitting in the numbers.
Probably negatively affecting the ability to calculate. How much when you guys play basketball, how much is intuition, how much is memorized, okay.
It really depends between short form chess, so 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, and classical chess.
Which is
I love playing Blitz now because that's most of what I do, and that's actually how I got into chess streaming because I couldn't spend entire weekends or weeks playing tournaments. So I would just, while I was in college, log on and play these long Blitz or bullet sessions. And it's very fast, so you don't have to like, calculate as deeply. You basically have to calculate short lines pretty quickly, and a lot of it is pattern recognition and intuition.
like 3 minutes or so. Except for that, it's just
A lot of it is intuition.
yeah, I saw on the streams you actually keep talking.
Yeah, that helps my results. That doesn't help my results.
It doesn't
help
hurt,
content help the game.
Yeah, exactly.
but you can still do it. It feels like how can you possibly concentrate while talking?
It's because so much of it is intuition. You're not, while you're talking, you're thinking about that topic, then you just come to the board and just understand what you should be doing here. And then sometimes you get in trouble because you're talking and you have now lost half of your time, a minute and a half, your opponent has 3, and you're kind of at a disadvantage. But that kind of goes to show that that's blitz chess usually works classical.
Which of you is better at chess? Let's do it this way. Can you, Andrea, can you say whether in which way is Alex stronger than you, which way is she weaker than you, not physically, in terms of the chess?
Well, she is higher, but when we do play, I think her strengths against me, where she really gets me, is the end game. She has stronger end game, so she can. And I actually have stronger opening. But as soon as she's in,
I'm supposed to say what is good about you, not you.
yeah, I'm getting there. Well, see, this is the thing because don't worry, it's related, okay? Because I think I can get an advantage in the beginning of the game, but as soon as she starts trading pieces down, like my confidence drops because I know that the end game is the hardest part of the game and the longest, and that's where she ends up beating me. So the end game is her, I think, really and she has
Sounds like psychological warfare is better too. Because if you're getting nervous.
that is
And it's harder to play against higher rated players, same how, Magnus and former world championship champions have that psychological edge. So I think it's always going to be different for Andrea because she knows statistically she should be winning something like 1 in 4 games, but she usually does better than that. She's very distracting when it comes to one.
that does help.
What does it feel like to play a higher rated player? What's the experience of that? Like playing something like Magnus.
So it depends on how much higher rated that you they are. If it's someone who's like between me and Andrea, like it's a 200-point difference, you know they should win, but at least you still feel like you have a chance. I was playing in Title Tuesday, which is this tournament chess.com has every Tuesday, and I got really lucky. Beat a GM, drew an international match, and then I got paired against Hikaru Nakamura, and my brain just went blank because I just know that I'm so unlikely to win that I couldn't even play the game properly when it's that much of a difference where they should be winning like 99% of the time.
But that's like psychological. So you're saying that's the biggest experience is like actually knowing the numbers and statistically thinking there's no way I can win. But I meant like, is there a suffocating feeling like positionally you feel like you're constantly under attack?
You just feel like you're slowly getting outsmarted, and the worst is when you don't even know what you're doing wrong. You come out of that and I thought I was doing great, and I got slowly squeezed. I didn't understand what was going on, and you're just kind of baffled. It's kind of like watching Alpha Zero beat up Stockfish. You don't really understand why it's making certain moves or how it's not on the plan. You just see it slowly getting the position better, and that's what it feels like.
I would add, it's kind of different from if there's somebody significantly high rated, so it's more than like 300 points, or you're playing Magnus,
what are the
Andrea is very good at opening preparation.
as you said?
As she said, she likes bringing that up. I mean, she's very meticulous about it, where she'll really go in and learn her lines. And having that initial starting confidence isn't just helpful for the opening, but it helps develop your plans for the middle game. So I think she's very good at that. I think she's actually pretty good at tactical combinations.
What is that?
Tactics is like solving puzzles. We're basically finding lines that are forced, where if you find them, you're going to win.
But that's like puzzles within it.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas strategic chess is making slow moves, and over the process of like 20 moves, you get a slightly better position based on an understanding of the overall strategy.
But in my extensive research of computer, it says your most played opening is the King's Indian defense, in which the black allows white to advance their pawns to the center of the board. The first two moves. Is there any truth to this?
So, King's
And what is it?
probably is my most played opening. And it's one where even though my coach, who's the grandmaster, taught me, he's like, so you know, I've been playing the King's Indian for 10 years, and I still don't understand it. And it's one of those openings that computers really don't like, because you do, or at least Stockfish doesn't like it. Maybe AlphaZero would change their mind. I forgot to look at it. But
Can you show me by the way it is?
Yeah.
Is it white's opening or black's?
Black responds to the D4 queen's ambush, and you take your knight off to F6. I'll put in the stereotypical thing.
We actually have a very famous Kings Indian game notes that we prepared.
Yeah, I asked, for the record, I asked you guys to put some games that you find people and maybe we can take a chance to talk best.
Yeah. So this is the King's Indian. As you can see, white has much more control over the center. White has 3 pawns in the center, while black has none of the rank. And you just have this pawn on b6. And one of the ideas in chess is if you're not taking the center, then your plan revolves around trying to continually challenge it. But what is really fun about the King's Indian is that black sometimes gets these crazy king-side attacks, while white gets queen-side attacks. And even though it's a little bit suspicious for black and the computer could usually break it, it's hard to defend as a human when you're being attacked. But if you don't pull off the attack as black, it's going to end up being lost.
It's like a very asymmetrical position.
It's very asymmetrical, although a lot of people now stop playing into the classical King's Indian, even though computers give it a big advantage, and they play these lower lines in the King's Indian, which are less fun.
That's slow. I mean, it takes a longer time to like do something extreme.
They basically don't let you get as much of a king-side attack because they try opening up the center, and then you have no weaknesses, but you're just slowly improving the position of your pieces instead of being able to.
So for people just listening, there is the white pawns are all in the fourth row, together. That feels like a bad position
For black?
for white.
Oh, you don't like taking the center?
No, like the center, it's just like talking trash around.
Oh, sorry.
I like it's just like they're like feel vulnerable. They're in a row together. Like it's like because they're like who's going to defend them? I guess the nice defender will be defended.
You're actually talking about a theme that you do see sometimes, which is called hanging pawns. When you have 2 pawns next to each other with no other pawns to defend them. So it is a valiant point, and actually as black you're trying to break apart these pawns or get them to push and create some holes into the position. But it's a trade-off, and that's a lot of what chess openings are about. You get more space, but you'll also end up having to protect your pawns potentially or move them towards the point where they're overextended.
And plus, always being vulnerable is kind of fun. It's like there's more stuff in danger. Because if it's like this, you use like trap, like you can't do anything.
Everything's blocked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
blocked off. Yeah.
But
You can't have fun.
yeah. One of the most opening principles for white is put your pawns in the center. So I'd say like this is actually preferable for white.
Let's go over some opening principles.
Because this is a very good look.
Okay, quick crash
chess because you want to do is control the center. There you go. E4, more aggressive.
Is that like the basic vanilla move? I didn't. Somebody told me that's the most popular move.
It
Is that
is.
why is that?
So it's E4 and D4, and the King's Pawn is known as being for more tactical players, whereas D4 is known for more positional players. So that's why it's considered more aggressive.
More gambit.
The tactical means I'm gonna try to attack you.
Or you're going to try to go for puzzles and rely more on your combination abilities. Whereas if it's something positional, you usually have like 3 or 4 moves that are all good in the position, whereas tactics, you need to see this one line. So it's more precise.
So this one's cool because the queen can come out, the bishop can come out.
Yeah, that's one of the most popular checkmates, and usually what you teach new students to try to cheese their friends, because then they feel really excited that they know this new trap, or you bring the bishop and the queen up and try to checkmate on it instead.
The trap that Queen's Gambit that Harmon falls for, like first game versus the janitor. She gets on that, she gets checkmated.
But that's the one to get checkmated with?
Yeah.
I love that you guys were actually paying attention to the games carefully. Which is pretty cool that they did a good job of improving, evolving our game throughout the show to actually represent an actual core chessboard.
Yeah, they really took every detail.
Okay, so what else? That's I brought stuff.
Go do the same. Okay. So then you want to develop your pieces. So in the beginning of the game, you want to take out the bishops and knights first, because you don't want to start with the most valuable piece like the queen, because then they'll become a vulnerability or get attacked very early on. And the reason you're taking out these 2 pieces first is you can have a knight move or a bishop move, and that's sort of developed.
Yeah. So at this stage, not like even before getting the 2 points.
You usually want to start with getting a pawn because you want to get space in the center, but also when you push pawns, it helps free up. So usually start with 1 pawn first, and then you can start taking out your minor pieces, which is the bishop and the knight.
I have anxiety about it just floating out there. I'm defenseless. But
Well, it's
anyway,
not attack yet. See, those are what you call ghost threats. So you're scared of something that hasn't happened yet. So if I were to attack,
I feel like there's a deeper thing going on here.
let's say,
Yeah, so you're attacking the pawn in the center here, and it is vulnerable, but as soon as you do that, I can develop my own knight and defend it.
And for people just listening, there's 2 pawns that just came out to meet each other, and then a couple of fights.
of the chest, how are you doing? Pawns attacking the knight.
Yeah. Romanticize the game. Okay, cool. So like there's you bring out the bishops and the knights, you're matching that would be a bit like a match. Like you're attacking
I don't know, now you get more.
okay.
Now I am attacking the pawn in the center, which is what you were afraid about before, but let's see how you defend it here.
By doing this symmetrical thing, bringing out the knight on the other side.
And actually, your other move was good as well, with the creating space for your bishop. So you're basically trying to develop your pieces as quickly as possible, put your pawns in the center, and then get your king to safety. And that's usually the basic opening tips that you get.
And it is kind of counterintuitive that safety is that was always confusing. Yeah.
So we typically don't push them. Maybe like one.
But another way to also think about it is your pieces usually want to point towards the center. If you have a knight closer to the center than closer to the side, it actually has more squares it can go to. So a huge part of it is just wanting to have flexibility for where your pieces go. So more pieces are going to be able to make threats in the center or even open up the position. So since that's where it's most likely to open, you want your king somewhere around the position. Will stay closed so that you have the pawns to defend.
There's like rules like this, but I was wondering because I build chess engines, but then you start to wonder like why is it that positional these things are good. Like you build up an intuition about it, but I wish, and that's the thing that would be amazing if engines could explain why is this kind of thing better than this kind of thing. You start to build up an intuition, but if I'm just like know nothing about chess, it feels confusing, like cornering, getting uh, like trapped. Like it feels like you could get checkmated easier there. If I was just using like dumb intuition, but it seems like that's not the case.
I imagine maybe Alpha Zero learned by playing games against itself, right? And I imagine if you have a lot of games that do build in intuition, because if you were to keep your king in the center, you just see that those games are dealing with threats a lot more often. But yeah, there's shortcut rules, and this doesn't even mean it's the best way to play chess, as we've seen with Alpha Zero kind of changing the rules of the game a little bit. But as a human, to learn it from scratch is a lot more difficult than to start with principles, so that's why beginners usually learn chess this way.
Yeah, but because you're playing other humans, and the other humans have also operated under different principles, and that's why people that come up now with the training with engines are just going to be much better at the people in the past because they're gonna try out weirder ideas and go against the principles of old. And then you do like weird stuff, complete sacrifices and stuff.
Yeah, and I also think that's why Alpha Zero was so shocking because Stockfish was using an opening database, so it was already based off of knowledge that humans have from playing chess for years that we just thought is how you're supposed to play. Whereas Alpha Zero just learned from playing the game so many times and came up with very novel opening ideas.
Were you impressed by Alpha Zero? Have you seen some of the games?
I have seen some of the games. I think impressed, bewildered, and motivated are the three things I see.
Madden said he was also impressed that it could easily be mistaken for creativity. That's his trash talk towards the AI.
That was beautiful.
I mean, as a human, I agree with him because you don't want to give the machine the power of creativity. But if it looks creative, give it a compliment.
That's fair. I know that it would be nice to the machine to be nice if they're ever looking back at it.
What else is there? What other opening?
You can do a little bit. Maybe be able to finish a little bit on it. Just like you said, develop pieces.
So that's like a really nice, like nobody took any pieces and was just in a nice positional thing.
Yeah. So it's not actually a very
Yes, actually, I could put it on the board, but usually after you've developed all of your pieces, you want to get your queen up a little bit to connect your rooks, and you also start thinking about certain pawn pushes and getting more space. But another good tip is just, can you improve the position of your pieces? Think about timing. So if you've already moved a piece once, and there's a piece that hasn't moved at all, then you want to focus on the piece that hasn't moved at all to be able to have it more likely to jump into the game.
Right. So don't move pieces multiple times.
Exactly.
Like try to move it to the most optimal position.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense. So what's the Indian? People kind of went over it, but why? Did you ever say why you like this? Is this weird?
I liked it because it's a very fun, aggressive defense where you're just throwing your pieces towards white, and there's so many sacrificing opportunities. And for some reason, tactical games always feel like the most beautiful, the most satisfying. And that's what I liked about the Kings it did. But I also suffered a lot from this love because I would play things that are not necessarily correct, and my attack would pan out, and I would just struggle the rest of the game having no play, just running.
If you're always Wikipedia also says that you're known for your attacking play.
It's also known for a loss of
See, Wikipedia doesn't have terms. It just says nice.
Wikipedia is a lot nicer. I actually played a lot of positional chess in Classic because I really like the slow squeeze. But when I transitioned to playing a lot of online chess, it's almost as if I was looking for more instant gratification because it feels so much better to beat someone with an attack. And even if sometimes it doesn't pan out, I was okay with it because you get so many games in. So I think my style in online chess really changed from my classic chess.
What about you, Andrea? Do you have a style? Are you attacking? Are you more like conservative, defensive?
that may not be as good, and that's kind of when I've been more aggressive. But I do enjoy tournaments for that reason, because then, like, once we're 15 moves in, like, as soon as you're out of your prep, I like sitting and thinking in more positional. Positional. Okay.
One of the games that found to be pretty cool is the Hikaru Nakamura, which is got found in 2009. And that one, I think, was the King's Indian defense. Why is that interesting to you?
I also played the Kings of Indian as black, and I love this model game, but I'm not necessarily advantages of the Kings Indian. But now there's this one line that, like, every higher rated player just destroys my Kings Indian, and you see these beautiful games and like, oh yes, I want to play for these ideas, but now no one plays into it anymore. We just get demolished, so it's right on the Kings Indian. But not too fun.
It's a love-hate relationship,
It's truly the reality.
But that's like the higher level player.
Yeah, if you're studying openings and you know this line as white, you just automatically get the upper edge.
and that's kind of how openings develop. You start having players trying new lines, and then you see ones, and then everybody adopts it if they think it's the best one. But yeah, so Hikaru is really known for his aggressive style of play.
Hikaru black.
Yeah, Hikaru is black here, so he's playing the King's Indian, and as you can see in this position, white already has a huge center advantage. But what Hikaru is going to start doing, even with the next move, is bringing all of his pieces towards the white king side, because his plan is to start pushing his pawns towards the white king and ignore the attacks.
This is a great example of a green attack. The Kings Indian.
So there's a complete asymmetry towards the king side and left side of the board. On the pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, he moved it up 3 times in a row.
Yeah, and that's what you need to do. You have to move the knight in order to make space for your pawn. So again, this is why it's so counterintuitive, and Stockfish doesn't like it. You're putting almost most of your pieces on the back rank, and you're pushing your kingside pawns, and you're blocking your own dark square bishop. So none of it makes sense.
Mimicking it. That's awesome.
Okay, so yeah, here you see white going for queenside attack, black going for the kingside attack, and you can keep going a little bit. I'll wait to where he starts with the pretty sacrifices.
It's more fun to analyze games in person.
Yeah.
Okay, so here Hikaru is preparing the attack, and what I really like about this game is that he finds these tactics that are not necessarily what a computer would go for, but it's very hard to face as a human, and that's why a lot of people play the King's Indian, because in practice it's hard to defend it. So we can keep moving a little bit forward. Okay. Yeah, so we just continue the kingside plan.
Now it's the first. Is that like the first piece of the that's taken?
Yep, that's the first trade. So exactly, Hikaru had to pause the attack for a little bit, make sure that white didn't have too dire threats on the king side.
So cool to see the asymmetry of this thing.
Exactly, that's what's beautiful about it.
And there's one thing that I like, because his rook move here is very bizarre. Like, a computer probably didn't like this, but the ideas are very interesting, because this is a major weakness for black that they're coming to attack. And he's also making room for his bishop to come backwards and challenge. So this is like a human-like move.
I think computers would like this though, because you have to move it regardless, because he takes the pawn here and his rook would be under attack.
Yeah, well, I actually studied this as a line, and this right away isn't the best move for a computer.
So actually, that's a good question. So do you guys when you study game things right now, but you don't use computers to build up your intuition? Or like looking at a position like this, and what would a computer do? And then try to understand why he wants to do that.
When I was studying seriously, I would try to use my own mind, because you're never going to get the exact same position, so you really need to notice trends, and often computers will give you moves that are only specific to that position because of a certain tactic. But I do use computers to check what I did and make sure I didn't make any obvious ones.
What does a computer tell you? Just like what is the best move? Or does it give you any kind of explanation of why?
It doesn't tell you why, but it gives you the different valuations of the position. Like black is down a half pawn here, something like that. But it hints you towards what the right move is, and then it's on you to figure out why. And you can usually figure out why, if not right away, then just by going through a few moves and be like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
I feel like the computer will take you down to weird lines potential. Like sacrifice, like why the hell sacrifices?
Well, we'll get to the pretty sacrifice soon. So we can just keep going.
Odds are being pushed.
Yeah. And Picard is kind of ignoring the queenside attack here. They basically both only reply to each other's plan when they have to.
This is where you convert all the podcast viewers to YouTube.
Yeah.
We're talking about like
There is this experience of just like listening. Just imagine that you,
pieces on the ceiling.
yeah, we should be calling them out. Then people be thinking, am I supposed to keep track of the position? How hard is blindfold chess? Have you tried? Like, are you able to keep it?
I've played blindfold chess before. For me, it's pretty hard. It's not a muscle that I've trained as much, and I'm very visual when it comes to chess. But it is one as a top player that starts becoming very second nature for you.
Actually, this is what talk to Max about this. Maybe I was again influenced by Chris Gavin. What do you actually visualize in the next week? If Magnuson was a boring two people, do you have some kind of
player now.
you don't have because you know some chess computer games, you can do all kinds of skins and fancy stuff. You don't have
Sadly, I don't have the cool 3D warrior mode on. It's just all these
Because you don't, you can't use your brain power for adding colors to it. Because you have to keep track.
It's one board at a time.
Yeah, then every choice. I wonder if
There's certain players who are really good and they can even play blindfold chess and play multiple games at the same time. So I would be curious how they do it, but usually when you're thinking of one game, that's the only one in your mind.
Yeah, but you have to do this operation where you can move one piece. You're doing the branch analysis. And so you still have to somehow visualize the branching process and not forget stuff. Maybe that's constant memory recall or something. You're always looking at one board at a time, but
And you're also, because you're also looking in the future. Yeah.
you have to backtrack.
I guess you're keeping the position in your memory, so you remember where all the pieces are, and then you're playing it out on the board, and then you can come back to the initial one that you started with that you kind of just keep in your brain, and it's also easier to come back to it once you play the position.
I feel like it's that memory recall that gets you to blunder. So I'll see that I'm being attacked by certain things, but then because I get so exhausted thinking about a different thing, I actually forget about how it branches things else.
Well, it happens very often. Yeah, if you spend a bunch of time calculating your position, say, when you're really in trouble and you're spending 15, 20 minutes calculating, you'll forget about something that you spotted, if I do these 2-3 moves, I'll walk into a trap because you looked at some lines and you play it, and then you see it, and you're like, I looked at it, and I saw it, but I forgot about it.
It's often called tunneling, where you're just looking so deeply on one thing you forget about the rest of the board.
It's the worst when, at least at the beginner level, there's a bishop just sitting there, obviously attacking you with queen or something, and then you just forget that bishop exists.
Yep.
Because if they just sit there for a few moves and don't move, you just forget their existence, and then you just
Well, it happens to everyone. So.
Yes. Okay, cool.
So we see a few trades happening on the queen side, where you have to go for those, otherwise he's in trouble. And this is where it gets exciting. So knight h4 is really when the sacrifice starts, and here the two important pawns are the ones in front of the king because they're helping the entire defense, and Hikaru is actually preparing to sacrifice his knight for just so that he can continue his attack and open up the position. Because if you don't do that here as black and don't get some kind of attack, you are completely lost on the queen side. And also, you've pushed all of your own king side pawns, so you're going to be in danger. So it's one of those do or die moments.
Oh, okay. So that's what makes it wide open.
Yeah. The king is wide open, and all of white's pieces are pointed towards the queen side too, where you're also cramped.
So is the attack primarily by black done by the two pawns?
And the light square bishop is always extremely important. So you don't want to trade this in the king's Indian because it's very helpful for a lot of attacks.
Even though it's on the other side of the board, I
Yeah.
guess it can go all the way across. And I'm not sure what it's doing here, but probably
Like for example, if it was another move Black could have played would be something like Bishop H3, where if you take the bishop, you actually get money.
with what?
Play here, and it'd be checkmate. So you're kind of using your bishop as sun. Side pawns.
Yeah, I'll be freaking out if the bishop did that.
Exactly.
What are they up to?
Right, and that's the thing. This position looks very scary as white because all of Black's pawns are starting to come towards you, and it's one of those things where humans do start to worry in these positions, whereas computers obviously can just calculate the best line, and maybe the attack doesn't go through.
So you're saying the computer might say that the white is actually a slight favorite here.
Yeah.
It's possible. Okay. But then white makes a little bit of room by moving the white.
Right.
The attack begins.
I like the come through.
Then the knight is holding the king.
And actually, white can't even take the king here because then H4 and H3 is coming in. But anyway, yeah, I was going to say king, yes, they're coming in.
White can't take the knight because what?
So if white takes the knight here, then black starts pushing his pawn to H4 with H3 incoming, and the idea of trying to defend against this is, it looks very difficult.
It'd be cool to watch a chess game, to experience watching it without understanding it this very day. So like could use that
I mean, that's what Game of Thrones does. He's so weird.
Unfortunately for chess players it never loses yeah. So it doesn't matter how
It's ruined because black's queen is up there attack, but the king is so cramped that he can't actually take it.
Yeah, those pawns are doing a lot of work here.
they got us the King's Indian.
This is the King's Indian player.
The attack of the King's side pawns.
Yeah, these pawns are like, right, so they're the ones that are doing a lot of like,
Right, and they're also opening up the position to bring more other pieces in. But the pawns kind of help break open the king side, but they can't checkmate by themselves. So after the pawns come in, that's when you start bringing pieces as well, which you will see.
there you go, he puts,
Another beautiful sacrifice in the game.
but then puts the king in check with a pawn.
Right, and the pawn is going to be given here for free, but the idea is you're giving it because you want to have more space and open up the king, which is what you're always trying to do when you have the king side. You're trying to remove as many of the king's defenders as you can without giving up too much.
Okay, and then you have a ton of pieces on the king side for black, just waiting.
And notice how every single move white is getting attacked. Like they're just never getting a break. Black just keeps throwing all their
So it's funny that black's queen has been hanging for like 3 moves now, and white still can't do anything for it.
And what puts the king in check?
And then again, we leave the queen hanging, and you develop a piece. This leg square bishop at 7 4 and once again threatening checkmate on G2.
Bishop.
Again, the queen hanging.
I mean, the game is just so beautiful. The amount of calculation Hikaru put into this position.
It feels like so much is in danger.
Right.
So much. And knight takes white. No pawns.
And his queen is attacked twice. And he doesn't care. He takes the bishop and he's still threatening G2.
And then the queen takes the bishop.
And black. Back here.
So here, black's already is winning.
Well, he ends up winning a knight here because black had to be so much on the defensive.
He's just taking pieces.
Yeah, I mean at this point you're up 2 whole pieces, so
Yeah, exactly. But
Yeah, queen.
queen. And there's not as much of an attack on the king anymore, but Hikaru is a knight, which is GP.
Yeah, what's the correct way of saying that? 'Cause I played Genesis Sabres. I played him in chess, and then I quickly realized, like from his facial expressions, that I should have like stopped. Like it
Oh,
was like it's already set.
Yeah.
And then he's like this is the good time to like give up.
Right.
You're not gonna get to check anymore. Like this, he could see like checkmate is like 5-7 moves away or something. What's the play?
Usually you have to resign if you're in a position, or you should, through chess etiquette, resign when you're in a position where your opponent is definitely going to win out of respect. Like if you're a piece down, and obviously all top grandmasts will do that. The only people who don't do that is kids, because their coaches always tell them never resign, and they'll be in hopelessly lost position playing against like 2 rooks, a king, and they only have their sole king, but they're still playing on. So that's a position where it's obvious they can't win.
Because the kids might make errors.
Yeah.
So it might as well. That was the interesting thing about I think Game 6 of the previous World Championship of Madness.
Is it the one who beat?
Yeah, the first time he beat him, where it was like he said that I don't know how often he across this kind of situation. He said the engines predict a draw.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it's going to be a draw. So you play on hoping that you take the person into, I mean, this is, I guess, an end game thing. You take them to deep water and then make a positional mistake or something. I don't know when, like, he, from his gut, knows that this is supposed to be a draw, but he still plays on.
Yeah, I mean, that is one where it could theoretically be a draw, but it could be very hard to defend because it's a hard technique to know as a human. And especially in that game, I know that Nepo was also in time pressure, which makes it even harder. So in situations like that, you should always continue. It's more where an engine would give you something like plus 10 or something where it's not just clearly a win, but anybody would know how to win.
So what do you find beautiful about this game? Is it the attacking chess and just the asymmetry of it?
The asymmetry, and it's the fact that this is the dream for the King's Indian. We're able to get a beautiful attack, and there's also those 2 really nice sacrifices where Black just continuously kept putting pressure on White's king to the point where he was able to win material. The best part of it is that if the attack didn't work out, Black would have been completely lost.
How often does that happen? Like, as an attacking player, how often do you put yourself in a position like, I'm screwed unless this works out?
On my chess more than I should, and it's usually when I sacrifice, I know it's either going to work or I'm lost. And those are the most fun positions to play.
But in tournaments, if you're doing a sacrifice, you're playing it with 100% confidence because you're taking the time to calculate it. But yeah, when you have 3 minutes, you don't have time, so you take the win and you follow your intuition.
Or
you find out.
Or you're very confident it'll work and you haven't calculated all the way to the end, but you've calculated to the point where you have enough in exchange for the stuff you think you could play that position.
How do you train chess? It's do you practice? Did you do it for practice? You're in this tough position because you're also a creator, an educator, an entertainer. So do you try to put in time of like daily practice?
I don't train the chess anymore when I'm focusing on creating. I do if I'm preparing for a tournament, but back in the day, I would train very seriously for tournaments. And the way it would work is I do opening preparation for a specific tournament because that's when you really need to have those lines memorized, and you could also prepare for specific opponents. And I would do tactics to make sure I stay sharp. So those are the 2 things I would do every single day for a tournament, and then mix up the rest. Maybe some end games, maybe some positions.
So what does tactics preparation look like? Do you do like a puzzle, like a random puzzle thing?
Yeah, I would just train puzzles for at least like 30 to 60 minutes or books. And sometimes you work, and there's different kinds of puzzles. One you can train for pattern recognition where you're supposed to go through them very quickly. And that's just so that when you're playing the game, if your mind is tired, it's still keeping track of things a little bit more easily. And then there's where you're practicing your combination, and those sometimes take like 20 minutes to find because you have to just calculate a lot. And it's more like making sure that you train that muscle. But Andrea's actually very good at finding ways to balance and still study while also doing it.
Yeah, so what do both?
That's the hard thing. I was getting very irritated with content because I'm very competitive and I don't like playing chess I'm losing, and if you're talking and entertaining, you're going to be losing more than winning. So then I started doing more training streams where I'd bring on my coach. And one of the things that I wanted to add to Alex's training repertoire, so I would do daily puzzles every time I'm streaming, which helped me a lot, even if it's like there's this thing on chess.com called Puzzle Rush, where you have 3 minutes and you just do puzzle after puzzle where they get incrementally harder. And it's just a really good way to build your pattern recognition, especially when you're rusty. So I would do that until I hit a high score, and I wouldn't play any blitz until I hit the score that I want. But that's kind of more like the fun part of chess studying. The very important one is actually analyzing your losses in your tournament games. And first you sit and you look through your mistake yourself and try to see if you can find the better moves. And then that's when you check over with the computer to see if you're right. So game analysis is also very important, which I try to do.
I remember to give a shout out. I listened to a couple of episodes of the Perpetual Chess podcast, which is pretty good. But whatever I listen to, I think they really focus on like teaching people, how to play, how to train, all that kind of stuff. They do looking at adult improvement. So basically, like how to break a new skip better at chess. One of the person that said, I think it's Grandmaster, he said to maximize the amount of time you spend every day of like basically zero sum like suffering. So like it's not about you should be thinking, you should be doing calculating. It's the opposite of what Maggie said. Like you should be doing a lot of time. It doesn't matter what puzzle it is or whatever you're doing. You should be like doing that difficult calculate.
It really depends what you're training. Because I used to think the same, but it depends what you're weaker at. Because if you're doing the really difficult puzzles, you're training for like visualization and calculating more moves ahead than you typically would, which maybe you wouldn't get into that as often in a regular game because typically you run into like 3 to 4 tactics, which are actually the easier and more fun ones to solve. So it really depends.
And on top of that, as a hobbyist, your motivation is very different than when you're playing from a young age and have pretty high competitive ambition. And a lot of people who are new to chess, you could basically work on anything and still improve. So if you're focusing on something you like, you're probably going to stick to it more and be more consistent, which I think is more helpful long term.
What was the most embarrassing loss of your career?
I had so many flashbacks, but I'm so glad it's a question for Andrea.
I wish it was specified. You know, it's funny because
I mean, because you said you're so competitive. Like,
yeah,
I could tell just even from the way you said it, that, like you hate losing.
I mean that was the reason I hated chess in high school because it'd always be like, but okay, there's many traumatizing losses where it's like you're top 3, you're running for first, and your game you shouldn't. And this shouldn't hurt my ego as much as it does. But it's always kids, or when I was a high school girl, it's the younger boys who are really cocky. And when they win, they start rubbing it in your face and you're yawning and looking around and like 90% of the game you were destroying them. You had this one tiny mistake and now their ego's huge. But I'll never forget, I was playing like for a chess scholarship. And it was tiebreaker for first, and I think I lost to a 12-year-old girl who couldn't even use the scholarship, but she beat me and won first place, and she got some other prize. So yeah, I was losing to that little girl who's literally like 2,300 now. So.
What do you think? What do you think Gaspar was feeling that he was playing 13-year-old Magnus? Like,
yeah,
why?
As much as it's a beauty of the sport that any age can be brilliant, any demographic, anything. I feel like when you're adults and you're paired against the kid, it's just hard not to let it get to you. And it depends. Maybe you play a really sweet kid, but most times I play kids who are just really arrogant, and I don't think they do it intentionally.
I mean, there is a certain etiquette thing where you could like say yawning in general. Like it's not.
For kids, there's no etiquette.
Yeah, the kids traumatized me too. I was playing in Vegas, and it was not even my opponent. It was the board next to me, and the kid was at least 10 years old, maybe 12 max, and he was playing against an adult, and he takes out his hand, and he starts doing a fake phone, which the kid sitting across diagonally picks up their banana and starts talking
trash talk.
No, yes, they're just bored kids. Yes, exactly.
Well, what was because you play a bunch of people for your channel. What was the most like memorable? What's the most fun? Most intense? There's a bunch of fun ones. You play kids before, some trash talk kids.
That sounds great. They trash talk kids.
Yeah.
Nothing like losing to a 12-year-old who then starts doing a Fortnite dance.
Yeah. So that actually happened.
That did happen. He is very young now, so he became that sort of like 9 years old or something. And he's very good at chess and doing a lot of training, but he's also incredibly good at trash talking. And he beat me one game, and he stood up and he started doing the Fortnite dance. So you gotta just swallow your pride.
What is that culture of like street chess players? It seems pretty interesting. Like I don't know, that seems to be something we do again. It's the trash talk and also having fun with it, but also taking it seriously. And you've done a few of those. Go to Union.
Yeah, and Union.
What was that like?
It's such a unique place. I haven't seen it anywhere else in the U.S. where people are just professional chess hustlers, even if they're not necessarily, a top player. They play chess every single day, and so many of them learn chess by themselves and never had a professional coach, so they are quite good at it. They're also very tight knit. They all know each other, and it's a very social thing where you're not just playing chess; it's the experience of getting to know this person who's very much a personality, and they talk to you. They can either give you tips, or they could be really chatty and talk to you during. So it's a chess experience rather than just playing a game.
Do you tell them like what your rating is, or do you just both ways? Do you discover how good they actually are?
Initially, I loved going and not telling people my rating and just surprising them and winning games. But now we've gone so many times that they just know us, so we can't get away with it.
One time, actually, I don't know if you should hear this, but one time we dressed up as grandmothers and we had prosthetics on our face, and I don't recognize us.
Yeah, it's probably there's other components like probably the trash talk.
It was actually, it was funny. We were talking like grandmothers. There's this way I
Grandmother.
you know what?
That's
No,
my
you know,
idea.
we're not thinking. We're not funny. We're not thinking.
Okay, what were your names?
Oh my god. I think it was Edna, and I had a feeling.
But it was embarrassing because we were walking so slowly and Andrea dropped her cameras so we didn't look like the people in the park. They were to help her. I felt so embarrassed.
But yeah, it's funny because they didn't know it was us until they saw the way I reached for my pawn. They said the way you held your pawn, I knew it was you. It was like such a niche thing. That was completely grand.
Yeah, do you have a style of how you play physically? That
Yeah, I've never thought about that. Yeah, I think our style is just like its style is very different. If you're talking about style on YouTube and Twitch, definitely have a distinctive style.
What's that? What's your distinction? Just talking shit.
But not going too far.
No, definitely. That's definitely. But if it's us two against each other,
But we trash talk each other so, and I love looking at Andrea and
like,
watching her nose scrunched up that she's annoyed at the satisfaction.
How many times do you play against each other online publicly? I think I've seen a couple of
We've
games.
played a lot of times. We try not to do it too often because it's repetitive, but every now and then when we haven't done it for a while, we'll go at it.
Is that implied trash talk right there?
No, it just we play similar openings and just start seeing the same position too often.
each other every time.
Andrea's really good at openings, so I just start playing bad openings to get her out of her frustration because I don't like opening theory very much. I just like playing the game and getting into the games and end games. But
Yeah, typically the only time we're playing each other is when we're setting up in the park and we don't have opinions yet, and we need content, so we just play each other until people show up.
but we always put stakes on the line, which
Make it more exciting. Because otherwise it would be fun to play.
Where's the most fun place you play? Is in New York?
I think so. And it was actually when we set up in Times Square one night, we just brought a table with us and chess. And it's not even where people usually play chess, but it was so lively. There were all of the lights out, and so many people just kept stopping by to play chess. And it was really one of my favorite school.
Just the opposite of like the classical chess where it's super loud. There's music, there's cars, there's street dancers, even some people walking around who you have to careful not to get bit.
Yeah.
But I honestly really like the chaotic environments for chess games. I think it's a good way to break more into the mainstream culture and make it entertaining and appealing to anyone who doesn't know anything about chess.
And also in an authentic way because it's what we really like about chess when you're just enjoying the game, but also the atmosphere and the people who you're playing with. And that's one of the things that I think you see less when you're just thinking of chess as a competitive thing.
You mentioned a few other games, like the Bobby Fischer games, the Canada's Match, the Game of the Century. Which I feel like is a weird game to call the Game of the Century when there's still like a few decades left in the century, but yeah.
I mean, it wasn't an official thing. It was just a chess journalist.
But it's not picking up.
Yeah, no, it
Again,
did
Wikipedia.
stick.
This is
It
all I
did
do.
stick.
Because that particular one was a 13-year-old Fisher, and he did a queen sacrifice. I wonder is there's that movie Searching for Bobby Fischer. Is that related? Because didn't they have a young somebody who's supposed to be kind of Bobby Fischer played by Josh Wixter?
Yeah, I think he ended up being an international master. It wasn't based on Bobby Fischer, it was based on another player, but I like how you told it through the lens of being inspired by Bobby.
Do you remember that game? Like, why do you think it was dubbed the Game of the Century? Was it just journalists being like?
I think part of it was the atmosphere. You have the U.S. junior champion, who's this 13-year-old nobody, and it's the first time he's playing in a very competitive landscape against some of the top American players. And he goes up against an international master, so somebody who's a lot stronger than he is, who's played in, Olympiads for the American team. He's having a bad tournament, but then he has this one game where he just his tactical prowess, plays incredibly well. And I don't know if this is true, but in the paper clippings of it, they'd say things like grandmasters were by the board, and they would say things like, "Oh, Bobby is lost in this position. What is he doing?" There's this 13-year-old kid who's just playing incredibly well. And then that also happened before Bobby's started really rapidly improving at chess. Not that people do that, but he kind of seemed like a rising star. So I think the game was beautiful, but I also think the idea of a 13-year-old kid coming out from nowhere and beating a top American player was very fascinating.
And it was aggressive chess and interesting ideas. Taking big risks. It's cool to see a 13-year-old do that.
Yeah.
What about you mentioned that his match against Mark and Monarch in the Sunday Night Candidates match was interesting. So why is it interesting to you? On Move 45, I'm looking through notes.
This is what the bishop is doing. You're talking about. I would say a lot of these games on these lists, I think, are really great combinations. Not when tactics come into play, which is what we're talking about, but they're very good at exemplifying lessons. This is why you study famous games, so you can apply these lessons to your own games. I think the main takeaway from this one was they're punishing their opponent from steering away from opening principles, which is something that we learned a little earlier, where he delayed the development of his king and put his queen out a little bit too exposed. So Bobby Fischer immediately punished that, and then there was just like a beautiful combination. It was like a 12 in a row perfect moves, which was a tactic to study the game, but it only came from punishing those mistakes.
You mistake queen out.
Bringing the queen out and not casting your king right away. And these were just like opening principles that now they're written in books, but before books you would study these principles by studying games.
And also, looking at the notes, his dominance during the Canadian tournament was impressive. It's with 2 top grandmasters. And that guy's meteoric rise is incredible. It's sad that I think in his 20s, he won quick chess. One has to know where he could have gone.
Yeah, it is sad that we lost such a brilliant
Damn,
mind so early on, and
picture.
also sad I think, what ended up happening in his life. Slowly going crazy.
Is there some aspect of chess that opens the door to crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Like how challenging it is on you, the stress, the anxiety of it, the isolation. It is. It even to you guys since you both play it, it's still fun. The experience.
It was when I was competing a lot. I think the crazy part of it for me was how obsessed you can get about a board game where you're optimizing your entire life to beat another person and pushing wood pieces across the board doesn't necessarily translate to other things. The fact that so many people spend so much of their life on it, but you can also spend so much of your life because it's so deep and so interesting. Um, and I mean, I've definitely experienced moments where I didn't want to do anything but chess. And I had that before I went to college, where I just wanted to take a gap year and focus on chess because I went to high school, we moved a lot, there was always other things going on, so I felt like I could never really focus on chess. And the one time I could, by taking a gap year, I ended up not doing it because my parents really wanted me to go to university right away. But I think maybe if I had taken that gap year, I don't know how it would have gone back. So maybe it was a bad thing.
I was just say that's pretty universal. I think if you want to be the best at anything you do or any sport, you have to be that level of obsessed. So I don't know if that's chess.
Well, some things, some obsessions are more transferable to a balanced social life,
That is
like
true.
healthy development.
Yeah,
Like
chess
other
is a
things.
lot less social.
Yeah, there's something deeply isolating about this game. I mean, the great chess players I remember, it's really competitive. Like, there's something that you're almost non-stop paranoid about blundering at every level. And that develops a person who's really anxious about losing versus someone who like deeply enjoys perfection or winning someone. It's just this constant paranoia about losing. Maybe I'm not misinterpreting it, but um, that creates a huge amount of stress on both sides of the game, especially if you're a young person.
And that blundering is such a painful experience because you could be playing a game that you play for 5, 6 hours and you have one lapse in focus and you blunder and you throw the entire game away. And sometimes not just the entire game, but the entire tournament. Now you can't place or do anything anymore. So you just feel those mistakes so strong.
So it's pretty interesting.
And you guys hard on yourself, like have you been about losing like, before you became super famous, where you could be like, well, fuck this, at least I can.
So I was really hard on myself and I went to play a tournament in Canada to try to qualify for the Olympiad team. And I was like, well, I'm an adult now. I'm not going to feel emotional if I lose. And then I got there on the first day. I think I was ranked like fourth in Canada for females. And
How long ago?
this was like earlier in the year actually. And I go and I lose to somebody lower rated on the first day. And I think it was because I blundered. And I went back to my room. I was like, I'm not eating, I'm not leaving this room. I feel terrible, and I know I shouldn't, but it just cuts so deep. And then I actually ended up qualifying for the Olympiad team. I didn't want to play because I didn't have enough time to train, and the losses are so painful. I was like, it's not worth it.
Yeah. In high school and growing up, I just remember weekends, and I think being competitive in any sport again probably relates to this. Like spending weekends crying and even like outside, like punishing yourself because you're disappointed in yourself because you fight so hard and you prepare and you study. And you're like, oh, yeah. And actually, once again, on the bright side though, when you're studying so hard and after
Bitch, that's how we start this thing. This motherfucker was a bitch.
and when you win, you feel like such a huge rush of dopamine and serotonin. You're like on a high from the win. So there's also plus sides that we have to turn this around. But yeah, like Alex said, like losing after preparing for something and fighting on hours and hours is the worst feeling.
Did you ever get anything like that with martial arts?
Yeah, so wrestling. I wrestled all through high school. Definitely since an individual sport. I did a lot of individual sport, tennis, but I think even wrestling and tennis, it's more like a team. You can still like there's still camaraderie there. I feel like with chess, if you go on your own tournaments, like you really are there. But I mean, I always personally just had a like I'm very self-critical minded. It's one of the reasons I decided to play chess because I think when I was really young, I met somebody who was able to provide the chess. They were teaching me the language of drinking.
It's fucking good.
And then,
Yeah,
exactly.
Dude, these guys, God, I don't care. So fucking amaranth.
But he making jokes, talking to others, and he would move the pieces. He could yell across the room. And I remember thinking that if a person's able to do that, then that kind of world you can live in inside your mind, that becomes a chessboard. To me, that meant like the chessboard is not just out here. You could be here, and you could create these beautiful patterns in your mind. I felt like I had such a strong pull towards that, where I had to decide, either I'm going to get into this or not. You can't do half-assed. And then that's when I decided to walk away from it, because I had so much other beautiful things in my life. I love mathematics, and everything was beautiful to me. I thought chess would pull me all in. And there was nothing like it, I think, in my whole life since then. I think it's such a dangerous addiction. It's such a beautiful addiction. It's a dangerous one, depending on what your mind is like.
It reminds me of something I found where I stopped competing as much. And I look at people,
We'd rather take
imagine being so confident that you could become a grandmaster, and yet only spending the rest of your life being a grandmaster. Because it's one of those things where it does require a lot of mental power, but by doing chess, you're not going to be able to explore other subjects deeply.
Yeah.
And not in a way that is bad necessarily, more an admiration and wondering what else could have been, because I've just seen some people get to these levels of obsession where it's all they want to do, and they're grandmasters, but they're not even top players, so they're never going to make a living out of it. They'll make like maybe 30, 40K a year max. They can't even focus on their competitive chess because they have to supplement it by, teaching and doing things they don't like. And it's just because of how strong of an obsession it can be, because it truly is very intellectually rewarding. I think that's what people are addicted to in the self-improvement, but you can get that from a lot of other things as well.
I think for me, what I was inspired by, what stuck with me, is that a human being can be so good at one thing. To me, that person on the couch was so I assumed he was the best chess player. Right? That to be able to play inside your head, it just felt like a feat that's incredible. So I fell in love with the idea that I would use something like that in my life at some point. It's going to be pretty cool to be really good at anything. Like, life in some sense is a search for things that you could be that good at. I didn't even think about, like, what doesn't make that happen. When I fall in love with something and make it a life pursuit, by being damn good at it. And then being damn good at it is the source of enjoyment. Not like, not to win because you want to return it or win because you just want to be better than somebody else. No, it's for the beauty of the game itself, or the beauty of the activity itself. And then you realize that that's one of the fun things about chess. It is a game with rules. When you want to be really damn good at some aspect of your life, like that, it's harder. It's harder to really pursue.
I feel like that with computer science or AI, you did that one. Yeah.
That's one of the cool things about AI. Robotics or virtual pursuits, scientific pursuits, it's your able to do. So I'm in the early days of that. One of the reasons I came to Texas, one of the reasons I didn't want to pursue an academic career at MIT is I want to move company. And so now I'm in the early days of that AI group. So it's an open more to see if I'm actually going to be good at it. But the thing that's there, the cognizant of the life is that something really draws me to that. You have to listen to that voice. And chess and fun is like early on, I think life is more you could be world class at a thing after making a lot of mistakes and after spending the first few decades of your life doing something. Chess, like I mean, what? Is it there might be one
Well, 5 cameras.
correction, 6.
Okay.
More terrified than
Oh yeah.
trying to remember if I actually turn them off. I'm like I mentioned to you, but I just the stuff is screwed up. I get to so because that was the thing. Well, okay, you want to robots. You can't get a camera to even run. How are you going to do that?
Oh no, don't let it spiral.
It was spiraling hard. I was just laying there, just really sorry. I think that feeling, by the way, of spontaneity is really strong. I feel like a lot of promoting, as long as you can get out of it, don't let it spiral. Feeling really, really shitty about that. Like I was having an existential crisis, like how will I be able to do anything at all? Like this year, giant failure, all this kinds of negative voices. But I think I made some good decisions from that. It's been really after that.
Do you think you could have made those decisions in the last part?
Me personally,
Okay, so you really need to be angry at yourself enough.
it's not even angry, it's just upset. Also for me personally, because I don't have proclivities for depression, I have a lot more room to feel extremely shitty. So if you're somebody that gets stuck in that place, when you be depressed, you have to be really, really careful. You have to notice the triggers you don't want to get into that place. For me, just looking empirically, feeling shitty is always productive. Like it makes me long term happier. Ultimately, it makes me more grateful to be alive. It helps me grow. I kind of otherwise I feel like I'll never be happy for shitty. But that's not a thing prescribed to others. There's a famous professor at MIT. His name is Rabbi, and when he was giving advice about how to teach students, he said, the secret to my success is that I always hated for the people I did in the past. So always sort of being self-critical about everything you accomplish. Never really take a moment of gratitude. And I think for a lot of people that hear that, that's not good. You should probably take a pause and be grateful. But they really work for him. Like, it's a choice you have to make.
It reminds me of the quote, be happy but never satisfied, where you can have a positive spin and still improve yourself.
But yeah, when did you decide to take a step in the spotlight? That terrifying spotlight.
It was actually my senior year of college, and I was really busy with work and school, and chess was kind of like this lost love. And the interesting thing is that the longer I don't play chess, the more I kind of miss playing it casually and enjoy it more, because then I start looking at it with fresh eyes. But I didn't have time to play tournaments, so I started streaming online because it was more social than just playing strangers on the internet without knowing anything about who they are. And I started slowly growing a community and got into chess.com pretty quickly too. So then it was this hobby that I would do once a week, every Thursday at 8 p.m. And it was one of the things that brought me a lot of joy. Actually, speaking of depression, did struggle for it at least 10 years of my life. And it was one of those things where chess and streaming was such a distraction and it brought me such great joy that I just kept doing it because I really, really liked it. And then I was working on something that didn't pan out and decided to go and take a risk and just stream full time, which, seemed a little bit weird and random. But
Was that terrifying?
it was terrifying, but I had taken so many terrifying leaps in the past, and the last two hadn't worked out. I was like, well, I'll get it eventually. So somehow having failed before and going through failure and knowing that it'd be okay made me more likely to just try something that was a very, very weird job.
Yeah. That's one of the.
Luckily, we have another.
Yeah, I know.
It's very viral.
It's still so hot. Is there advice you can give about the dark places got in your mind, like the depression, self-control, how to get out? From ways
Whenever I go to those really dark places, the scariest thing is that it feels like I will never get rid of this feeling, and it is very overwhelming. Um, and I just have to kind of look back over time spans and remember that every single time I have gone through it and remind myself that it is just temporary. And that has been the most helpful for me because I just try to combat the scariest thing.
and then believe, have faith that it's gonna this will go away.
And take action to make sure it goes away. And I've also tried to spin it as depression is one of the hardest things I've had to deal with, but also one of the biggest motivators because if I just am left with my own brain, I get very depressed. Then I really like learning or focusing on things. So it actually pushed me to try to focus on school, try to focus on chess, focus on whatever I'm doing. And also, if I'm feeling really bad, then there's probably something a little bit off. And I use it as a signal and try to think of it as, okay, this is just a sign that there's things that could be improved.
What about you, Andre? Have you got the dark places in your mind?
Hey, my family, I see Alex going through this. My mom also has very serious depression. Luckily, I got the genes where I don't go through that serious level of depression that they do. I think mine is much more temporarily.
It's more similar to what I was doing.
Exactly. You go through periods, yes, exactly. But I know that it's not something that's clinical and that's just a genetic thing or a medical thing, as I know is more serious for my family members. And I did relate a lot with what you were saying where that really pushes you, and I felt that a lot with content where you're just kind of feeling hopeless and kind of like an existential crisis right now constantly doing, and that's what pushes me to okay, you have no choice but to try something that I'm going to be passionate about because otherwise you just have this never-ending cycle. So it's short term and then it helps me with the things that I do the most content-wise, and it also long-term help me just kind of have a more balanced life, like doing small things that make me happy on a daily basis, like working out, eating healthier, which I notice when I don't do.
What is playing chess has it made you better at that? Has it made you? A lot of people kind of romanticize the idea of chess is kind of like life, or life is kind of like chess. And becoming better and making decisions on the chessboard is going to make you better at making decisions in life. Is there some truth to that?
I don't shy away from these comparisons with chess and life. Yeah, it has both positives and negatives. So one thing it really helps develop from an early age is having an analytical mind. But then you could also get like paralysis analysis where you just thought of everything to death and you're moving too slowly because going forward there's not a great path ahead. So it's more like exercising your brain and staying sharp and then also applying them to other things. Whereas if instead of playing chess you're watching TV or something like that, you'd probably end up being more sharp.
Yeah, in high school, I always preached, chess transfers life skills that in college everything. I taught chess for juvenile department, for special education school, like psych studies, and prisons were like, oh, playing chess helps with X, and if your kids, it helps with teamwork and thinking over life choices. And now that I'm older, I don't believe in any of that. But I do think that the process of working really hard at something which takes really long to see results, you have to be really dedicated. Like I remember in high school and middle school, all my friends, they were having fun on the weekends and you have to be there studying 2 hours a test a day. You know, one day will pay off, but for like 2-3 years, nothing paid off. Kind of learning that type of patience with anything. It's like, like getting a real job. I can't say I've ever really worked a real job in my life since I went straight into streaming and I got to work for myself. But I'd say it's what people go to college for, like they learn how to live in the real world, and I'd say that's what chess taught me as a kid.
When you're streaming, when you're doing creative work. A bunch of creators talk about it's counterintuitive because it's made
Sort of, not quite. Raise them down each other.
so there's not a source of the like is there some sense where it's isolating? They have these personalities, they have to always be having fun with being wild and sad. Or is it actually the opposite? Like is it a source of comfort that no, there's so many people out there that give you their love?
It started as a source of comfort because it started with a very small community who would be, it would be around 200 to 300 viewers, and only like 30 to 40 of them would actually chat actively. So you felt like it was a community, not an audience.
So like,
Yeah, exactly. And it was people who were interested in chess, and I would really enjoy that. And then as we started growing bigger, the audience changed where they're not there for you personally. They're there while you're entertaining. And it changed for me. And I ended up being a lot more self-conscious of things online and started even thinking of myself more like a product than a human being when I'm online because I had to.
right.
Yes, exactly. Otherwise, you just start taking everything personally that people comment about you, and it's based on very small.
Those are my kind of
Exactly. And it took time to get another. Because even if you have tough skin, eventually it gets to you when you're online every single day, listening to thousands of people's feedback.
I think the hardest part of being a creator is going through burnout, which everyone is bound to happen. Which is why I think we're very lucky that we have each other because right, the numbers game and you're viral and can be at one point and then you have to fall months and just grinding every day. That's bad. That's really like the worst part of being a creator and figuring out again that how that makes me very grateful that I have a sister because I know that I'm not the only person going through it. And yeah, I know that most of my creative friends feel very lonely in that process. They don't have someone who's their family and their business partner and they're working right together. You kind of tie in your self-worth to your job and your content and maybe even more extremely than other jobs because you also are the entire company and the entire product. So when things are going well or when things are not, just be careful to not always be like, oh, I am doing well, I am better than the trends have now changed. There's outside things we're going to keep going and this is just the normal way, which is how we think about it now and also just about are we enjoying it? Is this what we want to make? But we were stuck in the can for a while when we panicked our viewership after the pandemic because people were only playing chess. And then of course that dropped by like 70% and then you see that and you're trying your best and you just kind of have to deal with it and be like, okay, I'm just going to keep persevering and maybe it'll get better.
I mean, this is a struggling source in the 21st century of like how to be an artist, how to be a creator, how to be interested in response to this album. Telling you, turning off music.
I don't look at the reviews for that reason, and I get obsessive numbers too, and I know Andrea does, but for me, what I try now is to be more focused in the moment, but Andrea doesn't have to do it even with reviews.
You have fun.
I'm too much of like a given to the temporary satisfaction. I like knowing that if something happens right now, it has reduced by a couple hundred and seeing that I'm right. Of course,
But more like the viewers for
well, and I always like you just have this intuition now. But I think also the reason that it doesn't affect me so much is when we first started our content journey, like Twitch streamers, our livelihoods were based on chip views. But now, like I've learned how to recycle that content into like YouTube and shorts and other things where I know like okay, if this stream goes badly, there's so many more things you can do that also just have a much larger output, so it doesn't get to me as much as it did.
So, one is there's a reason I stopped taking a salary when I was a teen and moved to Texas because I wanted my bank account to go to zero because I do my best in my documentation. So one of the comforts I have is I don't care if this podcast is popular or not. I want it to not be popular. So I want it to make money desperate. That's like one thing to say.
Seems like a recurring theme with how you build up your greatest work, which is honestly very simple.
Yeah. So thank you. It's like right. Thank you for finding the silver lining for not healthy mental state. But the other thing is also very conscious, just those kind of things. That I love numbers. And if I paid attention, if I tried to be somebody at their best, like Mr. Beast, who really pays attention to numbers, I would just not, I would become destroyed by it. The highs and lows of it. And I just don't think I would be creating the best one possible. But one of the big benefits of podcast is listeners. There's some intimacy with the voice. And I think that is much more stable and a deeper and more meaningful connection than YouTube. YouTube is a fickle mistress. It's a weird drug that it really wants.
Very addicting feedback loop. When you have a video that's number 1 out of 10, oh my god, adrenaline.
And then the thing I really don't like also is the world will introduce you as a person that has a video on YouTube with some X number of views. The world wants you to be addicted to these numbers.
Because they associate it with having done a good job.
Yeah.
That's what people think views are.
Right. And primarily because they don't have any other signal to the job. I think the much better signal is people that are close to you, your family, your colleagues. Like, wow, this is that. I didn't know this. It's really powerful. It's really good. Definitely, I'm terrified. I feel like, just like I said, I'd rather be a Stanley Cooper. Right? You'd rather create great art that's potentials, but the best possible thing you can create. Whatever the beauty that's asking you for creating beauty that's in you, I'd like to maximize that. I feel like for some people like Mr. Beast, I think those are perfectly aligned. Because he just loves the most epic thing possible. And not for everybody. There's a lot of people that he's not perfect. And so I'm definitely one of those. But that's also something I guess you're trying to find, trying to figure out.
I get very afraid of ever becoming someone who just makes junk food content where you can't stop while you're in the moment and it has all your attention, but when you're done, it doesn't really bring any value to your life. Just something that I think the algorithm still does really reward, and making sure that as we are learning how to create better content, it's still something.
Well, ultimately, we inspire a lot of people.
And those are the best. And I get messages from people who are like, I played here a year ago and my rating was 1400 and now I'm 1900. I'd like to challenge you again as a 14-year-old finding a former ego. Those things are always very, very fun.
And even just outside chess, it's just empowering to see we got listening to it. See that like you rather being yourself, make money for being yourself, and making money, growing this way beings, which I think is really inspiring. So in that sense, it's really good. Like the way I think about it is, there is some benefit of doing any type of stuff, so that you get to kind of like Mr. Beast does with philanthropy. Right? The bigger Mr. Beast becomes, the more effective he is at actually doing positive good. Those things are tied together. But of course, the podcast, you guys, maybe you have this kind of things, but what kind of ideas, what kind of people you've got, what kind of person, what kind of human being you might be. Because you actually are becoming a person, a set of ideas in front of the public eye, and you have to ask yourself that question really seriously. Because if you're doing stuff private, you have the complete luxury to try shit out. I think you have less of a luxury to try shit out because the internet can be viciously punishing you for trying shit out.
And do you think that's sometimes a bad thing where you have less freedom?
Yeah, you have two choices. So one, you put up a wall and say, I don't give a shit what people think. I don't like doing that because I like being fragile to the world, keeping my sort of playing my heart in my sleep. Well, the other one, yeah, you have to be, it's actually think through what you're going to say. You have to think, like, what do I believe? You have to be more serious about what you put out. It's annoying, but it's also actually, you should be deliberate with your actions. It's some of it's balance because some of my favorite people are brilliant people that allow themselves to act ridiculous. Elon Musk has become a good friend. He's the silliest human of all. I mean, he's incredibly brilliant, productive, and smart, so allows himself to be silly. That's also fun. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to. You can be a weird, giant, weird mess. It's a balance. I think when you start to delve into political topics that really get tense for people, but it's also wise to stay. Like I mentioned to you offline, the debating whether you want to talk to them about karaoke on the chessboard because chess is just a game. Throughout the history of the 20th century, it was played with Russians and Americans and so on. They were war, cold or hot war. And those are interesting. Those are interesting conversations we had at the Olympics and so on. Not just a game, it's like a mini war. And so I decide whether I want to talk to him or not. Those kind of things you have to make this decision. For now, you guys are not playing chess. How long is this? No.
Now they're 2 to 3 hours. When I was first streaming, I'd stream for like 6 hours a day, at least usually. Yeah, for like 6 to 7 days a week. No, I'd be playing chess the entire time while talking. And when I started streaming, that's kind of how everybody blows up on Twitch. You're just putting in crazy hours and you're always there. It's not about making the best content. It's about letting people feel like they're hanging out with you and just being on as much as you can. But I ended up feeling very burnt out because it's hard to be your best self when you're in front of a camera for that long because you do get scared of going into places where you want to learn, but you might not be the best in. So it's harder to learn in public and do something that, like, yeah, better than 99% of our viewers at chess, so that's a lot less scary than trying to play a game that you're bad at or discuss topics that you're interested in.
Yeah, we have the beginner's mind to be done with something. Right. Which is where fun is, and we get to learn together with people, fun people. How about you?
Yeah, I think like Alex said at the beginning, when you're grinding a lot, you don't even have time for much of a private life because you're streaming every hour of your life. People want to like the appeal of streamers of like being parasocial. You feel like they're your friend and they like it because they want to share everything about your life. Really, the main challenge for me at first when trying to prioritize quantity over quality was not doing anymore was realizing that I can't turn everything I'm interested in and every passion into content. Before I'm like, well, I must stream more, but I like music and I like playing piano and I like reading into these topics and I like fitness. And then I try to live stream all of it. And at some point, it's like just enjoy your time off for those hobbies and prioritize what you're good at because that's just going to be better for the channel overall. So that was a learning lesson for sure. It's nice because there are some intersections when I have tried new things that I really enjoy and it pays off, and that's more less often.
But more like you can be yourself, but only specific parts of yourself online, and the rest, sometimes it's nice to just keep private and feel that you could just give it your 100% freedom.
See, I like I try to be the exact same person on podcasts as in real life. I really don't like hiding anything.
But you're also a generalist, right? Where you have people who have topics. For us, we build our audience on very specific things. So people sometimes feel like, even at the start when we started playing less chess, like, I suck for chess. Why are you not playing chess?
Exactly. People are tuning in for an interesting conversation on a bunch of topics. So if you want to learn yourself, the better it is. But it is very hard to build your brand on one
But yeah, the way you present journals slowly expands. It's like expand to checkers. I guess that's the common word.
Maybe poker.
Poker, yeah, exactly. Poker, but also just ideas, basic ideas. And one of the cool things about chess is when you're talking over the chessboard, it's kind of podcast.
That is actually an idea we've had, playing chess while also doing a podcast and talking with people. It's kind of like an icebreaker. We're also focusing on the game at the same time. But, we are slowly evolving and we're doing more things. Like, one thing we wanted to do is spend less time in front of the computer. So now we're doing a chess travel show where we go to different countries and look at the chess culture. So it actually feels like we're doing things that we would want to do and explore anyway. And maybe it's not as much in the idea space, which both enjoy and do a lot in our free time, but in the sharing cool experiences with our audience that we actually want to do.
What do you mean for?
We're going to Romania on September 9th, and I think this is the most exciting for me because we're going back to the country where our entire family is from, where our grandmother taught our dad, who taught us how to play chess. It has a very strong chess culture, so it'll be very unique to go back and see how.
And Romania is very rare. It's just like a famous Romanian conflict or something, which is why like right now like the taste of most famous Romanian cookies stands or that or not exactly. And there's like something very special about Romanian pride. And when we meet the Romanians in the US, like it's just an amazing connection. And like I hear the way my dad talked about, like for example, Nadia was a famous Romanian gymnast. And he's like, yeah, like Romania, we sucked at everything, but when she won the Olympics, her gymnast, every kid on the street was doing gymnastics because it's very rare that they make it to that level of success. And often the person who's successful is not famous, but it is really cool to meet other Romanians to chess because it's a very special bond. You feel like it's a community and Yeah.
Let me ask your opinion since you mentioned Andrew Tate. They're both women, successful women, creators. Andrew Tate is an example of somebody that has become exceptionally successful at galvanizing public attention. But he's also from many perspectives misogynist. So let me ask a personal question. Do you think I should talk to him on this podcast? How would you feel as a fan? Somebody, I'm talking to the great Alex and Andrea Cortez in the next episode.
I think it's a double-edged sword, and most of these things are not as black and white as they seem. Because on one hand, I don't agree with his beliefs. I think he said a lot of things that are very hurtful and that influence people's opinions. At the same time, talking to someone through that and trying to get to the root of it and how much of it he used just as a social media tactic to maybe change the opinion of people who have been so influenced by him towards something that's maybe more understanding towards women and things like that could do some good, but at the same time, platforming someone like that and giving them more attention also signals to other people who have a platform that it's okay. So it's kind of weighing the pluses and minuses. It's a very tough decision because it's not pursued.
And thinking about the internet, make the wrong decision. You got to do right.
Personally, it is funny. Like I think that the way it was made was just a growth hack, and I've seen other people do it where like you just say, I don't honestly, I don't really listen to his content because it's so dumb. But I think he knows that by saying the dumbest, most controversial things, that's like a quick rise to fame. And I think at surface level, like he can really hold it up. But that's why I would always enjoy tuning into a conversation where you're really breaking down to the core of those beliefs. And I think like young kids who look up to him and when you actually hear something challenging it could actually be helpful for people. But at the same time, as a lot of guys listening to your podcast and say, wow, like they don't, if they don't hear you and they don't know why you're interviewing him, they don't listen, they'll see that and then 100% think it's for the other reason.
But I'm also afraid of a society where you can't have discourse with people you don't disagree with people you disagree with. And even though I don't like Andrew Tate, I think the fact that he got banned from all the platforms is kind of scary because it sets a precedent. And you always have to ask yourself, would this be ethical if I was on the other side? And even things with a president like Trump, even if, let's say, you're somebody who is on the left, if that would have happened to a leftist president, how would you feel? Would you think that's morally ethical? So that is something that I think is important. We try to find ways to have conversations and reach some mutual understanding and try instead of just amplifying the worst about every human being.
Well, so one of the major reasons I was struggling with this is because I really enjoy talking to brilliant women. I think it's also a lot of women reach out to me saying, it is what it is, but they're inspired when female guests on. And to me, if I talk to somebody like Andrew Tate, who have a really hard hitting, I think it could be a very good conversation that lessens the likelihood that a brilliant female watch because they'll never watch it, but they were doing the society for people which I love. Lex is the person that platforms misogyny. I did a thing where Joe Newman got in trouble over an N-word controversy earlier in the year. And Joe's a good friend of mine, and he said that I stand with Joe, he's not racist or something like that. And within certain communities, I'm now somebody who's an apologist for racism, or racist myself. That could be really quickly, not ever listening to the content without ever sort of actually, just even very simple stuff was super difficult, but when taking on the best possible interpretation of what person said, giving them the best of the doubt. So you have to play in this field where people assign labels to each other, and is difficult. But ultimately, I hope that good conversations is a way, like a greater understanding of people to grow together as a society, improve and learn lessons and mistakes of the past. But you also have to play this game where people just like putting labels on each other and cancel each other. But that guy said one thing nice about Donald Trump must be far right Nazi, or the opposite. This person said something nice about the vaccine, must be a far left apologist for whatever vouchers. For most of us that begin. It's a weird thing. But I think it's also painful because a lot of people are thinking about things like single words, half sentences that have said about either Putin or Zelensky, where they have hate towards them. So either both directions have now accumulated very passionate people that some call me a Putin apologist, some call me a Zelensky. And it hurts to, given how much I have family there, how much I've seen suffering there, carry that burden on I want to destroy this. You feel like, do you want to take on another thing like that? And you have a conversation.
Right.
Or can I just talk to us people where it's not that
we're not controversial.
or you're interested in your passage, inspiring, not all those difficult things that come with more difficult decisions.
But somebody has to be making those difficult decisions and challenging the notions that we should cancel someone just for slightly disagreeing with us. And it's very hard to take that on personally. And I think that's a huge part of it when you know it's something you're doing for the right reasons and you're getting a lot of people coming and misinterpreting it. It's very painful. But I think you have to ask yourself long term, aware if when you made that decision, you ultimately thought it would be better or worse for your listeners to know that conversation. And then if you can sleep with it at night, take the risk.
Yeah, when I talk to people that, especially like astrophysicists, and you realize how tiny we are, how incredible, like how huge the universe is. Like it doesn't matter. You can do anything. You could you could walk around naked and talk shit to people, do whatever the hell. And I came on social media, and people were just like, forget. Like it's ultimately liberating. Just try to do this not as good the best possible thing for the world you can. Take big risks.
And that's the other thing with being canceled nowadays, because everyone's attention is much more short-sighted. You can get canceled and then it'll blow over in 3 days. And you actually see things like this on Twitch very often. People just have outbursts of outrage and they come into your chat. They're all spamming and saying new things, and then 3 days after. And of course, they're not actually serious things. They're usually things slipped of any streamers in like their worst moments, but then people forget about it pretty soon after.
Serious to accept that when somebody's being treated to
Yeah, I mean, I still get sometimes emotional about it, especially when I'm like, oh wow, these things are being said are not true. Like this is clearly taken out of context, but I've just accepted that it's part of the job, and if I'm trying my best and I am trying things with as good intentions as possible, then I just try to learn every time that happens to be like, okay, what could I do better? What is just part of the job?
Well, let's start some controversy. Who's the greatest chess player? Is it Magnus Carlsen? Is it Guinness? Is it somebody else? Probably Fisher. Do you have a favorite, Alex?
So whenever I hear this question, I interpret it in a very specific way, where it's not who is the most talented chess player or who had the most impact in the chess world, but who is the greatest at playing chess. Where if you were putting all of these players at their peak, who would be the best? And we're kind of living in a world where obviously humans are becoming like cyborgs, and their tools make them a lot more powerful. And the computer is the most powerful tool in chess that we've ever witnessed. And the top players now, someone like Magnus Carlsen or Gary Kasparov, if they were going to go towards people like, even Lasker or Bobby Fischer back in the day, Lasker was world champion for 27 years. He was the best in his field by far. Would he be able to stand up to someone like Magnus Carlsen who has had these tools? I don't think so. So most chess players have said Gary Kasparov, and I think even Magnus has said that in the past. But I like to think of it as Magnus in his peak and Gary at his peak, and because Magnus was able to live in the computer era, I feel like so far he's the greatest of all time. And some studies say things like how there's rating inflation, but I looked into some of them and they basically calculated people's play over the years, and seems that there hasn't been inflation. People are just getting better at it because you have better tools in chess.
And also, one case, what's your...
Yeah, I was gonna say, I just good. Make it interesting. I think I would judge the greatest player of all time in relative to the time that they lived in, Magnus, although he is technically the strongest chess player in history. That is because he had computers to study chess with, and of course, if you compare him to like Gary Kasparov, he plays most like stockfish. But Gary Kasparov at his time, he beat more players of his skill level than Magnus did. Magnus was more often. Also, of course, developed for 20 years ago. So I'd say actually, because Gary lacked the help of computers to study chess, and overall performed better against players of his skill level.
Nice. Yeah, but I mean, the case that people make for Magnus, may go out and say, but also Magnus plays a lot. And he plays a lot with, or like he gets drunk and like he's really putting himself out there. And in all kinds of conditions, take the dominance and all that. We get to see many of the like losses, Mondays, and all that kind of stuff. He just puts himself out there. And I think Gaspar was much more like, yeah, he's very focused on world championships. Very like, more games. And very focused on winning. So there's some aspect of versatility, the aggressive play, the fun, all of that. So I think you have to give credit to in terms of just the scope, scale of the variety of teaching.
And he might not even be done yet. I don't know if he'll ever hit 2,900, but we can't judge yet because he's not at the peak of his career potential.
What do you think about him not playing much action? Isn't that wild? The entire history of chess in the 20th century. And meh. Is he walking away from this one tournament that seems to be the center of chess? What do you think about that decision?
I mean, you can't help but be disappointed as a chess fan who wants to see the best player in the world defend his title. But I also understand it on a personal level and not feeling as satisfied when you're going to the World Championship and having to defend against people who are less strong than you. And also imagine winning the World Championship and not feeling joy out of that. So maybe by not doing that and focusing instead on a goal like 2,900, he'll be more likely to accomplish it because he's focusing on what actually motivates him to play chess. But I do think that it will hurt how we judge the next world champion.
I think it won't change him being the best player in the world. And for someone to replace him, even let's say like Never or Sting, even if one of them win, and I have some stance that does lower the merit because now who has the world chess championship title isn't actually the best player in the world. And that has happened before in the past, but still gonna take them the same effort to prove when they would pass in like 10 or 20 years to become stronger than Magnus. I don't think it changes the skill level that it takes to become the best chess player in the world. I think for chess fans it's very disappointing, but I think in the overall like grand scheme of like public people who don't really like what breaks the popular culture, and you think of what names people know who don't play chess, like Bobby Fischer did it. Most people know Kasparov or Magnus. It takes the same ability and talent. It doesn't change.
I think it does change though if you're playing a player who's not as strong. But I see your point as well. I know we differ on this. Alex, I heard you ask Magnus, what is your take on it?
Well, his answer is which he's not saying he's bored of the World Championship. He's bored of a process that doesn't determine the best player. Like, in his true anxiety to have a small number of games. He doesn't mind losing, which is really fascinating to a better player. Right? For somebody who's his level, he's more anxious about losing to the weaker player because of the small sample. Now, if like poker players had that anxiety when you get to play at home, and that's the World Series of Poker, you get to lose against weaker players all the time. That's the role of the dice. But that's an interesting perspective. If you would love to play 20, 30, 40 games in the World Championship, and then you would enjoy it much more. And also play shorter games because they emphasize the like pure chess, actually being able to like much more variety in the game, just to see a bunch of chaos and see calculated intuition and that kind of stuff. And yeah, that's beautiful. I wish the chess world would step up and place that makes sense. Change the world championship. So either changing it somehow, and lost that, or having other really respected tournaments and become like an annual thing, or more kind of online YouTube type of competitions, which I think they're trying to do more and more, like the crypto cup and all this kind of thing.
Yeah, the Grand Tour, which does play it, which takes a lot of the top players, and they do it online in shorter formats.
But there is, so that's his perspective. My perhaps narrow perspective is I'm emphasizing the games, and that's every 4 years, and at the World Championships, because they're rare, because the sample size is so small. That's where the magic happens. Everything's on the line for people that spend a whole lot, 20 years of dedication. Everything you have, every minute of the day is spent at that moment. But you think about like gymnastics at the Olympic Games. There's certain sports where a single mistake, with that stress, that pressure, it can it can uh, it can break people or it can create magic. Like the person that's the underdog has the best night of their life. But the person that's been dominated for years all of a sudden slips up. But that drama from the perspective is beautiful. So I still like the World Championship. But then again, looking at all the draws, looking at it like, well, the magic isn't quite there. So to me, when I see faster games of chess, that's much more beautiful. So that I don't understand the game of chess deeply enough to know, because it has to be so many draws. Like, is there a way to create more dynamic chess? And he talked about random chess, with a random starting position. That's really interesting. But then, of course, that's like, then you do have to play hundreds of games. That's what but I think it's great that the world number one is struggling with these questions, because he's in the position, he has the leverage to actually change the game of chess, as it's publicly seen, as it's publicly played. So it's interesting. He's still young enough to dominate by that time if he wants. So I don't know. As far as the fight between nations, I hope these have the world championship, and I hope he's still a part of it somehow. I hope he changes his mind.
And
Comes back, some kind of dramatic thing. I don't know. But it is his heart is not in it. Uh, and then that's not beautiful to see. Yeah, it is beautiful that the thing he wants is a great game of chess against an opponent that's his level or better. And that's a good that he's coming from that place. But I hope he comes back somehow, because the World Championship is a special thing in any sport.
But you do wish that the person who wins the world championship is the best player in the world.
No. I hope that the best people in the world, the two best people in the world, are the ones that sit down. But the person that wins is the person that's the magic of it. But I think Magnus is so, he really was the best person to win. Like, that's why he wants the large sample size. There's some magic to it. The stress of it, the drama, that's all part of the game. It's not just about the purity of the game, like the calculation, like the pure chess in it. It's also like the drama. It's like, the pressure, the drama, all of it. The shit talking, if it gets to you, mind games.
this was a sport that's fun to watch, but less fun to be played.
But that's why it's great. You can melt it. You can rise under the pressure. There's a lot of people that look up to you, that are inspired by you, because you've taken a kind of non-linear path through life. Is there any advice you have for people, like in high school today, that are trying to figure out what they're going to do? Do they want to go to Stanford? Do they want to pursue a career in industry, or go kind of the path you guys have taken, which is have the ability to do all of that and still
I always like the calculated risks approach, where when you're younger, it's okay to take more risks because you have a lot more time, but there has to be a reason why you're doing that particular risk. Is it something that you've spent a lot of time already really passionate and working on, or is it just something that's trendy and you want to do it because you don't have a better option? And that's actually similar to what Andrea did when she decided to go into streaming instead of school.
Yeah, it was the reason I got into streaming because I was initially going to college, but the pandemic, it was right at the beginning of the pandemic, so my classes were online. And I never thought, ever since I was 12, like my dream was school, and I saw myself nowhere else but going to university. And I thought of it and kind of weighed out the risk. I'm like, well, if I take a gap year and I try streaming with my sister, what do I have to lose? I gained some experience working with someone who has a lot more experience than I do. And then I can go back to school after. And if I go to school right do it. So that's why it made a lot of sense for me to go into this. But of course, this is also a very unique opportunity, so I don't know how applicable, but I do think that calculated risk is a really good.
So that is interesting.
Exactly. Sometimes. Exactly.
You're also, have you considered a career of professional fighting? I saw you did a self-defense class in jiu-jitsu.
Did you see the 10-year-old kid who
Yes, and apparently, but it's actually funny, like chess physical activities, like honestly, one of my favorite things to do, and I have been testing it out in content, and I have a creator friend who's hosting a chess boxing tournament, but there's no woman who's could match me, unfortunately, because all the opponents are male,
Yeah.
and I can't fight a guy.
How does chess
They do a round of chess and a round of boxing, and we actually did a training camp for this sport. And of course, after you go into the ring,
Is this real? Is this serious?
yeah,
we went to a London chess boxing club.
and after
No,
you
it
get
seemed like videos I found.
oh, no, it's a real sport. Yeah, that's crazy.
But after you get really tired, you're more likely to make a mistake. You just got on the chessboard or something.
Yeah, there's probably good strategies because somebody's cardio. You want to work on chess.
They do both. They do both. It's very fun.
But yeah, for the content perspective, I'm sure there's a lot. We'd love to see
I don't want to see it drag getting hit.
how to do it.
I would love to.
And she doesn't get hit.
I would, yes.
Our roommate fought in a fight. She did end up winning, but seeing her get hit, I thought it was
I just think it was so cool. She had no experience in boxing whatsoever, and then coming from someone in the content world where you start waking up 6 days a week at 6 a.m. and she's training every day, like a real professional athlete. I think it's such a unique experience, and also a really test of how much you can commit to this and progress. And I think that's really cool.
Did you ever end up doing a marathon with David Goggins?
I know I got injured, but that's on my bucket list just to see what your limits are.
You're ready to
What did you do leading up to this?
but you're just gonna
It's mental, but I do run a lot to make sure there's no you have to have a base level of fitness to make sure your body doesn't really freak out. But other than that, 50 plus miles is just a I'm taking it one step at a time and just being able to deal with the suffering and all of this is the universe and tell you all the excuses why are you doing this? You're supposed to be leaving, the thing that makes you want to stop.
sometimes it feels like you
No, but the pain does seem to show the way. So what in my world, something that's really hard and that no one wants to do, that you choose the right thing to do. And I'm not saying that's like the universal truth. It's just if there's a few doors to go into, the one that I want to go into least is the one that you choose the right one. Afterwards, I realized what people David Goggins, listen, we're talking offline, different competition. It's a very numeric, calculated risk. Everything's planned. I go with I just go with it. I think 2 years ago, I woke up in summer. I decided to tweet, I will do as many push-ups. I don't know why I did this. But I will do as many push-ups and pull-ups as the speed gets likes, stuff like that, right? And then that we got 30,000. Well, for myself, I mean, in some sense, and then that's when I already was connected to David at that point, but that's when he called me. And then they didn't have to do it. And I did it, and it was one of the hardest things. But I got it. I did it for 7 days, and I got injured. So I did about 2,000. No, you get injured doing some stuff. But this particular thing, I started doing. You don't realize that you have to do that. So I got overuse injury tendonitis on my shoulder. So I took 8-9 days off and started again. And then it took about 31 days to do And the number was like, and it took like 3-4 hours a day.
Oh God. Yeah. Sounds like torture.
And not, and the constantly asking myself, like, this is why you this is what are you doing? It's based on the calculator. It's like, so, like, what? Because what is this?
You recorded, or you just
I did record it for myself.
Now, I'm doing this every day, and that's what it's like.
Right.
do stupid things?
But that was really important to me, actually, to not make it into content. I recorded everything. So maybe one day I recorded it mostly because you when you get exhausted. Like I just you actually enter this place where your push-ups, where it's just like it's almost like breathing, get into a rhythm. You could do quite a lot. So I wanted to make sure, like, if I actually get this done, I want there to be evidence that I got it done for myself. Like, I guess I did it. I would use machine learning to automatically process the video to count it. But then, like, after like 10 days, I didn't even give a shit about me versus them. I didn't even care.
What versus like?
Yeah, and then and David was extremely important. That's when I realized like, I really want to go head to head with them. Yeah, those kinds of people are beautiful. They're really challenging to me, whoever that is. It's like the thing is, physical exercise is such an easy way to push yourself to your limit. Whereas in all other walks of life, it's trickier to figure. Like, how do you push yourself to your limits? It's fun to figure out. But
You think it's ever dangerous?
yeah, and that's why it's beautiful. The danger you.
I don't like that your eyes lit up as I said.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't know how you're going to get out of it, you're going to have to figure out something about yourself. And I mean, one of the reasons I went to Ukraine is I really wanted to experience the hardship and the intensity of war that people are experiencing, so I can understand myself better, I can understand them better. So the words that are leaving my mouth are grounded in a better understanding of who we are. I mean, the running a walk with your guns is a much simpler thing to do. Or a simple way to understand something about yourself. When you think human nature, I think most growth happens with voluntary suffering or struggle. Involuntary stuff. That's what the voluntary is. I don't know. No, maybe it is. Maybe it's I think it's there's like stages. First, all the excuses start coming. Like, why are you doing this? And then you start to wonder, like, what kind of person do you want to be? To all the dreams you had, all the promises you made to yourself and to others, all the ambitions you had that you haven't come yet realized. Somehow that all becomes really intensely visceral as this struggle.
There he is. How you living, Pimp?
When all of that is allowed to pass,
Ready to get your ass kicked or something? Nope, dude, you missed you. I thought about you earlier today.
Just move it. Just the moment.
Whoa. Dude, Zoot and I have been playing golf every night, and we also got into a new game. We got into Uno, and we are fucking really intense about Uno. I have a thing. When we play, I ask him to contact you, and he does. He says he does. While I set up the game, he's never contacted you. All right. Okay. Well, I know at least this one time. And I've missed you. And what did we do? We got really into that. Hey, you want to play me 1v1 for old time's sake? And anything you want. Yeah, we can do archery. What's that? You can choose. I think that's just one there. I could be wrong, but you just choose. How many have you? 53. I don't think that's really good. I remember like 40 was like really good. There you go. You did 8 to tie. Oh, you just fucked. You always know. Maybe there you go. No one's had a close out yet. We are dusty. Dude, ever since that one person beat me to put up like 160 points on that fucking the thing that I remember, about him was how quickly that's what it was. He could move it so quickly. It just moved very, very fast. Like, you know how it takes us a while to move the thing over? His thing is like, I'm at a major disadvantage if you have me on fire. Yeah, I think I made a mistake. I mean, I kind of Still no apologize. Oh, I to tell you the truth, I would normally have messaged you. I really mean that. If Zoom had come in at normal hours, or even like at this time. Oh shit! It was absolutely incredible. Well, the Caspian Sea, just in time for mini golf. Yep, excellent. Oh, that's it. Taking on take a baby. Like that thing that eats China. Looks like a fucking like armored dog. Yeah. Oh, can you send me that one? Ambulance stop like the yeah. Does everybody remember when Riser had like Riser's watch Caspian see where Riser hits this ball? He's gonna hit it right off the little corner. That's exactly what he's doing. That's a really good shot. What else to take? Many times I hit the tree. Oh, ooh, interesting. Riser. Oh, go ahead. What a fucking shot. That deserved to go in. Oh, dude. Fucking. Oh, what a great piece of advice. Thank you, Caspian. Riser. Seriously, when do not even put him, it's been at like 3 in the morning. Like, years. I mean, there was one time, that was at like a normal time, and that's when I had. I cannot believe I tried to take it, especially not getting that automatic zero. Why do I get that? Word dog, 100%. They won't let that thing go. Oh, it's going to make it a tough shot for Casper. That saved me 2 points. Or, yeah. I saw it. It's cute. It looks like a beaver. Yeah, it's really cute. Guys are. Dude, the number 2 thing on that list is the Siberian tiger. So that's once they do the woolly mammoth, then they want to do the Siberian tiger. I misspoke. The Tasmanian tiger. Yeah, I really like that Riser did not have an absolute perfect shot. Oh, this one. Get in. What up? How are you? Hope you're having a great day. Thanks, Big Rob. I appreciate it. Good time to do. What's good in your neck of the woods? What's good? What's good in your neck of the woods, my man? All right. How was it? Most people do. That's how you do it. You get kicked out, man. There you go. I, I don't understand why people think that's funny. Yeah. When it says you have to be 18 and here, okay, troll all you want. You don't have to do it in here. That's not funny. Well, you can't do things against the terms of service of discipline, which that is. You have to be at least 13 to be on a protected site and to use this, and you have to be at least 18 to be in here. I just want everyone to know my shot. Oh, look at this shot. Somebody take out that fucking. Oh, one, two, three, four. So the way that I've been playing, I try to beat it 5 times straight, and when I do, then I play Uno. Yeah. You want to play Tech? Okay, so I'll just tell you some secrets to it. If you want, you take it for what it's worth. But yeah, like, well, I don't know. It's like, it's not exactly that. Maybe, I don't know. There's, okay. So you get what is, you call them premium cards, where they give you special cards. All right. So the one that has like a knockout, like a circle with a cross, like a crossing circle, is a skip. One that has a reverse. Uh, that's a, okay. So the big things are if you have like a drop board for someone else, like where it says +4. Um, if you hold that until the very end, you can't lose. That's kind of something we figured out. Or like one that changes the color, you can't lose. So basically, it's not a bad idea to hold on to the special card. That reverses the way it goes. Yeah, you have to play a 2 or if not, you just draw another card. So this is a skip. Then then it skips. So I haven't played with 3 people, which normally when I play with 2, skips goes back to you. I guess skip me and now it's not like right. One other thing, you have a card that's like makes somebody else have to take extra cards, and they have one of those as well, then they can reverse it. So if you have one that's like +4 or +2, and then somebody gives you a +4, you can reverse it on it and make them have to take 3. Yeah. So, okay, so like there, if Caspian C would have had a +4 himself, he could have doubled that up on last. No, it would have been like, okay, so you put a +4 on him. Now, see how it just did 8 on him? Because you had a +4? Right, it doubles up on him. Wow, Riser gets his first fucking win right off the bat. I shouldn't give you guys any secrets. So, like, no one's had to take any extra. Well, no, you got 6. Right, because we had each put down a +2. Because you put down a +2, and then Caspian C put down a +2, and then, like, you must have. So you have something to block it, so then they all go to Caspian C. Vinci, accept the invite. As Vinci, you can fuck them. There you go. By the way, you can also just take it by, you don't have to go there. Okay, then back the fucking dog, dog. I'll whoop your ass in that. As Vinci, accept the invite. They're not twitchy enough. Accept the invite. There we go. Okay. Did you answer his question though? His question, like, I don't think so. Or maybe he did, but How is that not gambler's fellas? How is that not gambler's fellas? It can happen, but there's no increased odds of it happening. Make it. Make it, make it, make it, make it, make it. Oh, what a great shot. How did you get more momentum going that way? No. Oh, wow. What am I doing? No, I actually just was thinking like it was going to be hard for me to get through there. This is my favorite hole. Here's that shot of fun. Wow, you still did, and it turned out okay. Need a shot. Hey, Liza, did you see that Tiger Woods stuff out of there now? Charlie? Yeah, I can't see this one. What? Give me a left. No, it's a left. He's only like 12. Um, what would you do? a great shot. Riser S1, Rabbi S1. Caspian Sea is looking to get his first win on this next game. Here we go, folks. Riser's really good at this sport. He's also good at that similar hole with a big spinny thing in the corner. Oh, wow. He's changing it up. Oh, what a great shot. Great shot. Here we go. I might have to. Oh, shit. Too hard. Caspian Sea, if you didn't know, guys, are having you want why is he so fucking good? I love it. Oh, what a, I think it is. Careful, man. Hit my ball. Yeah, we are. We just don't. We don't use performance enhancing. Performance enhancement. It's all skill, baby. I love this hole. No, it's not. It's your iPad. Because when you play with a phone, you suck. One time you said you couldn't find your iPad. And you started playing with your phone. Oh, he protects me. No way. You got fucked. I'll let no hole. Uh-oh. Pfizer, his lead is in shambles. Here we go. Here we go. Not what I want. Not the shot. Guys, are you going to be able to hit it in the field? Downward slope. You got it this time, folks. All right. Oh, what a shot. It's $40. Yeah. What a good shot. You take advantage of lower socioeconomic class. Oh, wow. Go, baby. Go, baby. Oh, dude. Right? So, hit his ball. Or hit my ball. Don't hit his ball like that. What a beautiful shot. That was red 23. Come on, baby. What the fuck? I hate this hole. What a fucking amazing shot. Dude, you just got the win with that fucking bullshit. Fuck. Go in the water, hit the tree. Short. Hit my ball. You did. Stop. Oh, I fucked myself. Take it. Yeah, that's fine. probably sports betting, which I don't know. Do you guys do sports betting? I saw something really interesting one. I was I was at a sports book with my uncle in Las Vegas, and we were just my uncle had these poker machines that he would only play that they were only available at the bar, and he always said if they ever got rid of them, he wouldn't gamble anymore. But he would win like $10,000 quite often. I wouldn't say he necessarily did better than the house, of course, but he would win like $10,000, and then he would buy people and their family things. And so one time he was just playing that, and I was sitting next to him, and the guy at the bar started having a heart attack. And I got up and I ran over to him, and I told the staff that they needed to call an ambulance immediately. And all of a sudden, like all these people crowded around him, and the guy had a heart attack, but he survived. But it was just like something that we were not expecting, that someone would be having a heart attack in the middle of a casino. And I remember my uncle was like, normally people just let people do their own thing, but he noticed that and started telling the bartender that he was wrong. So It was not something like a fist fight. I don't know if I saved his life, but he definitely got hated a lot faster. I mean, I think that people would have figured it out. But my uncle certainly thought so. My uncle was like, "That's my nephew. He saved this asshole's life." I had one other story. No, no, I don't. I don't. I just he didn't say that. He didn't say. He said. Uh, there you go. No. The other, um, the other story that I have, I don't gamble. I don't generally gamble, but um, when I just turned 21, and my uncle was turning 50, and he was throwing a really big party, and um, so like all my family from around the world went and we moved on bacon, and we were having a really good time. Um, I remember getting pretty drunk because I just turned 21, and my uncle's like, "All right, let's play some craps. You know how to play craps?" And I'm like, "I have no idea." He's like, "Even better." So he's like, "I'm gonna give you $20, and we're just gonna see what happens." And I turned $20 into $2,600 over the course of like an hour, and it was just one of those things, right? I just kept throwing the dice, and people started just like in the movies where they get around the craps table, and I kept saying like, "Well, what do you want me to roll?" And they just like, "Shut the fuck up! Don't put the heebie-jeebies on yourself. Just throw the fucking dice." And it was amazing. I remember I got super drunk. They kept bringing me drinks because they want this guy to just keep his like looseness going. And I remember my uncle was like, "All right, so we're gonna cash out," and he's like, "Okay, so you've got to tip the teller or whatever." And okay, like how much do we tip? Like 15%, 20%? He's like, "No, $500." We tip him $500, and then went back to his house, and I just remember calling my friend the next day and being like, "You're never gonna believe it. $20 for $2,600 and stop." It was just like a movie where we must have had, I don't know, 25 people around the table, and everybody's betting on whatever I'm saying. And it was like it was definitely a rush. And so when I tell people that yeah, I made like, I don't know, $2,600 at a casino, and then I never have gambled ever since. They hate me because they're like, "You're the one asshole that actually made money in Vegas." And it wasn't like we used a lot of money. Remember, it was just $20. It was just kind of like, "Hey, we're gonna get going, but let's see how you do." I fucking knocked out, and I still don't know how to play craps. I have thinking about it. Like I spent some like not an entire year of my life in Las Vegas, but I family in Las Vegas, so I don't visit that quite not quite often, but occasionally. And I used to go there for spring break and stuff. And I was there with a friend of mine, and we were on the strip, and this was in 2007. And all of a sudden, well, so like Las Vegas used to not have sports teams. It was actually like a very taboo for them to have sports teams or any sporting events because gambling was illegal and everything. And so we were walking down the strip, and all of a sudden, all these people started running back towards our way. We didn't know what was going on, but it turned out there was a shooting with an NFL player named Pac-Man Jones. And hey, happy holidays to you, Mike. How you doing? Living the dream today. Happy holidays to you. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you. What's good in your neck of the woods? Yep. Okay. Well, happy to see that. Anyway, I was just telling the story about a shooting on the Las Vegas Strip that where I was. Then another cool story. There was when they explode these casinos, they it's like a big event. So I've seen the Stardust imploding, and it was really cool to see. Yeah, and there's like a huge cloud of dust that takes over, and um, it's very cool to see. I've never seen something that big be taken down so quickly. It's just like one moment, it's a huge building that literally looks like it could have people in it, and the next minute it's dust. And yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. One of the cool things that they did, like they didn't have drones back then that were being used for these things, but they took fireworks and they had like a countdown of 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 on fireworks on the building. And then it's a zero and the thing comes down. Yeah, and they had this like huge, huge cloud of dust that it looked like 9/11. Just like it just came over you and everything was just like pulverized. And so everybody runs away from it and it's fun. I don't know, when's the last time they did one of those that things that you remember? exteriors are, or perhaps wait for it. But yeah, he wanted to see that. And but I had only ever seen him on television, which is still something to see. But for them to go as quickly as they go, it's wild. I don't know. But they just closed down the like last summer, I want to say, the Flamingo. Um, and but I don't think they imploded it. It's just, I think somebody is going to keep it. Oh, Chuck. Oh, no, we did not. So, family that I had there, they're both on Sunday morning. That's just like a piano. So they had like, their local casinos that they would go to. My uncle lived, my uncle lived in Arlington or Staten Island, but it's like near Samstown. So yeah, and so um, at the time, I think yeah, exactly. It was a major um, sports book because they just opened it. But yeah, I mean they all kind of try to one up each other. I think I've been there a few times when it's like, oh, this is the biggest one in the world, and then like Caesar comes up there, and this is the biggest one in the world, and then Jim Campbell, beat you there, and then this is the biggest one in the world. I have not been um, since they, yeah, I would say, I don't know how many years, but really, there's just not, I don't know, I don't like, there's like a change in people's morality when I get there. I even just see it on the billboards. Like LA doesn't have billboards, it's just like women in bikinis and like call me for your, that kind of stuff. It's like I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean the insurance. Well, yeah, yeah, I know. It's just I know that there are like children who grew up there. I mean, I have cousins who grew up there, and I just know that it kind of creates yeah, like in front of kids' faces. I don't know, I like doesn't have that. Um, so like, that's and it's on the ground, and it's I mean, yeah. And then I mean, I know how it works. Yeah. So basically, absolutely. And the way that those systems work, there's like, as I understand it, like they generally use immigrants, and they have to sit in the sun for like the hottest temperatures. They're just what do they call them? Flappers or clappers or something? Flappers. And and I don't know, I watched a documentary on it a few days ago, and they're not they're not stickers. They're like baseball cards with hookers on. Get your attention. And if you're like 21 years old, it works beautifully. It works beautifully. because oh, it wasn't that easy. It wasn't that easy. Um, like now it's easy. You can go on the internet and get anything you want. But 20 or 30 years ago, or even before then, it was you didn't have that access. So you were using like 800 numbers and like calling random numbers to get women to you. And the other thing is, prostitution is illegal in Clark County, so they have to either promote brothels outside of the county, or it's just kind of a thing like have a private dancing. Right. And the city changes. I know I've been like at different foods, and there was like a time when Vegas was very family friendly, and it was like going to Disney, like going to Las Vegas with pools, and we stayed at Treasure Island when it was like in its heyday, and they'd have like like ship like pirate show. It was amazing, and I remember it was like yeah, I mean I of course have been to Disneyland multiple times, um, and Disney World, and I just exactly, exactly, exactly. And so there was a period of time when Las Vegas was doing its best to be family friendly, and then it changed. Then it went into the what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, which backfired in a lot of ways, because people would just take, like just destroy the town, and then be like, "Oh, what happened in Vegas stays in Vegas," and then but the saying was, yeah, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but I have to live with it, which the locals kind of phrase. And it just, Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Not much of Lex, but I always do that Canadian accent when I watch the beginning of it. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Like y'all get experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. For the most part, at least Canadian people who I've met, I can't always tell that they're Canadian, except if they say a couple words here and there. And then it's like, oh, okay. A boot. What about hey? Where are you? Lex Friedman had two dimes on him with chess. They're like chess grandmasters. They're not that good, but they're
I think what meditation does for this most effective it's just that pain is like one of the catalyst for meditative process. For me.
So
Not just that there's no meaning to life.
they're like
They're
they're beautiful. Here's what
why are we here?
I mean, to be like you expect like I don't know chess people to be like super nerdy. I mean, generally they are. Like these bitches are. No, they're not. They're pretty good. They're like chess influencers. I don't know. I fucking love Lex Friedman's interests. We're very aligned in things. Um, like he likes AI, he likes big data, he likes robotics, he likes like interviewing the interviews of like really big politicians. He had Benjamin Netanyahu, he had the president of Argentina on, he had just some really big people. And then he has these chess people on. He has like people on. He does really good debates too. I think I do like chess a lot. I do play. You and I used to play. You and I used to play. No, we played more than two games, and I came to the conclusion that you and I are just about equal in chess. It just depended on who went first. Okay, well, I didn't know you became obsessed with it since we last played, but um, yeah, I mean, I play sometimes influencers on Kick, like people who play on Kick, and I'll play them, and then that'll be on video. I don't know if he's had a chance. So do you play on chess.com? Very nice. Do you know your rank? So you're getting pretty serious. Well, I like chess. I find it kind of can take up a lot of my life, and I don't want it to. I like listening to people talk about chess and the strategies behind it, the way people cheat. I find that to be fascinating. he had um, Wes Friedman had on the other day. Well, he had him on a few months ago, but I watched it the other day. Um, what's the big YouTuber? The big, what's the biggest chess YouTube channel? You know, Gotham Chess. That guy. He had that guy, and it was fascinating to hear like what he has to go through on just um, like just determining if people are cheating and all the different ways people cheat. I think that's almost more fascinating than the actual games because people just become so obsessed with just winning that there's a discussion of anal beads being used at length in that interview. There are the use of different computers, how AI now is basically better than any human will ever be at chess, surpassed as good as even Magnus Carlsen. And then you get into the drama that occurs where like he was so Gotham Chess was saying that he played someone in Indonesia and this person like um, didn't have like a very good score or something, and this guy just ended up whooping him. And he reported the person to chess.com, saying like I think this person is cheating, and chess.com took down that person's account, which to me kind of seems like Higley or whatever. But then all of a sudden, I guess this Gotham Chess didn't know that Indonesia is like the fourth most populous country in the world, and all of this hate came on him from Indonesia, where he had to well, actually, this is how I learned about some of this stuff. He had um, he had to pay. Well, let me think how he already had somebody who promoted his channel, and he had to tell that company to um, do like location blocks, which really kind of opened up my mind to how these big YouTube channels work. Basically, they use a third party that is in really good graces with YouTube, and they allow these people to do a lot, have a lot more features that a normal YouTuber can't do. So, like what? Normally, you can't geo block people. Like, if you want to watch my videos, you can watch them anywhere in the world. I don't have a way to like say I don't want these people to be able to watch them. With that third party, you can do that, and you can like focus on different segments of the population. All these kinds of things that YouTube does not allow. I don't understand why YouTube doesn't allow it. I know like Facebook allows it. You can do that kind of stuff with Facebook. You can do that kind of stuff being like a cam model, but at least on YouTube you can't. It's just interesting to hear. And I think Rex Friedman is an intelligent person. He seems to me to be a good computer, and he's grown on me. When I first saw him the way that I was exposed to him was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and I just wasn't super impressed by him. But the YouTube algorithm kept feeding me his videos, especially when I fall asleep. I'll like fall asleep with Joe Rogan or something. Then I'll wake and it's like I have watched like 6 different Lex Friedman. So I started kind of getting into it, and then all of a sudden, I've been watching his stuff on like the other reason why I watch his stuff is he has just one big playlist that I can just play, and it will just be podcast after podcast after podcast after podcast, and it doesn't stray from that. And I like that. I don't like it when I'm watching the same podcast all day, and then it all of a sudden thinks that I need to watch how to learn English. I get this all the time. It's like I don't understand this. Like I don't understand their algorithm, and or it'll just show me like a different podcast. I would say most of them do. His is just well. Another thing is his don't. I feel age badly. Like Joe Rogan's podcast, I feel age pretty badly because he talks about a lot of um, like he'll talk. Yeah, thank you. Current events or like things we already know the answers. Like when I'm watching Joe Rogan and he's talking about something that's happened in the past, it's like, I'm going to waste 40 minutes listening to this topic and I already know the answer. But Lex Friedman's don't age bad that Cassidy and I were talking about this the other day, where like we noticed that podcasters a lot of times, unless they're a current events podcast, they do their best to make their podcast timeless. Um, you're right. There are a lot of podcasts, the big ones that just have one playlist that you can play. But like at least with Joe Rogan, if I'm not watching the most recent few of them, then it kind of becomes delayed. Right. So what I want to know is, what do you think of these drones, dog? You're the most skeptical anti-UFO person I've ever met in my entire life. I want to know what you think about these drones. There's like a huge, yeah. I've been looking. I've been looking since they've done it, and I haven't seen anything. I know they were seen in Temecula and like a little south, like off the coast of like Game of Thrones. But like in New Jersey, they're shutting down airports. They shut down an airport in Japan. They shut down airports in England and I think Germany as well. And that's just what I know. It's been a huge. No, no, they don't. I don't know where you are. They don't shut down American airports unless there is like a homeland security. Well, they call them drones. They're not little though. They're like the size of an SUV. They're huge. And I mean, I've seen them do all kinds of interesting things. I've seen them from planes. I've seen them from the ground. And this isn't just like 2 or 3 videos. This is like 300 to 500 videos. It's just like, we don't know what to sit there over New York City. They're over New Jersey. They're kind of popping up in random places. They do. They do track them with their own drones, and these things shut down those drones immediately. They kill all of the battery power, and then they fall to the ground. I sent. There was an article in the Wall Street Journal today about these drones, or I guess it was yesterday now. That President Biden has requested information about these and contacted the Department of Defense 4 times, and he's being told that basically he does not have a need to know what they are. Well, that's what you would think, but they usually don't brief it. Right. Well, that's the thing. They call them drones, but that's kind of a bad name for them because it's confusing with normal people drones. But the state of New Jersey, New York have put a ban on all residential drones or commercially available drones until mid-January. And these things are still all over the place. I mean, they had a meeting in New Jersey with every mayor of the state, like 100 and some odd mayors or something like that, maybe of every major city in New Jersey. And they're like, we don't know. They've had briefings on the department. SBC, am I wrong? Am I wrong? I mean, they don't have an answer as to what these are. You've seen the interviews with people. Um, they say that there's no need to worry, but we don't know what these things are. They say there's no credible. They say there's no credible. I would say they look more like human technology, except for a couple things. They don't have any thermal signature or any radiation signature or radio signature. Yeah, so that means that they're basically not human. If they don't have, or they're, and they've also gone through all the things like they've asked the people in the Department of Defense and the White House. So are these man-made? They say no. Are these from another country? No. Are these some kind of classified contractor? No. But we can't tell you what they are. The only reason why I say I think that uh, they look. The only thing that I think about that makes me think that they're human, or no, I shouldn't say I don't think they're human. What makes them look human is the lights on. They use red and green lights, and that's generally what they do. No, it's. I mean, the argument is that they're just floating, so they. But I mean, the way that these things fly, they fly into huge paths, and then all of a sudden it'll move like 200 miles in the air over the course of like 1 second. It'll just move faster than anything that we've seen, like faster than any plane could go. And then they'll be flying in the air, and then it'll just shoot up into the sky, 50,000 feet, at like a matter of seconds. They say that I mean they are non-human. They're like non-human crafts. Basically, any human would get killed in these things. And I don't know what it's really of any time that they would have disclosure, it's with these things. Because at least in the United States, this is front page news. It is on every. Well, they did address that to some extent. They're like, hey, are these like Amazon delivery drones or Google? They're like, no, it's nothing like that. And the thing is, they're just like, the big thing that they say is there's no credible threat, but we don't know what they are. They've tried to shoot it. No, I see it as what's known as soft disclosure. It's been happening for like at least 80 years, where little things are leaked out, and it's just the people in the know what's going on, and they are associated. Like, it is, it is because this isn't the first time. This isn't the first time that this has happened in the United States. It happened in the 1950s above the United States Capitol, and it happened recently over here. Not necessarily. I mean, well, it's the biggest one that we've seen reported. It's just the fact that people have cell phones and they can record it now. In 1960, they couldn't record it, so it would just be like, hey, there's a huge UFO flag. But it happened in the 1950s. It happened at least in the 60s. Uh, it happened certainly in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s had the Phoenix Lights, and then most recently, we've seen these this wave of drones that have happened since like November 16th, and it's really interesting. There was some guy I don't know who it was, but who predicted this. He said like years ago, December 3rd, 2024 will be like a date where we will have like an invasion. It's not that specific. It was December 3rd, 2024, but I don't know if he said he ever. He said that's a disclosure. And yeah, and they have been very, very accurate. And these things are every single night. And to the point where commercial drones are no longer allowed to be flown in New Jersey or New York, that they've had huge meetings with the get married, but the president of the United States is not getting cancer. And but I don't know what they are. And anyone who tells you that they know what they are, I don't know their source. Just go to right now. Just go to Reddit. It's R. So I can tell you the address if you want. Reddit.com/r/UFOs. Just go. I'll look at it with you. It's okay. So right now there are 4 orbs plus a drone. Yeah, and that's the thing too. That there are orbs as well. So that happened 6 hours ago. There's another one 2 hours ago. UFO sighting over White Sands, New Mexico. There's another one. Right. Orbs in Michigan. They have Toms River, New Jersey on 12/24 at 6 p.m. They have a bunch of them flying in the sky there. The Bronx, they have them flying over the Bronx. This happened 5 hours ago. I mean, that's the thing. Normally, the UFO subreddit will be like one good sighting every 3 days. This is like 25 good sightings per day, at least. Um, they have another one 5 hours ago. Another one, let's see here, 13 hours ago. I mean, these are over major, like this one's over Dallas, Texas. These are over major cities. You're not allowed to just fly over these cities at this low an altitude. In Germany, they had 149 incursions of German airports this year. Um, Here's what they have one out of a plane. That's the other thing too. I've seen a bunch of them where people take them out of a plane, and you can see it. Normally, you're not allowed to get that close to a plane with anything, and these things are just like trailing the plane and just running parallel to it. Uh, right. I've seen a few videos like that. I see the one that you're looking at that was like 17 hours ago. Um, there's another one, 14. So there's one 2 hours ago in Arizona, 29 minutes ago in Rotterdam. Uh, they're flying over a city, um, and that's the thing. A lot of like people people will be like, "Oh, these are only happening in the United States." No, they're not. They they caught the attention of the United States, but they happened over England. I mean, I think remember Riser? I showed you that one that was like a ball right off of the ground that caught a lot of people's attention. You may not remember, but like it was taken from a plane, and it was like this ball that was like 2 inches off the ground. It's like a blue ball. Yeah, exactly. That happened like I don't know within the last 2 months. And ever since then, we've had just at least the United States, but really just anywhere where cell phones are available. I've seen them in China, dude. And not only that, but if you know who Rosie O'Donnell is, she spoke out about him. Dane Cook spoke out about him. Joe Rogan spoke out about him. In fact, I want to watch this. Joe Rogan had an expert on it today with Watch. I just didn't watch it because I've been watching this chess thing on Lex Friedman. But let's see what Joe Rogan has to say about it. All right, so this James Fox, he is Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my day. All day.
UFO expert. A lot has been going on.
This is, I had, I know you ran into him at Brian Graves on this week.
Oh my God, I'll tell you the funny story about how I ran into him.
You ran into him in the lobby of the hotel, right?
So the lobby told me, they're all, don't use this one elevator, it's really rickety. And it makes a lot of noise, and it's not very reliable, and just don't use it. So I didn't. And then I was leaving, 24 hours later, I come down and get some coffee. And I was like, let me take the rickety elevator. I was like, they told me not to take it, but I'm going to take it anyway. So I pushed the button, I'm standing there, I hear this, the door's open, I look, I see this shadowy figure in the corner, I'm like, Ryan Graves, what are you doing? He goes, I don't know, what are you doing? I was like, are you doing what I think you're doing? He goes, yeah. Did he tell you that? Did he tell you that?
Yes, he did tell me that.
Oh,
He didn't
that's
tell me
so-
the whole story about the rickety.
Yeah. And he was like the shadowy figure up against the corner, like kind of just, I'm looking at him, he's looking at me, and it's really funny.
We talked a lot of nonsense about aliens, but we also talked about the technology that he knows the state of the art when it comes to drones,
Yes.
and that some of these ones in New Jersey, they're doing things that you can't really do yet.
Yes.
Yeah, which is really fascinating.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
And they're the
is-
size of SUVs.
Right. So is it ours? And we somehow or another have some stuff that mainstream drone manufacturers at the highest level aren't aware of yet? Is it ours? Is it like some crazy military stuff? Because if it's not, and it's coming from the ocean, like, what do you mean it's coming? What the fuck?
50 of them.
What do you mean? What do you mean 50 suburban sized?
So check this out. This is really funny. I've been working with this guy. We've been communicating on Signal for a long time. Actually, he was through Proton. He was emailing me stuff about Virginia, the UFO crash in Virginia. And but he was anonymous. One day, I was like, he's really knowledgeable. He was sending me stuff that was really helpful. You should track down this flight, that happens at this airport, go to this place. And I was like, finally one day, I was like, who are you? And how do you know what you know? He goes, I'm a retired United States Air Force colonel. I was like, oh. And he goes, and I'm also an experienced I had an experience back in that career. What?
Oh,
So
what happened to him?
he had a UFO encounter. It's in the movie towards the end. But again, he texted me yesterday, and he goes, James, I really want you to explain to me how the hell you orchestrated a UAP invasion right around the time your film's coming out. I was like, I'd really like to know how you did that. It's like,
Do you know what kind of a budget you would have to have drones running in the sky all over? How many different cities are reporting it now? Like, what's the numbers?
it's exploding all over the place, and it's getting bigger. I've heard California, I've heard Europe now, bases in England, New York, New Jersey.
I've heard San Diego. I definitely wasn't there something in Ohio, right? Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They had to shut that place down.
Yeah,
that's Ohio. So I've heard New Jersey. I think Florida, right? That was the one that Ryan Graves showed us a photo of. That was from Florida. So, like, who fucking what's going on?
You know,
Who fucking knows?
I was super busy. I had the release of the film going on, and so I was like trying to focus on that and getting everything lined up, and it was a huge push. And all these text messages from all around the world are pouring in, like, who's growing with these drones? And I was like, guys, I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm just going to keep on focusing on what I got at hand here. And then I started getting more information coming in, more information. Then a buddy of mine called me, and he actually went to Brazil with me a couple of years ago. And he's like, bro, I live here. I'm seeing these things in the sky. I've seen them 7 times now. They're the size of an SUV. I was like, well, what do they look like? What do they behave like? He's like, well, they're making noise. I was like, oh, okay. Well, that quickly kind of eliminates something non-conventional in terms of propulsion. But then I got reports of objects that didn't make any noise, and that we can find
what kind of noise it was making?
like a propellers drones would make, but loud, and they have a loiter, but they're big, and they have a loiter time of hours. The average drone, I fly drones for night films, is like you're lucky to get 25 minutes. These things are hours.
Yeah, 5 hours at a time.
They go dark, right, and they're approached by other objects. They're not getting picked up on clear at times, and then some of them have no noise. I've heard crescent shaped, and then I heard about the ones that really got me because I contacted Chris Trunella, and I was like, Chris, what is going on? But yeah, I really rely on him. good information. And he's like, I really don't know, man. It's a real shit show. And the U.S. government seems to be clueless right now. He goes, some of them are conventional, some of them are misidentified conventional craft, but there are other ones coming in off the ocean that are up to 50. The Coast Guard and the police department are reporting that truly remain a mystery. And then you had Sugar at a press conference just, I think it was yesterday, and then he's going, we don't know what they are. We don't know what they are. And the guy goes, yeah, so it's a UAP. He goes, well, the drones. He goes, well, you know the legislation. It's a UAP. It's unidentified anomalous phenomenon. Why don't you just use UAP? I think we use the word drone because UAP is almost too scary. It's invasions.
That's what UAP is, unidentified anomalous phenomenon.
Yeah. So
couldn't that be kind of anything? It doesn't even mean flying.
Well, that's the thing, because it used to be unidentified aerial. Well, UFO, unidentified flying object. Then it was UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon. But then they're coming out of the water. Right?
I feel like this.
So they said anomalous.
Why does it just keep using UFO?
Because people associate UFO with other words, and they wanted to take that, remove that baggage, and make it a little less scary. That's my personal opinion.
I kind of get that, but also it's just an unidentified flying object. If we find out what it is, then it becomes an identified flying object. It doesn't necessarily mean it's alien. True, right? Like they could be
jumping out of the windows right now. They said UFOs are invading the East Coast. You remember World of Worlds?
Right.
People were like jumping. So I think they took it out. I think they're using the word drone, even though they're unidentified, just because of the fear factor. The fear factor is real.
Yeah. I cannot cringe when you that word.
Oh, sorry. The fear element.
Sorry. It was too much of a part of my life.
Too close to home.
So when did they start? Like, when was it acknowledged that this was an issue that was reoccurring recently? Like, obviously there's always been something in the sky.
Yeah.
I've always seen things. Who knows what they are, whether or not they're, a lot of people see Starlink.
Yeah, of course.
But when did this drone thing that we're currently experiencing basically every day, when did it start?
A couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago. That's when I started really hearing about it. But
Jamie, is there any sort of official answer to that?
I have something that
19th, something like that.
Is
Mid-November. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. This grocery shopping drives you nuts. The lines, the chaos, the inflated prices. Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with their ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, it's cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores at their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code Rogan20 for $20 off your order, and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
I have something that, this is about an air base in Vandenberg Air Force Base in 2003. And this is not an anonymous, but this is about incursions over, listen to this. I promised this individual that I met at the Solo Conference. He's a witness. He's a military guy. My name is Jeffrey Busatelli. I served 16 years in the United States Air Force as a technical sergeant and a military police officer. In October 2003, my coworkers and I witnessed a series of extraordinary UAP incursions at Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. The initial event is known as the Vandenberg Red Square, and it was first mentioned during the historic UAP hearing held in 2023. The case involved Boeing contractors who witnessed a huge red square-shaped object, roughly the size of a football field, hovering over a missile defense system. The object was silent and had no visible means of propulsion. The contractors watched in amazement as the massive object slowly drifted east and vanished over the earth. I retained official Air Force records of the event, including the blogger form entry, which includes the names and contact information of all witnesses, and provided it to select members of Congress, Aero, and the FBI. Aero's the American Task Force All Domain Anomalous Resolution Office.
After the initial events, several other UAP incursions took place in Vandenberg. I was on duty during many of the encounters. I investigated the incidents as they unfolded. And remember, this is not anonymous reporting. They include a football field-sized craft with terrified security guards as it silently hovered over a launch facility before flying off at an unbelievable rate of speed. A brightly illuminated silent object that landed on the base flight line before accelerating instantaneously and disappearing into space. A huge triangular-shaped craft larger than a C-130 had hovered 50 feet over a police officer before it drifted slowly over the base. A blue-white liquid orb, roughly the size of his house, that hovered over his house on the base. The object made no sound and had zero obvious means of propulsion. And he says, my experiences with UAP were awe-inspiring, exciting, and terrifying. I don't know why UAP are flying over our bases and our neighborhoods, but I do know the UAP phenomenon is of the utmost importance to all of humanity. I currently have 5 other military witnesses to the Vandenberg incursions that are all willing to testify tomorrow under oath that these statements are true. We need answers to this mystery and better government transparency. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story. Former United States Air Force Technical Sergeant and witness Jeff Musatelli. Crazy, right? I mean, we're talking objects the size of a football field.
It's bananas. And then they took off insanely fast, just like the Tic Tac.
Straight up into space.
So this was it. What was the exact date of this?
This was 2003. There was a number of incursions during that year, up all the way into 2005. And he has the names, and they submitted it to the new head of Aero.
That's interesting because that coincides with Tic Tac.
It does coincide with
I wonder if it's like, vacation season. It's like every few years.
Let's go check out what those guys are up to.
You know what I mean? Maybe it's like a real pain in the ass to get here. Maybe it's one of those things like you can go to Australia, but it's just pain in the ass. It's 16 fucking hours on a plane. It's a long flight.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean?
South Africa one time, and that was like 22 hours.
Yeah.
I was like, the plane's going to run out of gas.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's like one of those things. It's like you can do it, but it's a pain in the ass. So maybe they only travel to Earth every now and again.
How could these incursions have been taking place? And like, here we are 20 years later, and only now really starting to talk about them.
I think the reason being is if you don't understand it and you can't protect people from it because it's so beyond our capabilities that if just describing it accurately it removes all confidence that our government has everything under control. That's one reason why. And also, if you have no answers, you don't know what the hell it is.
That's a good point.
Yes. You don't know what the hell it is. What are you even going to say? Hey, there's something that came. We don't know what the fuck it is. It's the biggest football field.
Yeah.
Shut off from the sky. We have no idea. They'd be like, what do you mean? We have no idea. Hire somebody who understands this. And then they'd be like, fire him. Get him out of hospice.
I remember like 20 years ago, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, totally naive, still naive, but I was meeting with a general, and I said, God, it'd be so amazing, the story is like so unifying, and we have this kumbaya moment, and we're discovering that, we're not alone in the universe, and wouldn't that be amazing, and blah, 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 the implications for all of humanity. And he sat there almost chuckling, and he looked at me, and he goes, you got it all wrong. You got to see this through our lens. I was like, through your lens? He goes, yeah, the military's perspective. I was like, okay, tell me. And I never thought about this before. You just mentioned it. He goes, okay, imagine this scenario. We sit there and we say, my fellow Americans, it's been brought to our attention that there are craft of unknown origin whizzing around with impunity in our airspace. They exhibit a technology that's light years advanced from anything that we have. We don't know who they are, where they come from, what they want. Shall they turn to be hostile? We have no visible means of defense against them. Thank you and good night.
You're fired. You're fired. And
It's like,
someone like Trump will come along. I'll make a deal with the aliens.
But you see that predicament?
Yeah.
Like people always go, why the secrecy? Duh.
Yeah, you have to have secrecy because you got to imagine the job of a politician in general, right? Like you have to pretend that you're going to be able to handle situations that you well know you're not going to be able to handle.
Yeah.
If you're running for president, you know that you're not going to fix this economy. All right? Stop. Just stop.
Everything's going to wave the magic wand and it's all going to be taken care
You
of.
know you're not going to implement electric cars over the... Stop. Stop. Shut the fuck up. There's not enough batteries. So if you're lying about all that, you're probably going to lie about whether or not you have the alien threat. I will unite us. I will unite us as a planet so we can deal together with the aliens.
Yeah.
Let's do all you have to do is to say some bullshit like
And then
that.
someone probably bends his ear when he gets into office and is like,
A good speaker,
about that
like
disclosure.
J.D. Vance, like a guy like that, very
Yeah.
bright, young, energetic speaker. He can
People like to talk to me.
He can convince people. He can convince people that he can unite us all.
Have you seen the program?
No, I have not.
Okay, so there is.
Explain it to everybody.
Okay, so the program basically, it's funny because the last time I was on the show, we were talking about an alleged crash retrieval case that took place in Brazil,
Yes.
in 1996.
And your documentary on it.
Yeah, moment of contact.
Amazing. Amazing.
So we're talking about that, and I came off the heels of doing the phenomenon, which touched a little bit on the potential crash retrieval program, but then it was like, then it was the crash retrieval over in Brazil, and then I got hyper focused on that, and then I had sort of, it was a personal journey for me. Was okay, the elected officials, what do they know, and when do they know it? Do we have a crash retrieval program? That's what I set out to do. And then 3 months after I was on your show in April of 2023, the highest level intel officer, David Grush, testifies under oath that there is a crash retrieval program and that the government does have definitive proof that we're not alone. So he kind of opened the door for me. And a lot had happened since the release of the phenomenon and moment of contact. There was all this legislation. There was the first congressional hearing. There was behind closed doors meetings with a number of intel officers and witnesses. And then you had the second congressional hearing, which was David Grush, which was absolutely phenomenal. I'm sure you saw that, right? And then just recently, just a couple of months ago, we had the third congressional hearing, which I actually, funny enough, got to attend. So it was the first time in my 30 years investigating. I was actually sitting behind people while they were testifying under oath about legitimacy of the phenomenon, as well as there's a crash retrieval program. I mean, people have to understand, feel like maybe these things are happening fast enough. Just a couple years ago, they didn't even admit that the phenomenon was real. Now there's people testifying under oath that we have a crash retrieval program. So drip, drip, drip. Things are happening. They're not putting the genie back in the bottle.
Do you wonder at all that you're being mind fucked? Do you wonder at all that this is a massive psyop and this is all just to cover up some very advanced American weapons technology?
I think it's a very good question, and here's why I don't believe that. Because I have done 30 years of field research, right? So I've gone to China, I've been to Russia, I've been to Australia, Africa, South America, Canada, Alaska, all across Europe, the United States, and I've investigated close encounters of the third kind. And I would ask your audience, don't take it from me, but the United States Air Force investigated and categorized close encounters of the first, second, third kind, right? During their official capacity, Project Blue, Project Sign, Project Broad.
Great fucking movie, by the way. If you haven't seen it, folks, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, probably the best alien invasion movie of all time.
Dr. Hynek has a cameo appearance in that film. Did you know that?
I heard that.
Yeah,
I don't remember who he was, though, but wasn't the French guy? Didn't he?
Yeah, Jacques Vallée.
It's supposed to be Jacques Vallée.
Jacques Vallée has a cameo. Well, there's a guy acting his part, but actually, Dr. J.L. Hynek, who is the scientific advisor of Project Blue Book all those years for the Air Force, actually has a cameo appearance, smoking a cigar during the encounter. And that's
right. That's
Dr.
right.
Hynek.
That's right.
Yep. Smoking a pipe, and a lot of the cases right down to Richard Dreyfuss's face being burned by the UFO, those came directly out of Project Blue Book files, even the description of what the entities looked like. Close encounters, again, close encounters of the third kind. This is the United States Air Force documenting this stuff.
Yeah.
And he took it directly out of Project Blue Book files and made a movie out of it. And as a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge, he has Dr. Hynek have a cameo appearance in the movie.
You know what?
Other people don't know that.
It's a fantastic movie too.
It's a great movie.
Because it's a movie that's filled with. It's not like standard UFOs land. Like there's some play going on. There's some weirdness to the way they interact with us. That sort of is much more realistic in terms of like the things that people experience.
Yeah.
They experience interactions, very strange interactions. And when they had those little orb-like things that were flying around the movie, that's all straight out of.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. I remember I had a buddy of mine who was a pilot over in Europe. He used to come to family dinners. He was always talking about it. I was like, yeah, whatever. And then later on in life, when I started getting interested in UFOs, I was like, Michael, Tell me about that UFO encounter we had at Red Orbitals. It was just like it wasn't pushing out of the third kind. Steven Spielberg's movie. I was like, they took those files directly on a bunch of movie files and right on the big screen.
That's what the Foo Fighters were, right?
Yeah, Foo Fighters too. Like little warps.
Yeah,
these
warps. Fighter pilots are flying around. They're seeing these things with them.
Well, let me ask you. And this is why that I don't think it's a psyop thing. I don't think it's a psyop either. Well, the reason why I don't is because, I don't just believe Rush because he testified under oath and he's a high-level intelligence officer, and that's very impressive. I believe Rush because his claims align with my personal research in the field. Remember, I've investigated crash retrieval programs, crash retrieval cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when I put out Moment of Contact, well, actually, when I went in to put out Moment of Contact, people were going, James, you just dropped one of the biggest, most successful UFO films in terms of transcending the UFO community and penetrating a much broader, more mainstream audience. Are you sure you want to put out a documentary that deals with an alleged crash of 5 aliens walking around the town of Virginia in the snow? Like, seriously, that's what you want to put out there? And you got access to like Harry Reid and all these intel insiders. Now you want to do that? You're going to tarnish your reputation. It's a bad.
Who gave you that advice?
A lot of people did.
I wish you called me.
Well,
I was like, James, you can handle it.
You probably heard about Moment of Contact, and then you thought, this sounds too crazy. And
No,
you watched it.
No, I thought, I always think a crash and contact sounds crazy.
I know
I
it
always
does.
think, and it does. I always think that. But I would have never told you not to do it.
Oh, okay.
I would have never told you not to do it. You're really good at this. You know how to, you're really good at, explaining.
But you look at half the town talking about it, including the
That's an
mayor.
incredible story. It's an incredible story.
It's a phenomenal story.
It's one of those stories where you're like, everybody's in on this. This is crazy. Everybody's telling, and there's not one contrarian that comes out with, they all told me to lie. I'm not fucking lying. This is stupid. They're doing it for tourism. Not one person. Come on. There's always some hater. There's always some hater who wants to ruin your gag.
I remember.
You know what I mean?
I told you. I remember when I was making Moment of Contact and it wasn't done with it yet. Lou Elizondo was like, he's like, James, call me up. I need a copy. I said, the film's not done. I don't care. I need a copy. Give me a rough copy. I don't care. I was like, okay, what's the urgency? He's like, you don't understand who's watching this right now. So I was like, okay, so I'm giving them copies, and I had absolutely no idea ever in 100 million years that I think we're going to be having, months after the release of Moment of Contact, a congressional hearing under oath that was a crash to the
What year did
Moment of Contact come out? It came out at the end of 2022.
Do you think he sat down with Biden? That would have been wild.
He's been so dismissive of it all. Obama said a lot more about it.
Why? Because he's already in space. He's in space right now.
He's like, go talk
He's
to
in
Obama
orbit right now.
He's like, really? That's the best you can do?
He's like Dr. Manhattan. He's on the moon in a glass house.
Okay, let's see. If you're listening right now, you have nothing to lose.
You're the president of the United States, so release the hounds.
He's never running ever again.
Exactly.
He's not running for a second term. Come on, we're done.
He's already pardoned more human beings than any president ever, other than Carter.
To the advice at the end of the program by Senator Harry Reid, who's now the late Senator Harry Reid, and I said to him, what advice would you give the president? It could have been any president at the time. And he said, don't be afraid of tarnishing your legacy by addressing this issue head on. And I hope that Biden gets to see that, and I really hope that President-elect Donald Trump gets to see that. People are ready for the truth. They've had enough of the lying. I think we're way beyond that at this point.
I agree with you. However, when I confronted Mr. Trump, he was very cagey. He was very cagey. I've seen some things. They told me some things. He didn't tell me shit. He basically, it was basically like neither confirm nor deny. No, there was no eyes. I don't do that shit. Especially to a pro like Donald Trump. Like, you're not, yeah. You're going to do it to an actor or something. Shut up. You know, so just the thing. Well, Daniel Day-Lewis told you that he just ate a baby. You fucking believe it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, this idea that, like, what did his eyes tell you? What did his eyes tell you? It depends on the person. It depends on the person. If it's your regular crackpot and they tell you a lie, you're like, something's up. But there's people that can hide things. They can hide things behind their eyes. But I think he knows something. I don't think he's that interested. I think he's more interested. I think he's a sort of a no-nonsense type of guy. This is why. You kind of have to be managing multiple businesses simultaneously, right? Yeah. He's always done that sort of career. right? Yeah. Managed being on The Apprentice while running these golf courses, while having these buildings, apartment buildings, hotels. He's constantly doing something, right? Yeah. So while he's doing all that, and he's playing golf, while he's doing all that, there's no time for fucking aliens, man. There's no time for nonsense. There's no time for sitting around with your buddies, smoking a cigar, going, "What do you think, man? I mean, if I was them, man, I would do what they're doing." There's no time for that nonsense talk. That guy's got businesses.
Right. We got objects of unknown origin flying over residential areas, flying over military bases, flying over nuclear silos.
Well, now I think he's much more interested because
that's a matter of national security. I mean,
it is
now freaking out. Like, what the hell are we seeing? And they're going, we don't know what they are, but everything's fine. Well, he's totally safe. There's no national security issue here. We don't know what they are, but you're fine. Don't worry about it. Remember, what was the Steven Spielberg movie with the shark, the great white shark?
Yeah, Jaws.
Yeah. Everything's fine.
The mayor was like, keep swimming.
Yeah, keep swimming. The water's fine. Everyone's saying people are getting bitten.
That's the perfect analogy. Dude, that is the perfect analogy. That is it.
Everything's fine. Go about your lives.
They're definitely not nuke-sniffing drones. Come on. Nuke-sniffing drones. So what if some nuclear material was just stolen? Up a cargo ship, whatever. Guys,
all the online conspiracy stuff is crazy, and I get a lot of it because obviously what I do. Of course. And people send me all kinds of stuff. I was like, well, hang on a second, I wish I could put boots on the ground, but no, there's something really weird going on, and the fact that they don't know, or they're claiming that they don't know what it is. And here's another really funny thing. I actually in the program that I did now, and I hope you get a chance to watch it because it's crazy. It's got. Tell people what it is. Okay, so basically, I was talking about earlier.
Tell people the title.
It's called The Program. It's going to be on. It's on. It just came out. It's number one right now. It's on Amazon.
When did it come out?
Yesterday. Oh, good. I know. It came out yesterday. It's on Amazon. It's on Apple TV, and you can Google the algorithms are just starting to catch up with it on Google right now because everyone's like, I can't find it. Look up The Program and then Google James Fox UFO documentary, The Program. You will 100% find it. It's being also made available internationally. They're working as fast as they can to get it up. It just went up yesterday. It's the most independent film from start to finish that I've ever made. And it covers what happened, because everybody thinks the government suddenly had to differently decide to be more transparent to the general public. That's not what happened. What happened is there were a couple of intel insiders in the Pentagon reviewing some of this classified data, or so-called classified data, and resigned in protest of excessive secrecy. They found a loophole. This is Lou, probably Jay Stratton, I don't know for sure, definitely Chris Mellon, and they walked these evidence tapes out of the Pentagon through this loophole. They bent the rules a little bit and onto the front page of the New York Times, right? Mm-hmm. So that happened, and it was exploded. You know that. Mm-hmm. And since then, there has been this unprecedented push by a bipartisan group of lawmakers to find out what the intelligence agencies know and when they knew it. And so that started happening behind the scenes, right? So it was 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and then in 2022, they're like, we're having a congressional hearing. Congressman Andre Carson, I think he's a Wisconsin, I'm not positive, he spearheaded the first open congressional hearing, public open congressional hearing. And in that congressional hearing, they acknowledged the fact that the phenomenon was real, it was slowly introduced, that we were not getting told the facts. There was a document that came out called the Wilson Davis Memo, and that was about the discovery by a former DIA guy, Admiral Wilson, of the crash retrieval program that was like maybe 20 plus years ago. And none of these names or anything they talk about were redacted. I cover that memo in the film. And then 2023, another congressional hearing. This time it was David Grush talking about the crash retrieval program. It's been a steady progression. And so a lot has gone on.
What up, baby? How you?
And that is what this film does, is it covers behind the scenes efforts, bipartisan group of lawmakers effort to find out what the intelligence agencies really know. Yeah, and people that were, and in one of them, there was an encounter, I think I remember you hearing about it, because you wanted to get hold of David Grush, and so you contacted me, and I actually had I actually had a drone up there in England. I know, and I had my phone attached to my drone thing because that's what I was using as a controller for the screen. And I'm flying the drone, and there was a huge window, and I saw this window, and I was like, oh, that's going to make a beautiful shot for the movie. It is in the movie. So I'm up there flying it, and the wind, the turbines are going round and around, and I can't quite tell how close my drone is to them. So I'm paying really good attention, and I'm getting close to these big turbines, and all of a sudden my phone's ringing, and it's you. I'm like, oh my God, I can't not answer this. I got to answer. So I answered it while my drone was up there.
Oh, no.
And we talked briefly, and you said, hey, can you get me in touch with David Grush? I said, yeah, I got a guy that can put you in touch with. That was Jason Sands. And I guess you and Jason Sands talked about this alleged encounter in 1994 with this entity, alien, whatever you want to call him, in the desert.
Yeah.
So that was a crazy story. Crazy story. But in any case, so when you watch the movie in the program, you'll see the drone flying dangerously close to these, and that's funny little inside thing.
So it didn't crash.
It didn't crash, but I was on the phone with you when it happened. But when you watch the footage, it's like, wow, that's really close.
Is that guy public with that story?
So
Because otherwise I would discuss it.
yeah.
Because it sounded so nutty.
No. Okay, so here's what happened. This is funny because when I was in Washington, D.C. with Mellon and this gentleman, Jason Sands, and I'm using his name now, and Mellon looked at me and he goes, this guy's story is pretty wild. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, really wild. We're sitting down having dinner. Chris Mellon orders a drink. He had tequila, so whatever. Anyway, and we were all having dinner, and Jason Sands starts telling the story about this alleged encounter in 1994. It's one of the craziest stories, and I've been doing this for 30 years, and this story is nuts. Okay, you remember?
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, I went like this to my phone. He's telling me like this one.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Me too. So
it was one of those. Wait, what the fuck did you just say?
Insane. Yeah. So
tell everybody what you said.
I will. I'll get to that in 1 second. This is the reason why I can. Well, no, this is the reason why I can discuss it publicly. I know. The reason why I can discuss it publicly is because he was going to appear anonymously, and I was debating on exactly how to go about doing this because I was torn. Because you got a statement from an individual, you don't have his identity. But I was in D.C. I put the whole thing down, and I said, look, he was worried about security. He was a whistleblower. He had already testified to a number of Senate Intel Committee, Senate Armed Services Committee, and
all about the UFO phenomenon.
Yeah, about the UFO phenomenon. They're part of the UFO task force. They found him, and he was giving them information and reporting on things. And so he goes, I'm really fearful. I don't know if this witness protection program is going to be that helpful. I'm just worried. I said, look, if you're concerned about the story getting out, not getting out, if you want, I'm here. You can come to our studio. We could film you on camera. If anything happens to you, it could be released. And it could be a little insurance policy for yourself. He goes, that sounds great. Let's do it. So I did a whole film about it. And then I'm periodically posting clips or just still frames and updates on the movie as I'm making it, as I do on social media. And I posted this one scene, and it had a clipboard on it in the scene. Where on that clipboard, if you zoomed right in, it had his name. So I posted it, and by accident, I posted the damn thing, and my phone starts blowing up 10 minutes later. You just revealed this guy. What are you doing? Take it down. Too late. So he's out there. He's getting all kinds of heat. So as a result of it, I'm giving the truncated version. He basically had to go through the DOPSR process, which is basically pre-publication of authorization of what you can and cannot say. Excuse me. So he basically could talk about a number of cases that were in the film. We had to blurt out one particular word, which in the movie it's blurred out. We had to do that. That was DOPSR. So it was the winter of 1994. There was a unidentified flying object that was picked up on the base. Old school UFO. Oh yes, sir. Old school. It was a UFO. It was picked up on the base, and it was recorded by sensory data. And it was picked up on camera, and had camera footage of it from different locations. And it looked like a weird shape. It was like an unusual shape, and there's people talking about it in the movie. And the film is in the movie. The film footage that leaked from the base is in the movie.
You can see what it looks like flying.
Kind of, yeah. It's kind of blurry in some spots, and yeah, you'll see it. So
it's in the program.
It's in the program, yeah. And then you hear all the voices. I actually had the voices cleaned up. You can hear people talking about, what the hell is it?
Is there a clip we could see online?
Just
like a show what it looks like?
Damn. summary.
Could you maybe just state the actual name of the incident? Maybe
Yeah,
try to find it?
Yeah, try and find it. It's Nellis Test Range UFO 1994. See if you can find it.
People put stuff up
It's
so
long.
quick
It's really true. Good point.
because it's on Amazon right now. People put clips up so quick.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's other things on there. So in any case, so that video.
Bam, there it is.
Oh, that's terrible. There's much better footage of it. Yeah, there's much better footage of it. It's in my movie. I had it cleaned up. But yeah, that's it basically.
Can I see it again? So that's what we
Yeah,
look like.
wait, the footage I have is way better than this. Yeah, it sometimes.
So what did it look? Jesus Christ! You know what that looks like, Jamie?
Very weird shape.
Jamie, you know what that looks like? That looks like Terrence Howard's creation, doesn't it?
It's weird.
What is it? What does he call that again?
But it was
Those things that lock together. Those, the flying drone thing that he created. Linchpins.
Yeah.
Terrence Howard created this fascinating concept for like a drone, where it's like propellers going all these different directions, and they sync up and they link together, and it looks like that.
Oh yeah. So anyway. So it's footage. People talking about it. What is it? We don't know. It's unidentified, and it flies around base, and that leaked, and the names of the witnesses leaked. 3 days later,
Can you explain? I'm sorry to keep cutting you off. Can you just say what it did, like how it moved?
it was like didn't have any visible means of propulsion. It didn't have any wings. It didn't have propellers. It just looked like an object, a round sort of object, with weird shape, almost like a helmet or something, with things coming off of it. And it was just moving around the base. And
How fast?
nobody slowly.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
So
it.
this is-
That's exactly it. Yep.
It's definitely not a big balloon.
You hear everybody talking about it. The audio that goes along with it, and I had it cleaned up, is they're all talking about it. Nobody knows what it is. And
So this is Zoom. Is this why it's moving around like that? They're trying to keep it in focus. And
it's all Mr. Sands explains all of that in the film, the program he talks about it. So anyway, so this leaks. It was names, witnesses leaks, and 3 days later, he's in a convoy. He's doing time. He's in a convoy, and it's early in the morning, and there's 3 jeeps, in convoy on a dirt road heading out Nellis Test Range. And they see what looks like maybe somebody was involved in a plane crash. There's somebody that was struggling out in the middle of the desert. It was early in the morning, wintertime, and they're looking at this individual. Like, oh, God, is that a person? That individual needs some help. That individual looks like they need some help, and cold, and skin had a slight blue tint to it. And they're looking at this gentleman, and they're like, "Hey, let's stop the convoy. This person needs help, medical attention. Maybe they had a plane crash, and so we're going to help this person out." And they pull the convoy over, and this individual comes up to the car. Jason Sands gets out the right side of the door, and as he's getting out, somebody in the truck screams, "He's got no effing ears." And Jason says he turns around and he looks at this guy, and he had the same kind of uniform that they had on, but the uniform was just immaculate. Like, there wasn't any dust on it, no dust on the boots, and he was looking at that. Well, that's weird. This guy's got no ears. This guy's some kind of mutant. And he looks at him and he said his eyes were a lot bigger. It's all illustrated in the movie. And then he starts talking like, he said it was like a snake bite, and he was just paralyzed with fear. It was really scary. What am I looking at? Is this a human? Is this a mutant? Is this an alien? What is this? And I starts talking to him in gibberish. But he said he started to understand, like telepathically, everything this person, an entity, being, creature, alien, whatever you want to call it, was saying to him, and he was looking for some kind of metal. And he didn't know tantalum, and Jason says, I don't know, I don't have any. You mean titanium? He's like, no, tantalum or something. And this conversation goes on for a bit, and then the guy just wanders back off and gets into that little craft that looked very similar to what you just saw there, and flies away. And so he sort of stepped away, and everybody sort of came out of this comatose state, and off they went. And we have the names of the other military witnesses that were on duty during the encounter, the alleged encounter. People are going to criticize me because I'm reporting on a close encounter of the third kind. But this, Jason Sands says he's willing to do lie detector test, like public. He's willing to testify under oath that everything he's saying is true. We have a date, we have a location, and we have the names of the other people, on-duty officers. So what I'm hoping is, despite the level of criticism I'm going to receive for reporting on this, is that other individuals that have more information on this are going to be inclined to come forward. I also met with people in the Senate Armed Service Committee, Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, in the House, and they said, Jason says, he's who he says he is, checks out, he's named previously classified programs, he's identified, the guy's legit, his credentials check out, and so I opted to go ahead and report on it, with the hope that more information will come out.
Listen, man, there's nothing wrong with reporting on a story like that. There's been a bunch of them. It's not a small number of these things where people have experienced these things. And imagine if it's true.
If it's true, yeah.
Not all liars. I can't believe they're all liars.
Okay, it's
But imagine being that person who had that experience and not have anybody believe it. Not only that, but it can actually ruin your reputation and your career to talk about this experience, which is the reality of it. It's one of the things that stifled discourse on this until I think the New York Times really broke the ice. I think in 2017, when they published that, all of a sudden serious people who were unwilling to talk about UFOs before just for the ridicule.
Yeah.
Now you've got the gimbal video, the go fast video, you've got fighter pilots, Commander David Fravor, you've got these people discussing these things openly. Okay, this seems like something that a serious person can discuss now. And so then it's open. But actually meeting one and talking to it's like the Virginia story. Like when I told people the cop picked it up and carried it in the car and the cop died from some horrible bacterial infection that they couldn't cure.
He was rubbing himself down with Rothschild, according to his family. Like, it was greasy stuff in my skin. And he was rubbing himself down, and he had the stench, smell, grease.
Yeah.
And then I interviewed the doctors. There's a couple of them actually going back to Brazil next month. There were a couple of forensic pathologists that are going to come forward and we're going to kind of update the movie every week. So it's an ongoing investigation.
Wouldn't that be the best protection from an alien planet's bacteria if you had the most vicious bacteria on the surface of your skin? Right? Like imagine, like if you go to another planet and the way to mitigate the effects of viruses and bacteria on that planet is to have skin fluid that's like unbelievably toxic. Anything that comes near you just gets cooked.
Yeah, like a skunk.
Right.
Have you ever had a skunk?
Oh yeah, I had a skunk out my dog once.
I check out this guy's garbage one time, and he's like, "Hey, it's in my garage." He flipped up the thing and dropped it in there. So I was like kind of hungover. We had a party the night before, and I went out to the garbage can, and I kind of heard like some rustling in the garbage can, but I didn't really think anything of it. I lifted up the thing, and then I heard some rustling again. So I'm sure when I put my head down inside, and the skunk just turned and got me right in the face. Now, I held my breath and I closed my eyes for the last second, and it went right through me. It penetrated my molecules. It was so powerful that it was paralyzing. Absolutely paralyzing. Can you imagine just the smell? That's their way of defense. It's just the stench that just goes through your body. Like just paralyzes. That's crazy. Anyway,
You got it in the mud, huh?
I got it right in the face.
How long did it take for you to stink? Because you spent 2 weeks.
It was several weeks. Yeah, and I tried the tomato, and I tried the baking soda.
I think they have the special soap now, just for skunks. But when my dog got zapped, she got zapped in like 1980. I think it was 1980 because I was living in Jamaica Plain, and she went out in the backyard, and I think she thought that it was our cat because we had a cat that was black and white. And she just ran right up to that skunk, and it took her right in the side of her body. Like, she tried to turn away, but it got her all over her body. She was wet with skunk spit.
Oh, yeah.
It was so nasty. I had to take her inside, and I had to do it because she was my dog. Even though I was 13, I had to, cover her with tomato juice and wash her down. She still stunk. The whole house stunk.
That's so funny because I was getting ready for a road trip a couple years ago, and I looked over and I was like, did we walk through? It was like 9 o'clock at night. We were exhausted. We packed everything up. We had a car ready to go for the next morning. And I was like, did we walk through? I did do our dog. But then I was like, it's 9 o'clock inside. And I hear him row, 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 row. And then he goes, row, row. And I thought, oh my God, he's fake. Somebody just ate him. I was like, oh my gosh. I ran out there, looked for him, he comes running in and shoves the bed covered in skunk. The whole house, like it was so strong. It's unbelievable. That smell is just like
It's so incredible. The way someone explains this to me, like animals like bloodhounds and bears, and they have the insane sense of smell.
Oh God, like 100,000 times stronger than ours, right?
Right, but they can pick up parts per million the way we pick up skunk.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my
So
God.
think about that. So if a skunk gets hit by a car like a mile away, you can smell it. Have you ever driven in your car? I don't know if it's a mile.
I can drive over it and my car smells like it.
Yeah, if you're in the neighborhood where a skunk got something, you can smell it.
Yeah.
For some strange reason, it permeates. Like it carries more than any other smell. With dogs, that's how they smell everything. They're like, oh, Rothschild. Like they can smell things that you can't even imagine they can smell, especially like a bloodhound. And then a bear can smell like, what is a bear's like ability to smell above a bloodhound? It's something crazy. My friend was
sharks in the ocean sense blood from miles away. Right?
Miles, insane, miles away. They can smell blood miles away.
Got something. I remember.
Look at this, 300 times. Look at this. This is crazy.
Wow.
Bears is the best sense of smell of any animal on Earth. For example, average dog sense of smell is 100 times better than humans. A bloodhound is 300 times better. A bear's sense of smell is 7 times than a bloodhound, or 2,100 times better than humans. Unbelievable.
That's why they say when you go camping, put your food up in a tree or something.
Oh,
right?
100%. You have to.
You can't have the tent at all.
Oh, when I was a kid, we went camping, and the bear broke open our cooler.
Wow.
Yeah, people just had regular coolers.
You'd have like a little cookie in your pocket, be in bed, in your tent.
Yeah.
And you're gonna have an issue.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
I remember when I was a kid, I went camping and they were like, don't have any food. I was like, yeah, no, but that's up. They were really adamant. I was like, why these guys making such a fucking bear's not gonna smell a cookie in their pocket? Like,
Yeah.
of course they will.
They'll live with that like a long time. Like look at that soft outer layer and just meat inside of it. They're gonna look at that tent like, look, it's trapped in there. The meat is trapped in the tent. This is crazy.
What was that one movie called where they got the grizzly man or something?
Yeah, grizzly man. That's
and
what
they
it's
came
called.
and got him. Remember
Well,
he
it's a
thought
lot
he became
more
one
than
with the grizzlies and then he got eaten?
That's a very complicated movie. That's a Werner Herzog film.
Yeah, one of her.
Yes. It's a really
And
funny
the camera was rolling.
movie.
And they played it.
Sort of. The camera was rolling, but the lens cap was on, so there was an audio.
So it's just audio.
Yeah.
It's even worse.
The
It's
audio,
a-
by the way, folks, the audio you hear on the internet, that's fake.
Audio.
That's not the real one. The real audio, Werner Herzog told the lady to destroy it. Destroy it. No one should hear this.
So he heard it.
Yeah, he heard it. It's long. Because bears don't kill you, they eat you. Like a salmon, they don't kill salmon. They just put their paw down and start pulling chunks off of it. That's what they do with people, too.
That's terrifying.
Well, they don't have any predators, so they don't have to kill things and then, worry about someone taking it from them. You're not taking shit from a bear, especially a grizzly bear. You're not taking shit from a bear unless you're a bigger bear. So, like all the other animals have to worry. Like mountain lions kill quick because wolves will steal from mountain lions. And apparently, in the areas where wolves have been introduced, it's actually become a problem because mountain lions are killing much more than they normally do. Because mountain lions will kill like a deer or 2 deer a week, something like that.
And eat with it.
Yeah,
2
they
deer
eat
a week. That's a lot of meat.
Well, they're big. A big mountain lion is 150 pounds, and it's a big cat. Their cats are they're obligate predators. All they eat is meat. Bears eat a little berries, they eat much chicken, not cats. So the cats are killing more because the wolves scare the cats off of the kill. So if the cat's on a kill and a bunch of wolves show up, the cat will just get the fuck out of there. Like,
Because he feels they want to defend himself against the wolves.
Exactly, because wolves hunt in packs. So there might be 13, 14 wolves and one cat. The cat will just get the fuck out of there. Cats run from dogs, right? Like they have a fear of like canines, and I think it's from wolves stealing your food. So like that's how they hunt cats. The way they hunt them, you have to treat them, because otherwise you're not going to find them. If you find a mountain lion,
by treat them.
you have to get the dogs to bark them up a tree.
Oh,
So they run up a tree and they shoot them down a tree. Yeah. And it sounds cruel. But listen, they have to do that to manage the populations. If they don't, they start eating dogs. That's what you get in San Francisco. California still kills mountain lions. They kill as many mountain lions as they would if they gave tags out to people to kill them. Because you have to kill certain numbers of them for depredation. Because they'll start killing livestock, they'll start killing dogs. in the Bay Area, the problem cats that they wound up killing in like San Francisco, half their diet was pets.
Really?
Half their diet. Half their diet was house cats, dogs and cats. It's half their diet. Half of their diet. So you manage, 100+ pound cat, and he's running around just eating dogs. You leave your dog in your backyard, gone. Happens all the time.
Wow.
It happened to my dog. Yeah, my dog in Colorado got eaten by a mountain. Yeah, it happens.
Oh God, I feel so bad for my little guy.
It's terrible.
I'm not there to protect my little feather. One time I was hiking up this mountain, and I had my son with me at the time. He was in that little pouch, that little pouch. In the front, he was probably maybe 2.5. And I was hiking this mountain pretty daily. It's funny actually, because when I went up there without him, I was like, well, this is why people hike with weights on. This feels amazing. I can run up this mountain. Anyway, I was going up the mountain, and I had my dog, a little Duke, and I had my son walking up this mountain, and coming on this, go left, it's a pretty exposed, lots of these some bushes, and it's a hot sunny day, and I see this leg of a deer, just fresh kill, blood on the ground. I was like, God damn, what the hell? Wow, that's fresh. Kind of keep going, and around the corner, there's a long straightaway. The hill goes up like this, and I see what looks like a big, greyhound dog, kind of light brown, kind of walking kind of back and forth like this with a tail. And I was like, man, what the hell's greyhounds doing out here? What the hell is that? That's a mountain lion. I was like, holy shit. And the mountain lion turns around, looked at me. Man, my kid. I was like, shit. So I grabbed my dog, and I turned around, and I started running. I knew that I shouldn't be running. So I'm running, going, I shouldn't be running. I know I shouldn't be running. I wanted to get around the corner and get it out of its line of sight. And then I go, well, if he comes up on me, I'm going to have to throw my dog. I was like, I look at Duke, and I said, if it comes down to it, Duke, you're going to have to take one for the team.
God,
that's a horrible choice. It's a horrible choice, but I had my son. Of course. But I remember looking at him too, and I was looking at my dog going, oh man, this is a horrible decision I have to make, but if it comes down to it, I'm going to have to sacrifice you, buddy. I love you. But it didn't come down to it. But I remember running going, you're an idiot, James. Why are you doing that?
You can't run. Well, that's the problem with mountain bikers. They get got because when they pass by a cat, it's almost like rolling a ball of yarn past a kitten. They are predators.
And they'll catch bikes, huh?
Oh, yeah. They get people on bikes. Yeah, that's happened a few times. They get people on bikes. They get joggers, people on bikes. They think you're running away from them.
Could you imagine what it's like to be running for your life? Having something like that chase you?
Yeah, I can. I mean, it hasn't happened to me, but I've seen them. I've seen 3 of them in my lifetime. Only one of them scared the shit out of me. I saw one in Colorado. I saw one in Montecito, Santa Barbara area. It was small. It was small. They were 50, 60 pounds. And then I saw one with a buddy of mine, my friend Colton and I. We spotted one under a tree that was 30 yards away. We were in a truck. It made me shit my pants.
Wow.
It was so big. This one was really big. This was a mature male with a big pumpkin head and huge forearms like a fucking bodybuilder. It was freaky. It was freaky to see because, it was, first of all, it was dusk. So the sun was going down, and the lights of the truck, even though it wasn't quite dark yet, the lights of the truck were making his eyes glow.
Oh my God.
And you could see him with the naked eye, but then I put my binoculars on. And so I've got these 10-power binoculars, and I'm zooming in on this thing's face. I'm like, holy.
Looks like he belongs in Africa.
Well, he belonged right where he was, and we didn't belong there.
Let me tell you a really cool story that's a UFO, the best UFO picture I think's ever taken.
You haven't? Look at it?
Yes. No. We're going to look for it. Okay, so can you find the program trailer on here at all? Or?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, find the program trailer. I'm going to tell you about this. So, yeah,
let's just watch the trailer.
Let's watch it.
Exposing the secret government program investigating UFOs.
That story was kind of a catalyst for a lot of things that have happened since. Members of Congress started to ask questions.
Instruments report there is something there. There are flight characteristics that we can't explain. UAPs are unexplained. It's true. They need to be investigated.
Here we are having a hearing where just a few years ago we didn't even acknowledge that these things were real.
Do you believe there are governments in possession of UAPs? absolutely based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
You're telling me people have come forward claiming firsthand knowledge of craft of non-human origin.
That's correct. We have sources who have asserted not only that there have been crashes, but there have been crash retrievals.
Do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
Biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they human or non-human?
Non-human.
Actually, every day because the American people are getting wanted to.
We are the American government, and we are open, and we're going to be open about this.
What has been revealed, non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity.
Is only part of the story. The pressure's on. The Pentagon and the CIA are going to have to answer to that. Some are risking everything.
Have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life?
Yes, personally, to uncover the rest.
What is being done to verify the assertion that the U.S. government has spaceships of non-human intelligence in their possession?
That kind of revelation unearths people's beliefs.
I would go to jail to say things that I've been exposed to in the program.
Bro, is that Mick Jagger? Was that other guy Mick Jagger?
Isn't it amazing? That's Hal Puthoff.
Hal Puthoff?
Yeah, I know. Doesn't it look like Mick Jagger?
That's not Mick
That's
Jagger?
Gary McKinnon. He's the biggest computer hacker in history.
Let me see what he looks like.
He almost went to jail for life because he was like, I'm going to find out what the government knows about UFOs. So he hacked into the systems, NSA, CIA, DIA, where is it? Yeah, you want to see that really cool picture?
In the film.
Oh, yeah, he looks like
like
towards the end. Yeah,
he
he
looks
totally looks like
exactly
Mick Jagger.
like
It's really
Mick
cool that you say that because
I totally thought it was
I saw it and I'm like, wait a minute, that does look like a rock star. He is a rock star in the UFO community. Coming up, you'll have to pause it quickly when it hits. But Gary McKinnon took it upon himself, a computer hacker, to find out if the government had proof of alien visitation. And he spent a couple years hacking systems, and he got paid over. There it is. That was it.
Bro, that's
Mick Jagger.
That is Mick Jagger.
It does look
That's
like
Mick Jagger.
It's
Mick
so
Jagger's
funny.
at the UFOs. You should just only show that clip, like they do in horror movies where the mask is not that good. It's real quick.
Yeah. But I was going to tell you, there's a photograph of a jet circling. Can I go into a little bit of detail?
Yes,
Because
please.
everyone's always worried about, where's the good evidence? Where's the good photograph?
Show me that photograph.
Yeah. So it's, there we go.
But this was a lost photograph that was recovered.
Yeah.
correct?
You know about this?
Yeah, I know about this.
Okay, so I heard about this in the late 90s. Okay, so there was a guy, Nick Pope, who investigated as part of the UFO desk at the Ministry of Defense in England in the late 90s. Mid to late 90s. Maybe it was late as early 2000s. But in any case, and I was interviewing him for a number of my films. I did Out of the Blue, I Know What I Saw, before I did The Phenomenon. And I asked him, hey, man, you were a part of the UFO desk at the end. What was the best case you ever saw? And he goes, oh, man, 1990. He didn't give me the town. It was Calvin. But he said, Scotland, there were two poachers. He called them hikers, but they were actually poaching. And so made me think about this when we were talking about animals earlier. And he said it was late in the afternoon from the place. I now know it's called Calvin. And they came upon, in this relatively remote area, I know because I hiked out to the exact spot. It's in the movie. And they came upon this diamond-shaped or disc-shaped object that was quite large, that was hovering silently, really close. I mean, close. And they were scared to death. And they were kind of hiding out underneath this tree. And they're looking at this thing and what are we looking at? And I was looking at this thing that's silently hovering. Remember, this is 1990, right? And one of them had a camera. And just as he was considering taking his camera out, a military jet came in. Turns out it was one of those Harrier jets. They think it was a Harrier jet. And it came out into the scene and it flew all the way around the disc. And as it did so, the guy mustered up the courage, came out in front of the tree, and he snapped 5 or 6 photographs of this object suspended in the air. And it went, so the disc is here, and the plane is flying around. It's click, 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 click. And the reason why I know this is because the individual who kept one of the prints. Thank you very much, Craig Lindsay, our press officer. And thank you, David Clark, for uncovering this because it's the most amazing picture ever. And the two hotel workers just outside the town of Calvine, Scotland, came back and they were like telling their co-workers, oh my God, we encountered this thing, or it was. So they go to the local newspaper and they're like, hey man, we just filmed something in the sky. Got 6 prints of it. It was 35 millimeter film footage, right? And they're going to go public with their story. 2 witnesses, broad daylight, a UFO, points of reference, with a military jet flying around, 5 or 6 prints. That's pretty solid evidence, right? So the local newspaper was like, they're about to go public with it, print the story, and they're like, well, we need a statement from the RAF. So they contact the press officer, Craig Lindsay, and they're like, hey, what do you make of this UFO these guys took? And Craig Lindsay goes, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen the picture. You haven't seen it? Well, let me send you a print. This is the newspaper. Sends him a print, big print like this, the one you see today. And he's like, holy shit, the hell is this? He's a RAF press officer, Craig Lindsay. So he starts getting in touch with the MOD, and he goes out and he investigates this, go talk to the witnesses. And he goes, well, they told him what happened. And he goes, well, what kind of noise did it make? They said it didn't make any noise. No, he goes, no noise. That's impossible. An object that can hover like that in the sky for that period of time, and we're talking 34 years ago. It didn't make any noise. And the witness said no. So he was like, holy, this is crazy. So he takes a color Xeroxing machine and he sends it to the MOD in London. And he says, hey, there's a case that you might want to check, you might want to look into. And here's a Xerox, which is really crappy. It's just a scanned Xerox, like a fax machine of the MOD. He said he went from the office where the Xerox machine was, and before he could get back to his office, his phone was ringing off the MOD. And the MOD basically stepped in, took over the investigation. They said, you can step down to Craig Lindsay. He steps down. He keeps the print, right? He steps down. They take over. Witnesses gone. 5 or 6 prints gone. The story tells, right? So 30, and we rumored about it because Nick Pelton talked about this case in a book he wrote called Open Skies, Closed Minds. And then I talked to him about it in late 90s, and I talked to him about it again in the early 2000s, and I was like, Nick, especially 2007, I was like, tell me about this photograph. He's like, oh, it's incredible. We had a big poster of it on the wall at the MOD, and I was like, well, where is it? He goes, well, I don't know. I stepped down and they're alone at the UFO desk, and I said, well, they didn't just throw that away. Why don't you get in touch with the people that were there and find out? He's like, all right, James, I can't just do these inquiries. We killed the story. It was like, so it was incredibly frustrating. So discreetly for over a 20-year period, I was making inquiries because I wasn't letting things go, right? I was like, this picture exists. Bloody hell, let's get this one out there. But the story went dark. So David Clark found Craig Lindsay, and the way he found Craig Lindsay, the guy that kept one of the prints, he said he got a declassified government document out of the MOD's office that had redactions on it. And one of the things it said was, it was 1990, and they said, RAF press officer in Scotland, blacked out, said that blah, 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 blah. And he was like, oh, who was the RAF press officer in 1990 in Scotland? Craig Lindsay. Boom, contacts Craig Lindsay. Then he started communication going. And then after so much for redactions. Yeah, so much for redactions, right? And so this whole dialogue starts going, they're developing it, and then he goes, well, gosh, I guess I might have one. It turns out he ended up keeping one of those prints which he had. And that story broke probably 2 years ago. David Clark, again, I can't thank you enough. You deserve accolades for this. And so I flew to England, I met with David Clark and his crew, the people that did the analysis work. Then I went up to Scotland. I met with Craig Lindsay, the art press officer, gave him the first and only on-camera interview about it, what astonished him about it, the analysis work they did on it, what the witnesses said. But we didn't have the witnesses, the people that took the photograph. We didn't have them, but I was going to report on this anyway, just because, wow, this is the picture that we've all been waiting for. This picture is phenomenal. But if you don't have provenance and you don't have the background story on it, it could be AI, it could be right, it could be a hoax. Some people call it a reflection, not a reflection, not a hoax. So I'm ending production of the program, and I get a text from David Clark, and he goes, something big's about to happen. And I said, what? He goes, just sit tight. I can't go public right now. Something big's going to happen.
There's a new development.
This is just teases. Well, I'm coming out with that. I promise.
He teased you.
He did tease me. He did tease me, but I was like, well, I'm almost done with the movie. And if this is something I can include in the movie about the case, please let me know. So long story short, this guy, Richard Greaves, who was one of the hotel cooks, worked in the kitchen with the photographer, with the two witnesses that took the photograph. And Richard Greaves came forward on print. Then I contacted David Clark. I was like, hey, can you get me an interview with this guy? So he kept putting it off. And then finally, I was like, I wanted to be persistent, but I didn't want to annoy the guy to the point where he's like, hey, you know what? You're being annoying. Yeah. But I got right up to that point, right? Where I was like, I was wrapping the movie. The movie's done. I want to get this movie out. All the people that participated want to get out. And then I finally sent him one final text. And I was like, look, I'm really sorry to pester you. I know you're probably really busy. I really appreciate the fact that you even said that you'll meet with me, but that you'll give me an interview. And then probably about 10 o'clock that night, I'm in the editor room buttoning the film up, and all of a sudden I get a phone call, and he's like, I'm just coming out the problem. I'm ready to go. I was like, okay, grab a camera, roll it, let's record this. And he reveals that he knew the witnesses. He worked with them in the kitchen. He knew all the specifics, got their names. And then he said that 4 nights after they took that photograph, they were all on a cigarette break at the hotel in the evening, pissing rain. He said a car rolled up. There were 3 guys in it, a driver and 2 men in seats in the back. They roll up. They come out. They say cigarette break's over. They pull the 2 witnesses aside, and they grill him. And you got to hear it directly from the horse's mouth. Richard Greaves said that when they were all, the people that were not involved in the incident were told to go back inside the hotel, which they did. They looked through the window and they saw in the pissing rain, it said they were out there for 10 or 15 minutes in the pissing rain. And that these guys, they came back inside and they were white as a, he literally goes, they came back inside, they were white as a fucking ghost. And which we all get a good laugh out of. But and then they started drinking heavily, and within a couple of weeks, they vanished without a trace, and they've been gone ever since. So we report on this, and yeah, that's a replica. That's a replica. That's a replica from Nick Holt, who did it for some series, talking about it, and that was before the real photograph was found and printed.
Let's see the real photograph.
Yeah, show the real photograph again. I got it in there. It is. Yep.
Okay, so what was he doing? Show the fake one more time.
Yeah, that's what was a recreation before we got.
So was he just recreating what he remembered?
Yes.
Let me see the real one again.
Pretty damn good, isn't it? Did you remember?
Not bad. Not bad. Missed the barbed wire fence, but not bad. That put in a bunch of bullshit back.
I went to the exact location. That
all the bullshit he put in there. Put in beautiful house.
I know. and that fence is still there. There was a
back room.
Yeah, that fence is still there. I took a.
So what is that jet in the back?
A Harrier jet is what I'm told. We're 99% sure.
And was that Harrier jet trying to figure out what this was?
Well, like I said, in the other prints, according to Craig Lindsay, the RAF press officer, he said the other 6 prints or 5 prints had that Harrier jet in a different position. So he said it was the Harrier jet flew around checking that out.
Now, where are those other prints?
We have other MOD, just they're gone. They killed the story. I mean, the guy at the MOD worked there, Nick Holt, told me that they did everything they could to squash it because everything they probably found the way somewhere. Oh, of course they do. Of course they didn't throw the pictures away. They killed the story. Yeah, that's a really crap copy. You're looking at a really bad photo.
Could you zoom in?
I've got a much better version of it.
You got it on your phone? This image is it's weird.
Yeah, it's
hard to see what you're looking at. You know?
It's yeah. Well, let me show you a much better copy of it. Let me just scroll up here because I've got a really good. I got the original print of this copy, but people talk about the more compelling data and the length. So this is the photograph that I took at the site. You get an idea of that. Okay. See how right? How similar, right? Yep. And then here it is. Here's the print. I can text that to you guys if you want.
Yeah, text that to me.
I'll text it to you guys.
Send both of them. It's very interesting.
Very interesting case. I mean, again, I think it's one of the best photographic cases because you're not dealing with just a UFO. You've got a military jet in the background. And if you have a date and location, guess what? That pilot's still out there. That pilot probably got it on radar and probably got gun cam footage. He's still alive. Well, he would have been probably young, right? Pilots are young. Sure. He would have been in his 30s, maybe early 40s, and that's 34 years ago. Right. So chances are he's still alive. They're pretty fit, right? Yeah, maybe he's in the 70s. Okay, I'm gonna text this to you right now. Here we go. Boom. You should have that. Can I get you all? Can I get all of them to you? And here is a picture of Craig Lindsay. This is great. You'll love this. Okay, this is the guy that kept it. You took it? I don't know if it's because I have my phone on airplane. Yeah, take it off airplane, bro. I told you. Okay. Oh, you did? I was trying to explain to you. I'm sorry. Okay, it's off now. I'm sorry. Otherwise, it won't actually send it. Oh, it won't. Okay. All right. Here we go. There we go. Right. Like see, my dad. I know. It's so bad. I know. You were telling me how to do it. I was like, I haven't done that before. It's funny. People that don't understand how to use it. Tell me if that goes through. Okay. Great. You need me to say it? Okay, you do it. And there's that one, and there's flip left to right on it. But, it just goes to show the lengths that the intel community, the Ministry of Defense, the DoD go to hide the more compelling photographic data because it's so easy to complain. Oh, if they were real, they would be good. Well, they're all some really good prints. So exhausting. You guys are looking at other stuff. Yeah. I found drones that you can. I don't know that they're commercially available. Did you get all the ones you wanted? But you can have a drone up for 24 plus. That didn't say it to me. Are you serious? Yeah. So weird. Am I saying it to the wrong time? Let me see your number. The number you have. Okay. Well, I have it. I definitely have it on signal. Here, you do it. Here. Okay. You take it over. You drive. Because I'm clearly failing with this one. What I set it to. Oh, I can totally imagine. This is separate. I found some drones that these companies say that you could take off anywhere. We're showing them taking off from like small platforms in the ocean. They can stay up in the air for 14 plus hours. They're small and they do have propellers. I will say that. Yeah. And like I said, it's not the question is are all of these drones explainable by aliens? And the answer obviously is no. The question is, are any of these bona fide UAP? And there's definitely some evidence to suggest that's the case. But again, there's always misidentification of more conventional stuff, right? Right. And there's always, and then there's a stubborn 4%. I'll give you an example. This is something that I've discussed a little bit recently. Did you find it okay? Yes. Okay, good. Finally got that enigma worked out. Yeah, it's just your 5G is very slow. Oh, really? Yeah, some AT&T. Oh, I use it Verizon. Yeah, really? Yeah, it's just very slow. Do I have what's it called on? I actually accidentally sent myself these other ones with the guy holding it up too. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's Craig Lindsay. So, so let me tell you a little story, pretty cool, which I never thought that this would happen. There's a guy, Kirk McConnell, who's Senate Armed Service Committee, and he participated at the very last minute in my film. He's in the trailer. And he, in an official capacity with high-level clearance, he had been investigating UFOs ever since the New York Times article in 2017. So he was behind the scenes 2017, 2018, tail end of 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24, and then he stepped down. And he came through some intel folks. We got in touch. I said, hey, man, my film's almost done. If you want, I could squeeze in one final interview. He decided to participate. Up he went. We became friends. We've been talking. And he said, hey, I could probably arrange a meeting because there's some mutual interest in some UFO cases and evidence that I've been going after as a civilian. But he goes, hey, on the inside, if you want, I can hook you up with the heads of Arrow, the new heads of Arrow, Don Kostkowski, and this other guy, Ryan, who was Air Force Office of Special Investigations. This was just a couple weeks ago. So I went to the congressional hearings, which was incredible. And people say, oh, it's a big nothing burger. But you know what? It's very exciting. Seeing people testify in the road. There's a crash through the program. Seeing a rear admiral, Tim Gallaudet, saying that they're under the water. I mean, it's pretty fascinating stuff. So I had to apply for a security background on me, which was about 48 hours. And then I got approved for that. And then I showed up in a wing across the street from the Pentagon. And I had to go through the metal detector. And then there were these kind of exciting for me because I never had this kind of experience before. There were these like glass tube type things lined up like in a row. And only one person can go in at a time. The doors open just like the Star Trek. And you walk in and that door closes. The other one opens with the other side. Then I had to get rid of the phone and everything and leave it outside and then go into a skiff, which is a sensitive compartmented information facility. The skiff's like super top secret, whatever. And I got to meet with the new head of Aero, Joel Koskowski. He was like, I can't believe I'm in the belly of the beast. This is crazy. Like I thought, how could I'm a civilian? I don't belong here. But we started talking, just very nonchalantly. I said, hey, you guys got to throw us a bone. I said, we're not going away. The story is not going away. And I said, and what ultimately we're dealing with. I mean, obviously the vast majority of UAP or UFOs can be and have been explained away in down to earth conventional terms. Right? There's a stubborn core 15, 20% that really defy conventional explanation, not because of lack of data, because they truly can explain what things do. And you know that these objects exhibit technology that's just light years advanced than we have. And it's been well documented since the 1940s. And possibly some people would say way before that. But modern day UFO wave, no question. So there's two stories. One is someone's been in possession of this revolutionary technology for 85 plus years and kept it secret. Or two, we're not alone, right? And it jives. So I said to the gentleman, very candidly, we're probably dealing with a small percentage of anti. And what's the plan to tell the general public? This is just a couple weeks ago. And he looked at me and he goes, James, I can't part my hair without approval from the DoD. And you can quote me on that. And that was him, in my opinion, telling me, hey, this is structured in a way that my hands are tied. I can uncover all the things in the world, but I can't tell the general public or even Congress without the DoD approving it first. Yeah. So that's what's kind of happening right now. And one of the reasons why we were so fortunate to get the number of let's say whistleblowers or potential whistleblowers or people who come forward in the program is because they were super frustrated with the previous head of Aero, which is a guy named Sean Kirkpatrick, which basically just kind of blanket, denied pretty much almost everything. And people were extremely disappointed with that. But
just like Google.
Yeah, kind of like Google. Yeah,
Google has done that, right?
Yeah, but yeah,
again, it brings us
everybody's doing it. Not everybody's doing it.
Right. There's a bunch of. Well, I think now also with the internet, there's ways to get information out that's much quicker and cleaner.
No question.
Than trusting a reporter.
Yeah.
And then your life's in danger, and the reporter gets threatened, and now things just kind of get out.
So well, I've thought about this, like going back to Brazil, and I thought, I'm obviously going after the additional eyewitness testimony, I'm going after the photographic stuff, and those of you out there that are like tired of hearing about it, well, I spent 20 plus years in search of the photograph that I featured just now, that one, with the background story on it, provenance, that sort of thing.
Jimmy, go look at the one that I sent you. It's a better version of it.
Yeah, and so it's not just because you can't, after a year or two, haven't successfully obtained stuff.
So this is a better version.
Yeah, it's a better version that you can see the granular of the film footage.
It's weird. It almost looks like there's something in the back.
It does look a little bit like that.
A propeller or something, like a Jetsons type of.
But let's just say
nothing was silent.
Silent, according to the witnesses, it didn't make any sound. Hovered there for an extended period of time. And when it took off straight vertical like this, straight up.
Fast.
It started going faster, and then it was gone. Yep, that was Craig Lindsay who interviewed the witnesses who told me. And it's so weird though. According to Richard Greaves in Scotland, the Americans got involved.
Of course, we get involved in everything.
Yep, they showed up and they intimidated the shit out of the witnesses. And I know people can criticize me for reporting on these alleged men in black, but it's not me saying it, it's the witnesses that are saying it. And I did it full bore for the first time in moment of contact, because I remember hearing these stories for decades, and I finally was like, we're going to think I'm crazy if I report on this. But this lady, who was the mother of the two daughters, saw that these visits, intimidation, and I was like, screw it, I'm just going to report on this, and I'll just take the criticism, And then I wasn't expecting this to be the case with this photograph, but lo and behold, it was. But anyway, it's a huge story. In my opinion, they can't put the genie back in the bottle. It's coming out, and it's drip, drip, drip. But I have to remind your audience, people that are feeling impatient, that we've had 3 open congressional hearings in the last 2 years.
Yeah,
We hadn't had it in over 50 years prior to that.
it's definitely, even though it's still difficult to get information and figure out what's actually going on, there's way more open mainstream discussion of it.
And it's frustrating at times. I get it. You know, people are like, oh, well, why are these people? Why can't they just say? Why can't David Grush just tell us? You know. Well, I can remind people that the DoD has stripped David Grush of his clearances and won't allow him to get into his skip. This is one of the things that I talked to this guy, Brian Benner, who appears in the movie Politico, and he goes, if Congress finds out about it, one thing we know on the Hill is that you're going to find out. They can't keep it secret. It's going to leak. So they've been doing everything they can, and the legend is the DoD, to prevent Rush from going into a skip with members of Congress to release and reveal the classified details necessary to verify his claims. Okay?
If you've been keeping this under wraps for 60 plus years or whatever they've been doing,
Yeah.
would you really tell AOC? Would you really pull her aside and tell her?
Well, I mean, any members of Congress with the proper clearances and feel like they want to have that information. I mean, you got
Nothing
Mace.
wrong with her.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
saying
yeah.
her. I'm just saying pick a young one.
well,
You're going to give them all that information.
Exactly. They don't want them to have that information. There's no question about it.
I would. That's what I would imagine. That's probably why they won't let Rush get into a skip.
So here's another thing I'd like to mention is that David Grush claims that he gave even the street address to the ICIG, which is Thomas Morgan. That's the Intelligence Community Inspector General. So I'm asking members of Congress to support our efforts, for Chet, who's been amazing, regardless of what the politics, the guy's phenomenal. He's been really pushing for transparency. He's a super solid guy. You got Mace, you got Muskowski, this is from Florida, Garcia from California, AOC, New York, Luna, and of course you got the Senate side. You got Rubio, who totally knows where this stuff is. Rounds, Schumer, and if you look at the NDAA, you can see the language in plain sight. I mean, it's phenomenal what's going on, and I think that our elected officials that are really pushing for transparency need to hear from us, need to hear from the citizens, and know that we support their efforts and that we have their backs, and continuing to push for transparency, and push to find out what the hell's going on. I mean, imagine if it's true. Imagine if we have spaceships and we have biologics, bodies. Okay, That is not just implications for the United States. That's global implications. I mean, the impacts, the ripple effect that would have around the world for that confirmation to happen.
No doubt.
It would be huge.
Well, the human race deserves to know. It shouldn't be unelected officials and Defense Department people that know about this stuff. That's crazy.
I totally agree.
Unless, this is what I had a conversation with Brian Graves yesterday. The way I would argue it, if I was a military person, I would say this is a national security person. And we are trying to back engineer this stuff. We're not successful. If China steals our data, if Russia can back engineer one if Iran gets one for us, we're fucked. Because these things are insanely sophisticated.
We would obviously weaponize the technology. That's obvious. It's like 101, right? The basics. I mean, if you could put a nuke on one of those things, I mean, the exhibited technology, people that have witnessed this stuff say it goes from a standstill to have time to open up. I mean, these objects, what was it? David Fravor said it went from space,
50,000 feet above sea level,
to sea level
in 1 second.
in 1 second.
Yeah.
That's insane.
We talked about it yesterday. It's
you did? Yeah.
Insane amount of speed. And the way Ryan explained it in terms of like the amount of force you would need is equivalent to how many nuclear bombs did he say? Something insane. Like the entire nuclear arsenal has to be to generate that kind of power. Whatever it is, if these stories are true, it's doing something that we don't understand. So if it's ours, I kind of get why they wouldn't want to spill the beans. My thought once was, what if this is not weaponized with our current technology? Like, what if these things are our drones, but they don't know how to put a weapon on it yet? Like, because whatever you do,
I have a problem with
at
that.
a speed.
I have a problem with that theory, and the problem I have is that the United States government has documented close encounters of the third kind. That's the beings connected.
Right.
That's their own files. I mean, that's not
Oh,
me
you
saying
little
it.
bitch.
So it's not just these objects exhibiting revolutionary technology for at least 80 years, right? No wings, no tail, no visible means of propulsion, the ability to hover, it's moving out of sight of an eye, right? It returns at high speed, the vehicle's on boom, that kind of stuff. But you also have reports, credible reports of beings connected to some of the craft. And that's documented all around the world. So that eliminates, right?
If it's true. So this is the whole thing. Like, just because something's written down somewhere doesn't mean that someone didn't write it down as a psyop. Someone didn't write it down to discredit other people with a ridiculous story. One way to discredit a credible story is to attach it to a bunch of ridiculous stories, right? So if I was going to hide some sort of technology, one thing I would do is connect it to a bunch of kooky stuff, a bunch of psychic stuff, remote viewing, just a bunch of things that people like very easily dismiss. UFO abductions, UFO encounters with an actual being. But put a bunch of stuff in there that like makes people go, "What? Is this real?" And just enough so that you can hide the real stuff in there.
Well, I think,
and again, I'm playing devil's advocate.
And again, I've said this earlier on the show. I'll say it again. It's like the reason why I believe David Bush, who testified, not just
I believe David, but David doesn't have first-hand experience.
I know, but the reason I know, but the reason why I believe him is because it aligns with my research in the field. Remember, I spent over 12 years investigating on and off with my buddy Marco Leal in Varginha, Brazil, that UFO crash case. And I only found out in the last minute, the last time I was there, was that the Americans were involved. So I was like, oh my God, the rumors are true. You know, the Americans really are. Do you see, like, I obviously looked into Roswell for years. I went to Roswell the 50th anniversary.
This is how the deal works, bro. You want the aid? We get the UFO. We give you the aid, but if it crashes UFO, you fucking call us. Yeah. Stay out of there. Don't be carrying that dude to the hospital. Leave it to us. We'll just scoop that up and shut the fuck up. What do you think about that? One of the crazy stories is that there's a building somewhere that's an enormous building that was actually
built around the UFO.
The UFO was too big to move. You heard the story?
It was reported on News Nation with Ross Coulthard. And Ross Coulthard is a credible.
He's legit. He's got an accent.
He's got great accent.
He's got an Australian accent.
It's not quite British.
We believe you if you have an accent.
But it's close.
You're more credible than a New York accent.
There's something about a British accent that just adds credibility to anything.
You know, some guy from New York. So we got this fucking car.
Right, for sure.
We put it over here. This spaceship's so fucking big. You can build a building around it.
But they talked about it now.
What is this building? And where's it supposed to be?
I don't know.
You're holding it back.
No. I have a little bit, but I don't have the same connections on everything. But I'll tell you a case that I do think needs to get looked into.
Oh, you see, you're gonna move us around.
Yeah, because this is a craft.
He's a government agent. This guy.
So there's a memo in the program that was through the adoption process was released. Unfortunately, some of the names are redacted. Christopher Mellon obtained it. It was from correspondence he had with the high-level government official back in 2020. It just got approved for release, maybe a year ago. It featured in the doc, and in it has the names of not just the gatekeeper, but other people that names who found the gatekeeper through the craft particular program. I'm told that unredacted versions of that have been handed to select members of Congress and people that are investigating in the physical capacity of the government. But in it, they specifically mention a case, not crashed, a landed case happened in 1953 at Kingman, Arizona. So I've made some inquiries with aerospace folks that I've been meeting with quietly, and I'm like, what's this case that you guys keep talking about with it? Kingman, Arizona? No, it was like, they just landed and left. I was like, well, how do you know that? Like, what do you mean landed and left? And they're like, well, the doors are open and nobody home, and they walked off. I said, you mean somebody just flew this thing down, landed on the ground in the desert in Kingman, Arizona in 1953, and they left the doors open and left. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. So
they left the craft there.
Somebody they blew it down and left a craft on the ground. I was told that, and I wouldn't be repeating this if I didn't think there was some serious credibility to it, but apparently it was.
And it does not align with how Diana Pasulka and Gary Nolan have started describing these things as donations.
Well, the individual that I talked to was so funny because this individual was like, not a scratch. I go, not a scratch. Not a scratch on the. No, it was perfect. Didn't have a scratch. It's like, oh my gosh, this sounds like somebody who's more than just heard about this. But one of the aspects of it didn't have a scratch on it. So I think that's a case that I think that.
So
people should
the
definitely
first-hand witness had no scratch.
I don't know if it was the way they described
This
it.
is the problem. This is the problem I have with all this stuff.
But here's the thing.
If you were Travis Wall,
Yes. Okay. Love that guy.
I love that guy too.
Fascinating.
I really enjoyed. There's yeah, well, that's a Travis Wall ball.
Oh no way.
Yes,
Oh my
well, I got it from Travis. It's him staring at the sky
Oh my gosh.
when he was a young
I
man.
went to the location.
So that is, I'm interested in that because that's a first-hand witness.
Yes.
Right, that's a guy.
Yes.
He's explaining his bizarre experience. He's told the same story
No question.
for whatever, 50, 60
Forever.
years, whatever the hell it's been.
1975.
Whatever it was since he got abducted, almost 50 years. So this guy was there. That was his story. I'm interested in that. When I hear a guy told a guy that this is what happened, this is how he described it, I'm like,
Super
So
frustrating.
talking to Jay Sands,
Yes. Firsthand.
again, firsthand was like,
Yeah.
fuck,
Yeah. Face to face.
tell me what he was doing, what it looked like.
Yeah.
He said he
nuts.
thought it was an adolescent too. He didn't think that it was a full grown one. He thought it was young.
Well, he's got an illustration of it in the documentary. And I'll tell you, it's one of the great. I remember after I know. I was like, this is true? I was like, crazy.
Can you
Face to
imagine
face with
being that person?
This is something that we didn't reveal in the documentary. It's really funny. He thought that this individual was suffering from frostbite and he's having to get really cold hypothermia. Skin had a blue tint to it. So he took his jacket off and he very insistently put the jacket on this individual because he was thinking this person's really, really cold. He's been out in the desert, probably had a plane crash or whatever.
Right.
And so he's putting his jacket, and the person was kind of resistant, but Jason Sands and I insisted. I took one layer of my jacket and I put it around this individual, and that individual left with the jacket on. So I jokingly say, where do you think your jacket is now? He's like, probably out there in Elfsitari or God only knows.
Or right here.
Yeah, or
This is the thing that gets
Or
me
right
logistically.
yes.
Okay, if these things are coming from the ocean, just logistically, you'd have to have a large ship. So we were talking about this with Brian yesterday, and I was saying, like, if they had a battleship, we'd be able to see that, right? Like 100%. So it'd have to be a submarine. So I'm like, Jesus Christ, what if there really is some sort of a civilization underwater that has existed, coexisted with us forever?
Did you hear about the testimony by Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet just recently in Congress?
Is this the one where the thing's moving underwater
Yes.
500 knots?
Yes. He's reporting.
Explain to me what he said.
I don't have all of it. You
Just
can
what
look
you
it up.
remember.
Yeah, what I can remember basically is confirming that we have objects that are exhibiting a technology underwater that defies any conventional exploration. Things that are just virtually impossible. Like so much faster than the fastest submarine or anything like that. And they're really big.
Yeah, it's moving as if there's no resistance underwater.
Yeah,
right?
and then
so
they
moving like a fighter jet would in the air. It's moving like that
Yeah, I
underwater.
call it transmedium or something.
Yes.
But confirmation. I mean, and I actually spoke to Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet on a couple of occasions recently, and I thanked him for coming forward and testifying. And he said, I felt an obligation to do so because a lot of my men, the pilots, were coming forward, and I wanted to back them up. And so that's why he stepped forward. And
Well, if you're coming here from somewhere else and you wanted to hide in plain sight, you would hide in the ocean. Especially if you have the technology to like completely negate any of the effects of the water pressure.
at least explored place on Earth.
Yeah, we can't get to it. We don't have the technology yet. They know we don't. They know it's really hard to get a submarine out to wherever the fuck they would be.
Went to the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
Cameron
By
He's a wild
himself.
boy.
I would never do that.
He's a wild boy. Yeah,
Isn't that
that's
like 35,000 feet down? How
it's
far is it?
something bizarre like that. I mean, that's those poor
Would you
folks.
go down in a submarine by yourself?
No, definitely not a homemade one like the one those people died in. Yeah, but there was another thing about that case when the people went down in that submarine. Apparently, I guess it's the Navy has some sort of very sophisticated underwater audio sensors, and they heard the explosion and they knew about it like immediately
And didn't report it.
Well, I mean, I think the problem with reporting on it is that you have to report on your technology now. So I don't even know if this has been confirmed, but this is what I had heard.
Methods and means or
Well, it's also it's got to be top secret. Like, it's got to be one of those things where if you're going to reveal that you heard that, you have to have clearance to do it. You probably have to run it up the ladder.
One of the reasons why we know about overhead satellite imagery of UAP is because of Radcliffe, who was former head of ODNI. And he came forward, and I remember it's funny actually, it was classified. And Christopher Mellon participated in this latest production with me because of Radcliffe revealing it on Fox News. And Radcliffe basically says, yeah, we have overhead collection satellite data of UAP that are pretty fucking far out. And that, that happened. So they're talking about this. But getting back to your point, because I know you said you were frustrated. You're like, oh yeah, it's just another anecdotal piece of evidence, a piece of testimony, third party, not first hand.
I'm not saying I'm frustrated.
No. What I'm saying is I totally agree with you. I'm frustrated. As somebody who's been chasing the story for 30 years, I too want access to the better, more compelling data. That's why I chased after that photograph I showed you early on for as long as I did, because I hear about something, I go after it. But I want to remind your audience, you can't go after something without knowing that it exists. So you get the leads, we're learning more about the programs, we're learning how these programs are hidden, these WUSAPs, they're waived, unacknowledged special access programs, probably hidden somewhere in the deal. I know it sounds crazy, but at least giving some guidance to where are these things, how these things are hidden, where they might be found. We reveal there's a gentleman in the film called Maybe X. And people are like, it's such an anonymous person testifying anonymously. Well, yes, true, but he gives us specifics on telling members of Congress where to look to find specifics. JWIX, what is it? And this is where to find the more compelling data. I'm going to read this because it's important to know that. He's saying, look, I've seen it, and this is where it is. It's called the official UAP data is kept either in SIPR, Secret Internet Protocol Router Network, or JWIX, Joint Worldwide Intelligence Communications System, that's used by the DoD and only available with SCIF. The SCIF's Sensitive Compartment Information Facility. So, is it frustrating to hear that people criticize, oh, it's just another person? But he's saying, I've seen it. It's phenomenal. He gives descriptions of some of the stuff he saw, and he's telling members of Congress, if you have the clearances, this is where it's being kept. So those are very good specifics. And again, I remind you guys, like, okay, so just be patient. This is not a 100-yard dash. We're running a marathon right now.
Also,
we are.
We're trying to get back to what I was talking about earlier. Logistically, if you're letting something go from the ocean,
yes,
and you're flying it out of the ocean, logistically, you would have to have some sort of a large craft out there that's going to house these things, or it's going to launch from. Right?
Yeah.
That is actually
Oh, I see the drones you're talking about right now.
Right.
Yes.
So either they're ours, and if there are ours, how do they hide the fact that there's a battleship out there? Is that possible? And if it's from a submarine, how do they develop a submarine that can launch 50 car-sized or SUV-sized drones from?
Yeah, that's one of the things that Christopher Mellon said to me this morning. He goes, that's the one element or aspect that really is a head scratcher. Because,
but this is the question.
50 of these things coming in off the ocean. That's just confirmed.
Right.
No one's denying.
But here's the question.
Yes.
Is it possible to classify the location of a U.S. battleship that's capable of having these things?
So big.
How could you how big would it have to be to launch 50 drones?
Dude, that's how you're talking. I don't know.
And that's the question.
A lot of drones, especially the size they're reporting. They're talking about drones the size of an SUV.
Right. So let's imagine you. So when you take a ferry, how many cars can a ferry fit on it?
I take a ferry all the time in Vermont.
Like a big one, like a legit one, like a European. 50 cars?
I put, the one that's medium legit, I put 25, 30, maybe 40, 25.
Okay.
Yeah.
So couldn't you do that with drones? And couldn't you have something that's a little larger than the average ferry? So you wouldn't need a battleship.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that in those different areas? Why would they have everybody scratching their heads? All these press conferences. You're talking about the head of the gang of 8.
Okay. But if they need to control those skies, if they are really looking for a nuke, okay, let's imagine that this story about a Ukrainian nuke from the time when they disarmed them, there's one that's unaccounted for. This is one of the stories that's been on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
It's true. Yeah. that it's unaccounted for, that they think it's headed to the United States. If you were trying to find that thing,
Like a dirty bomb?
yeah, or like just a regular nuke, that if you're looking for gamma rays, like you could devise a drone that could search for that, and you'd fly it over an area, and you wouldn't care whether people freaked out because it's more important to find this goddamn thing, right? So if you have this technology, it's some skunk works
You can't do it from
technology.
space.
No, I don't think so. I think you have to be there.
Certain proximity within
I think.
to pick up whatever. Did you bring this up with Ryan Graves?
Yes.
What did he say?
You mean he doesn't know either? He doesn't think so.
Everybody
He
that I
doesn't think
trust
that's
is
the issue.
people in the FBI, people that I communicate with, talk to them, like, what is going on?
It almost seems too sexy that the United States has that kind of ability and they're just flying these things around, and that they're doing it for that specific reason to find a nuke. It's like that we have this kind of technology that none of us are aware of. That we have these drones that can shut off when you come close to them. The lights shut off, they disappear. They avoid tracking the RF signal.
Yeah.
It doesn't show up. They're cool. But they have some sort of cooling mechanism in them, so it's difficult to see with infrared. I don't understand any of that. He was saying that's above what we can do right now. And saying but they're not moving in a way necessarily that's not possible with drone technology that is mainstream. But there's some aspects of the way they move and what they're doing that doesn't lead them to believe that this is current state-of-the-art technology.
There's they even I had some people tell me, like, even if it's conventional, it's highly advanced conventional.
Right, but let's look at China. Like, China has highly advanced drones.
Yeah,
we were talking about this as well, that the bottleneck in America was the FAA. The FAA put a lot of restrictions on the manufacture of drones and how you can do them, what you can do. China doesn't have any of that, so they're full steam ahead with innovation. If you look at what drone manufacturers in the United States have been able to do, and then imagine untethered, if they weren't fucked over by all these regulations that got in the way of innovation. You have to have one because you have some commercial drone that someone can buy that can move 500 miles an hour and fly through the air and stay up there for 6 hours at a time and film video of everything and anything. Well, and you can't control it. You can't block the radar screen. You can't find it with infrared. That's pretty nuts. So I would imagine that would not be a thing they would want in the hands of the average American person.
But why did it just start happening fairly recently? When I say this,
well, I'm saying if it's Chinese. If it's Chinese, if they're unburdened by our regulations, and that not only do they have the help of the government, they have financing behind them, they have an imperative, they're told what to do.
But they're flying it over Langley, they're flying it over.
Wouldn't you do that? Just to fuck with these people?
What's the golf course that Trump has?
Yeah, it's a golf course. Yeah.
What's that called?
I don't know.
Westminster?
Something
like that. They're flying over that?
Yeah.
The president-elect? So it's
Langley Air Force Base did experience incursions of unauthorized unmanned aerial systems in last year, December 2023, says Sabrina Singh, Pentagon spokeswoman. The number of those UAS incursions did fluctuate, but they didn't appear to exhibit any hostile intent. It's something that we have kept our eye on. Well, thank God you're keeping your eye on it.
Yeah, we have no idea what they are, but they're fine.
This is the third year in a row. This has been happening right around Christmas time.
Well, one of the reasons why I wanted you guys to hear that account by the guy at Vandenberg Air Force Base. This is not anonymous reporting. The guy's given his name,
right?
And he's talking about objects that are the size of a football field.
Yeah,
hovering over a silo, a launch control area.
But that's also the Phoenix Lights. They described them as size of a football field or larger.
Oh yeah, I interviewed a guy. There was a case that happened right here in Texas, Stephenville. Now, Ricky Sorrell is one of the best witnesses. I love the guy. Yeah, he was a hunter, and he's like James. He's like, you could have landed an airplane on this. I said, you gotta be kidding me. No, man. He goes, I stood under this thing. He goes, it was so big. I was standing under it, and he had his rifle. And he's standing under it. He's looking up, and he's looking to the left. He's looking to the left, right, back, forward. Can't see the edge of it in any direction. So he grabs his hunting rifle because he was hunting. Here, this is 2008. Grabs his hunting rifle. No. But he holds his hunting rifle, his rifle up, and he's looking through the scope, and he goes, James, I'm a metal worker. I work with metal. I know what metal looks like. And he's looking through the scope, and he goes, man, there's no rivets, there's no seams, there's no weld marks. He's like, there are things on the belly of it, there's reverse, like recessed cones. Like bigger, and then they got smaller as it went up through the belly of the craft. He's looking up at him, his fingers on the trigger, and he's like, man, wasn't that how I go? happen if I just pulled the trigger here and I bet it would ricochet off or hit the belly or something. He was looking at it. He was just about to pull the trigger to check it out. And he goes, maybe this isn't such a good idea. I interviewed him in 2008 when this was going down. And then about a year later, I was doing some follow-up interviews for a film I did when I saw. And I had this gentleman walk up to me. And I was filming in the downtown square in Demon, or it might have been Dublin. And this gentleman looks at me and he goes, "You Mr. Fox?" "Yes." And he pulls out a badge and shows me his badge. And he's like, "Can I talk to you for a minute? I'm Officer so-and-so." And I was like, Jesus Christ, what the hell did I do? And I said, "Yeah, sure." And we walk off to a cafe and he goes, he's looking at, he had his back to the wall of the cafe so he could see everybody coming in. Really terrified. And he said, "You know Ricky Sores?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "That guy's telling the truth." I said, "How do you know?" He goes, "Because the whole police department saw it." I can't remember if it was Dublin Police Department or Stephenville. I think it's Dublin. Police Department. He goes, "Yeah, well, he said, we were sitting over the patrol cars and this object was like a floating department store. I mean, it was absolutely colossal like a city. Check out my radar gun, pointed at it, and it was doing 22 miles an hour. And they said it drifted off. And one of the officers, I don't remember the name of the gentleman, took his dash cam, and he flipped it up and he filmed it. And apparently, one of the biggest mistakes this individual made, this police officer made, was that he didn't make a copy of it because the local Air Force base requested that film footage to go. And so I've been telling people to go after that stuff. But my point is, this object was so big, people claimed the witnesses, the first-hand witnesses, that you would land an airplane.
Yeah.
I mean, what is that? Those are the cases.
You see that. That's the thing. Like, if you see that, do you even tell people? You sound like a kook.
Yeah.
Like, if I saw it, if I was outside in the desert, and I was just chilling, and something so big that I couldn't see the edges of it, flew overhead, I don't know what it's at.
He said when it took off, he was like this. He goes, "James," and Ricky didn't want to give me an on-camera interview for the longest time. He said, "I'm not coming forward. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going public." I worked on him for 8 months. Finally, I got the green light, flew back out to Texas, got him on camera, put him in the movie. But he said when it took off, it went from this, a complete standstill, and it went straight up, like a slight angle, but straight up and down. He goes, "James," I said, "describe the acceleration." He goes, I'll tell you, the best way I can describe it is that had I blinked, I would have missed it. That's how fast it took off. So from here, like that. He had helicopters hovering over his. I know this sounds crazy. People are going like, "Oh, these people," but he had helicopters flying over his property for a while. Right around the time that I was trying to get him to go on camera, he came out in his underwear and a shotgun late at night, and this helicopter spotlighted him up, and he ended up calling the local Air Force base and said, "Stop flying over my house at night." And they said, "We suggest you stop talking about what you saw." And so he was kind of spooked. And about 8 months later, he finally decided that he was going to go public with the story. But everything to lose, nothing to gain. You get this countless reports of these cases, and they're around the world, right? It's not just the United States. I've demonstrated that time and time again.
But there's more in the United States than anywhere else, right?
Well, I mean, one of my favorite cases, Rue, Zimbabwe. That's an amazing case.
Right. But there's more sightings in the United States than anywhere else, right?
There seems to be an attraction, almost like a moth to a flame with nukes. Somehow they're interested in our nuclear capabilities. And I remember interviewing Robert Salas, who was the launch control officer, who described this whole event at Rothschild Air Force Base in the 60s, where these UFOs were witnessed on the base, and then all their men and missiles started getting shut down. And I remember saying to him, like, "Well, what's your take on that? Like, what kind of, he goes, and I realized why this individual was a launch control officer, because he was so measured and so calm and so cool." And he goes, "Well, James, the message I got was kind of clear. It's almost like taking matches out of the hands of a baby." Yeah. So, with the phenomenon, you look at what they do, right? And that says some things. And then they've done some pretty brazen events, right, over the decades. But you also look at what they don't do. Because if the phenomenon wanted to end this, secrecy once and for all they'd have to do is hover over the Macy's Day Parade or the next big Super Bowl, and it's game over. They don't do that. They've done some pretty brazen things. right? I mean, case in point, March 13th, 97, over the state of Arizona, including the governor, Mike Simon, witnessed that massive, there were a number of UFOs witnessed, but the main one, was this big boomerang-shaped craft, and even the governor said it must have been at least a mile across from the region that floated. And I actually interviewed people that worked at Luke Air Force Base at the time, and they said that they scrambled jets to intercept this thing. And I interviewed a number of people that saw the craft. I mean, they stood on that light down on their lawns and watched it float over the top of it. And apparently, according to this individual that I met in the late 90s at Luke Air Force Base, they scrambled a military jet to intercept this thing. He came up on it, could have landed on it. It was so big. And it went from moving very, very slowly to accelerating like warp drive. Boom, just gone. When the jet came back to the base, Luke Air Force Base, they had to carry him out of the plane because he was so shaken by his.
Yeah, I can imagine you wouldn't have that.
Can you imagine having to keep that secret?
Yeah.
Can you imagine, could you imagine taking
Well, the governor had to lie, right? The governor had to stand up with a rope, a guy in
dressed in an alien suit.
Yeah,
Mike Costume. Yeah.
And
I hammered him up.
Well, then afterwards, once he left office, then he talked about it.
Yes.
He talked about seeing it.
Yes. Yeah.
I wonder why he had to do that.
So I interviewed, I was the one that got him to break his silence after 10 years. And he told me, and I don't necessarily know that I fully believe it, but he told, because initially when it happened in March 11th, remember, the vast majority of people are out over the night sky. You get a glimpse of the Hellboy coming. So it was witnessed all the way across the state of Arizona, and even in Nevada, something like that. And there he is. Mike told me that it was growing hysteria. But initially, he had set out, and he said, we're going to find out. I'm contacting the Air Force Base, the Pentagon, and all these various services, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. And then, I don't know how much longer it was it later that day or the next day, he had an unscheduled press conference, and that's when he had his aides dressed up in an alien suit and made a mockery of him. And I can assure you, pissed the hell off his constituents and witnesses all across the state of Arizona. They were furious. And I confronted him on that 10 years after the fact because I was pissed off. I was investigating that case when it happened in the 90s. And I interviewed a lot of really good witnesses, really good ones. And he said the reason why he did it was because of growing hysteria. And he wanted to calm down the hysteria. But did he get a phone call just saying, hey, kill the story? I lean in that direction, but he's never, even when we're having cocktails together, he's never confessed that happened. But it's awfully suspicious the way it went out.
It's a little weird, especially considering he actually saw it.
That could have been a turning point in the UFO phenomenon reporting, era, right? Like suddenly you get this massive sighting, which would happen today. We would have been covered by, everybody's phones and everything. But if the governor had come forward and said, we need to hear what that thing is. I'm a former captain of the Air Force and a pilot, and I saw it. I don't know what the hell that thing was.
Is there any footage of the actual thing, the triangle boomerang?
There's some footage floating around, and I featured some, and I know what I saw. You get an object in the night sky with lights at the time, in 2009, I did some kind of enhancement. I'm sure the software is a lot better nowadays. It looks like a big drone, like a boomerang. But more angular. It looks like this. Look at this. And my drawings are terrible.
Like that? Look up the screen.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so that image in the far left, that's it right there.
So
right?
and here's something that kind of throws off the trail here because, the object came down of the state of Arizona and went from north to south.
Is that legit?
On the right there?
Yeah.
I honestly, I can't say. I'd have to really do a deep dive into it, but let me tell you what happened, because this is brilliant. So what happened was, got this massive object from around 5:30 at night in the southern Nevada, and then it drifts down very slowly across the entire, from north to south, across the entire state of Arizona. And right around 7:30, 8:30, the Barry Goldwater mountain range, which is the direction it's heading in, the military decides to drop a bunch of flares. And so people were like, oh, there it is. There's some, and they had a bunch of people filming flares. So in my opinion, it was a diversionary tactic, really done. Because why the military suddenly decided to drop flares in the shape, somewhat in the shape. So I think that some of the footage that you've seen out there is military flares. But there was an effort, I don't know if you want to get into it right now, but there was an effort by the so-called M&B, which the MIB, these Men in Black, or whatever unknown government agency they come from, that took some footage that I was learning about during my investigations in the 90s, and then you're looking crazy. No. So the first time I really heard a really credible report of the MIB, and I decided not to report on it, was when I was in touch with a woman who was counselor, Frances Baldwin, who was one of the few officials in Phoenix area that was saying, hey, let's investigate what these people are claiming to have seen. She's not saying the aliens are real. All she's saying is, hey, these people have a right to know what's going on. Let's launch an investigation. She was lambasted. Media made fun of, ridiculed. But as a result of her inquiry, public inquiry, and putting it out there, one of these individuals reached out to her. And I know this because I know her friend's brother. I heard his story. And he was a Vietnam vet, and he was on the roof of his house with a tripod and a camera, and he was trying to get a grip. He was trying to film the pillbox car. And he had walkie-talkies, and he was monitoring the truck drivers driving up Interstate 10 from Tucson to Phoenix. And so he's monitoring this, and he hears these truckers talking about a massive UFO. And he's like, shit, that's heading right towards my house. So he's like, I'll film it. So he had a camera all ready to go, and the object went right over his house from him, and he filmed the whole thing. And he goes, yeah, I filmed the whole thing. It's pretty spectacular. And I know that you're watching the investigation, Frances Baldwin. Would you like to see it? She said, yeah. So they made arrangements. He was going to drop it off at her office. Either later that day or first thing the next morning, two representatives, and it was July at this point, very hot, two men in dark suits showed up at his house, and they said, hey, he was apparently relieved that's all he wanted. He said they were quite menacing looking, didn't really say a lot. They said, we're from Frances Baldwin's office, we're here to pick up that footage. So he gives them the footage. He said the only question they asked him is, did they make any copies? And he said no. And so they take the footage, off they go. When he doesn't hear from Frances Baldwin, he's like, what the hell? So a couple days go by, I think possibly up to a week, calls her up and he says, and Frances will tell you this, she'll validate what I'm telling you. He says, hey, what'd you think of the footage? She goes, well, what do you mean what I think of the footage? I never got it. You were going to drop it off in my office and you didn't show up. He goes, well, I didn't have to. You had two men from your office show up. And pick it up. She goes, I didn't say anything around your office. And I know at the time, in the late 90s, I'd heard a couple of stories prior to that, and I thought, this is too out there. This is too outlandish. No one's going to believe this. I have no proof of this other than her testimony. Screw it. And I didn't report on it. But we're hearing those cases over and over and over. It's like, there we go. Once again, the so-called evidence that could prove or disprove one way or the other. Something truly extraordinary took place in the skies over Phoenix back in 1997. Vanished. But there is some that's slipped through the cracks that's out there. You just have to do due diligence, and I don't have the time to sift through all of it.
Those images that we're looking at, they look too clean.
Yeah, I don't know what's AI generated or whatever.
Or what could have been in the documentary, like a recreation.
I know when I saw featured some of the footage, I covered that case extensively. So if anyone's interested in the Phoenix Lights case, but I can tell you,
how many people saw it?
Oh, thousands. I talked to another woman, Stacey Rhodes, and her daughter Emily. And they said they were driving on Interstate 10. And she goes, look, James, let me tell you how big this thing was. I said, how big? She goes, first of all, there were people stopped on the freeway, just like stopped as this thing was at close encounters, slow moving. She goes, I could have held up a newspaper like this and looked to the left, looked to the right, looked at it. And she said, I couldn't block this thing out. That's how big it was. It didn't make a sound. It was gunmetal black. It was witnessed by a lot of people. That's why I say there's some events that have happened over the decades that are pretty brazen. That's what Hudson Valley is pretty brazen as well.
I just wish I knew if it was true.
Well, when you get thousands of people saying the same thing, if you see thousands of people saying the same thing, including the governor,
so invested in it. You go, what happened?
The governor.
Yeah.
The governor.
The same guy who came out with a fucking guy dressed up like
I know, but I got him to come clean 10 years later.
Yeah, but so he's already not credible. Well, he already bullshits. He does. He bullshits. He definitely bullshits.
He definitely bullshits.
So there you go.
Yeah.
So when someone bullshits about that, then they bullshit about anything.
But true. Yeah. But I mean,
again, Just playing devil's advocate.
No, I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
You guys have been in the limelight a while. It's a good thing to talk about now.
There's no smoke without fire. There is so much evidence in terms of eyewitness testimony and radar, some photographic, not as much as we'd like, that something truly inexplicable is taking place in outer space, right?
For sure.
Something that, after careful examination, something that, not because of a lack of data in some instances, but that after careful analysis, research, investigation, that comes out the other end and says, I can't explain this, this is going to have to be one of those unknowns, or, falls into that 15% category of cannot provide a terrestrial or conventional explanation for. And those are the cases that I suggest we have been going after for a long time.
So is all this disclosure and all these discussions on television now and all these meetings and hearings, you think we're on an accelerated path? You think this is all good, right?
I'm convinced of it, yes.
But do you think that there's a real possibility, like within the next few years, that they just completely drop all the bullshit and come clean about this stuff? Or would it take some sort of extraordinary event where they had to admit it? Something much bigger than this drone thing?
Well, in some respects, there has been. I remember I interviewed this guy, Nick Pope, at the MOD years ago, and I was like, this is the time when we were pushing for transparency there. France was releasing previously classified documents on UFOs, les ovnis, as they say. And the MOD followed suit. They were releasing previously classified documents, slowly putting it out there. And at the time, it was rather exciting. I just did a big event at the National Press Club with Leslie King, and it was like this whole movement. I was like, oh my God, it's happening, right? Mm-hmm. But it kind of petered out a little bit. And I remember asking this guy that used to work the UFO desk at the MOD, Nick Pope, and I said, Nick, do you anticipate this any type of disclosure? This is like 2009 or something, 2008, 2009. And he goes, James, no. He goes, it's going to be disclosure with a small d, not a big d. It's going to trickle out slowly. You condition people, get people prepared, test the waters. One of the things that we explore in the program, and I've never done that, is the politics of this movie. It's a far more complex. Let's just suspend judgment for a moment and assume that it's real. Okay? But there really is an NHI, non-human intelligence aspect to the phenomenon. Right? Let's just suggest it's real. Now, how do you disclose that to the general public? What about the impacts on organized religion? What about the impacts on financial institutions? What about the fact that we'd have to confess that we don't have full control over this? I mean, those are real considerations. And it's not just the United States, right? This involves the planet. This involves only China.
I wanted to ask you about this.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I do. I totally understand.
More complex than you think.
Oh, I totally get that. How does Russia handle these things? How does China handle these things?
Well, there was a case in China that happened in 1994, right around the time of Rua Zimbabwe, also in 1994, called Lung Jiao. And it happened in the Black Mountains, and it was a landing, alleged contact, was kind of the third kind. Funny because it happened right at the same time of Africa, similar message that was conveyed. I went to China, I met with an active general in uniform, talked openly about the UFO phenomenon. Mm-hmm. They were pretty open. I went to Russia in the late 90s, and that was right before Putin. It was right around the time when Putin was coming in, and that was a period of openness. I went to Star City, Russia. I interviewed Cosmonaut Pavel Popovich, a number of generals, and they were very open about it. In fact, they said to me at the time, if you're here to discuss whether or not the UFO phenomenon is real, the door's right over there. We're here to create an international coalition of international exchange of information and talk about the implications of the phenomenon, which I thought was amazing. This is like 25 years ago, right? So now I don't think things have changed since Putin's been in office, but that was back in the late 90s when there been congressional hearings in Brazil. There's been an effort. We should. They had hearings back in 1978 at the United Nations that these people put on. So there's been an ongoing effort for this stuff to come out. I just think it's different this time. To me, it feels like they're not gonna. There's too much momentum behind it at this point, and there's so much legislation that's written. There's too much that's come out, and it's too important. Look, whether you believe it or you don't believe it, if you can just imagine for a moment, if it is true, and if the U.S. government does in fact have irrefutable evidence that we're not alone in the universe, that's so significant that we all have a right to that information, and that we should continue to support this press and you push for transparency with our elected officials and get to the fucking bottom of it.
Well,
Why not?
everybody agrees.
Right?
Yeah, I think everybody agrees. I think the general public knows can disagree with that.
Yeah, and then new administration's coming in. There's, like, you know, there's Ratcliffe and Rubio. I'm telling you, Rubio knows a lot. I know that.
I know you.
Because I've talked to people that have debriefed him and been in the room with him during the first.
You haven't talked to him?
No, I have not. No, I have not. But I talked to people that were in the room when he was being briefed from firsthand. I'm told that there were, I'm going to say, right around 12 firsthand people that have had behind closed doors meetings, firsthand people that are concerned about their secrecy, concerned about their safety, concerned about the implications of them coming forward and going public. That they don't quite have. This comes from a very good source of information. That the witness protection program and the legislation that they've created around them is not quite there yet. It's getting closer. They need to continue to work on it.
You don't mean like witness protection program, like
whistleblowers. They have whistleblower protection.
Right.
So sorry, I meant to say, excuse me. Yeah, whistleblower protection. It's not quite in place. One of the things I really wanted to mention is that there is a gentleman, a young man who's 30 and feels like he's old. His name is Jesse Michaels, and he's got this new show called American Alchemy. New, a couple years old. Why is it so old? Because, you know, when you're 30, you feel like you're old. Really? Well, I did. When I turned 30, I was like, I'm 30. Just 10 years earlier, I was almost 19, right? Or 11 years earlier, I was 19. Right. You go from a teenager to suddenly you're 30, you always think like 30. And I was talking to him not too long ago, Jesse, and I said, he's like, yeah, I feel a little old. I was like, dude, you are just getting into your prime, baby. He's walking old time. But I really wanted to, this is a guy who's young. Julian Dory is also doing some amazing work on this in podcast. But he's young and he's doing a deep dive into the implications and he meets with aerospace engineers. The guy's, Jesse, you're a phenomenon. Keep rocking and rolling. I want to tip my hat to you. I don't know if you've seen this guy or not. He's doing deep dives into what's happening. Maybe he's documented it with these podcasts, and he's doing a fantastic job. I'm just going to tip my hat to the guy because he's 10 times smarter than all, and he's young, and he's a force to be reckoned with. And he's answering all the questions that you and I are exploring all these issues that we were talking about.
Well, I'm glad there's people out there pushing it. I'm glad there's guys like Rush that are sticking their neck out, and guys like you who are making documentaries about it. It's the subject is much more open to discussion, like I was saying, amongst serious people.
Yes.
Where it didn't used to be before. And now I think with this drone thing, I think there's so many people that are going, okay, even if they're ours or they're China's, or what's going on? Why are there so many of them? What are the answers? And why can't you tell us? Is it because they're searching for a nuke? Jesus Christ, maybe we should warn people and get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Is that really what's going on? If it's not, what is going on? And if it's not ours, what are they? And how come you can't track them? How come, what kind of...
Very bizarre.
It doesn't even make sense.
It's very
It doesn't make
bizarre.
sense when you think of the capabilities of the United States military. It doesn't make any sense. They can't figure out what's going on. I think what Trump said is probably correct. The government knows. They know what's happening. And they don't want to tell people.
Why would he know? He could tell us. Why would he?
I don't think he knows yet. I think until he gets into office, he can't speech about it at Mar-a-Lago.
I saw that. But did he say?
Well, let's watch it. We'll watch it. Yeah, we'll pull the speech out.
Yeah, because I'm wondering if we're about to find out.
Yeah, essentially he was saying that he knows the government knows what's going on, and they're not telling us. So that means they're not telling him.
So they're not telling him.
No, I don't think until you get into office, you're not the president, right? So he's the president-elect. I don't know what kind of
clearances that he has.
Yeah, I don't understand how that works.
I'd be very curious to know what he knows.
Right, especially with this, like, who do you ask? Like, who was the person that can lay out the information? Like, which department, which agency?
Yeah, right. It seems like they're so compartmentalized.
Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Can you comment on drones and flyers that we can go through? The government knows what is happening. Look, our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to come. And I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows and our president knows.
Our president.
And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy because it was the enemy that blasted out. Even if they were late, they blasted. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people. And they should, because the people are really I mean, they happen to be over Bedminster. They're very close to Bedminster. I think maybe I won't spend the weekend at Bedminster. I decided to cancel my trip.
Yeah.
I think I won't spend the weekend at Bedminster.
Yeah. I mean, I bet someone told him, Mr. President, it's pretty important that you don't go to the golf course. Yeah.
God, that's so crazy.
Yeah.
Hey,
So what does that mean?
I gotta, if you don't mind, I was contacted. I went to
Are you going to switch something?
Well, no. This is all about exactly what we're talking about. This is something that I really need to put out there because it's very important.
Okay.
And it's an unprecedented effort spearheaded by this woman, Andrea, who runs a number of communities on Reddit. And she said that they're banding together for the first time ever, biggest grassroots campaign, for government transparency. This is happening on Friday, the 20th of December at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And this has the potential to reach millions and millions of people. It's the most unprecedented event on Reddit in history. And I'll post all of the necessary information on X because this is a very grassroots effort. And
what are they doing?
At James C. Fox on X, formerly known as Twitter. It's the Reddit community is banding together for a huge grassroots campaign for government transparency. So basically, all the various platforms on Reddit, paranormal, UFO, they don't usually get around to that. They're all combining their resources and they're getting together for the first time ever. And to push for government transparency, there's a couple of government insiders that appear in my film that will be appearing on this to answer questions and what steps need to be happening, what's going on today. And this is happening on the 20th of December, 3 p.m. And I'll be posting more information, the very specific details on X at James C. Fox. I just wanted to get that out there before because...
Well, the more of this stuff that happens, the better. The more people demand it, the better. The more politicians hear from the people and want to, I mean, especially politicians that are up for re-election. They want to show that they're doing what people want them to do. Yeah, I'd like to know more, but obviously I'm very happy that we're hearing much more about the subject in a serious way.
Yeah.
And whatever the hell's going on.
Yeah, well, I really encourage you to watch the program.
I will, 100%.
I went bent over backwards, put together and explain everything in layman's terms, what's happened from 2017 to today, because it's unprecedented. We're living in an unprecedented moment in history. There's an unprecedented push for government transparency, and I want to continue supporting our elected officials' bipartisan effort to get to the bottom of this. But I especially want to throw a shout out to Representative Chet because you're killing it.
Hey, Jamie, why don't you use ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT what's going on with the drones in New Jersey?
I'd be very curious to hear about that. Yeah, it's a damn good idea.
And maybe then ask Rob. But ask ChatGPT what is really happening with the drones in New Jersey. We'll just see what ChatGPT says.
Tell me how that works. I don't know. So it's AI, right?
And what is really happening with the drones in New Jersey? Let's see. So what does ChatGPT say? ChatGPT is going to search the web. Okay, numerous drones have been reported in New Jersey on the East Coast. It's incredible how fast this is. Look how fast. Look at this. This is incredible. They found no evidence suggesting a threat to national security or public safety. Despite these assurances, some local officials and residents remain concerned. For instance, Belleville Mayor Michael Melham speculated the increased drone activity might be related to the search for missing radioactive material from the medical facility in New Jersey. Additionally, the public figures like Bethany Frankel have shared unverified theories about the drone's purposes, further fueling speculation. The situation is evolving, and authorities continue to monitor and investigate new reports. Residents are advised to report any suspicious drone activity to local law enforcement and avoid taking matters into their own hands, like shooting them down. People are shooting them down. So they shoot them down. They're eating the dogs. It's everything to shoot down drones as they pose safety risks that violate laws. Now ask ChatGPT. Oh, let's just keep going with ChatGPT for a little bit because you're asking me again. Ask ChatGPT, if I live in New Jersey, should I get out of town? Yeah. If I live in New Jersey, should I get out of town?
Should I evacuate?
Yeah, should I evacuate? You say evacuate because get out of town is like a colloquialism. Should I evacuate?
This is amazing.
At this time, there's no official recommendation for residents of New Jersey. Follow official updates. Yeah. Okay. As a precautionary measure,
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
That?
You always have to ask him.
No federal evacuation orders. Okay, it knows that there's no federal evacuation orders. If you were going to give me advice, would you tell me to leave the East Coast? Advice is correct. Based on the current information provided by trusted authorities, there's no evidence of an imminent threat. Yeah. Could you imagine? Put this in. Could you imagine a scenario where these drones are actually looking for a nuclear bomb? And if so, would you advise me as a preemptive measure to evacuate? I type so much worse when people are watching.
I'm so impressed at how well he's typing. Actually, I really am.
While it's possible to imagine scenarios involving drones searching for dangerous materials such as a nuclear bomb, there's no verified information suggesting such an extreme situation. Yeah. So how about this? I think, type this in.
I think I put it in grok and fun mode.
But hold on a second. But try this.
Is there a non-human intelligence?
Listen, I think the drones are looking for a nuclear bomb, and I am going to leave New Jersey. Where should I go?
To Montana.
How far away should I go? That's okay. Leaving New Jersey is a precautionary measure. Here are some suggestions for places to relocate temporarily.
You're doing good.
Head west. Okay, so now we're getting better. So now it's saying go further away. Colorado, scroll back up so I can read that where it's in Colorado. Consider Durango, Grand Junction, or areas outside Denver. These are safe and equipped with modern infrastructure. They're telling you to move. This is telling you to get away from big cities.
Durango.
Tennessee, the Smoky Mountain region, and Gatlinburg or Knoxville provides natural beauty, lower cost of living, and a sense of isolation. They're telling you how to rebuild civilization. Okay, if a nuke goes off,
Where to go?
if a nuke goes off on the East Coast, type this in, Jamie. If a nuke goes off on the East Coast, where should I be to be safe?
Oh my gosh.
If you're concerned about potential nuclear incident, here's a list of safest options based on geographic, environmental, and strategic factors. Montana, Colorado, Wyoming, Idaho, sparsely populated, vast distances from major cities and military targets. Towns like Bozeman, Jackson Hole, Sandpoint are beautiful, remote, and away from the fallout paths. Jesus Christ.
I'm curious, what would happen if you asked Chat GPT, is it? GPT, if what percentage of UAP represent a non-human intelligence?
Okay, let's go. What percentage of UAP represent a non-human intelligence?
I'm really curious.
I know, well, let's see what it
still.
says. Because a non-human intelligence remains unknown and speculative. Current investigations by UAP organizations like the U.S. government emphasize the following: most UAPs have conventional explanations. Us project Google bullshit.
It's all presented. 5 or 10% of UAP cases remain unidentified even after thorough analysis. These cases, I was like 15 to 20, but yeah, 10%.
Evidence inconsistent with non-human technology. No conclusive evidence for non-human intelligence. Western UAP cases are publicized. The government has not officially. Okay. Commander, we type this in. Commander David Fravor encountered a tic-tac shaped craft in 2005. In 2003 that defied our understanding of known physics. Period. What do you think he saw?
2004, I'm sorry.
The Tic Tac shaped craft remains one of the most compelling and well-documented UAP cases in our history. Key details the encounter. Craft is described smooth, white, oblong, resembling a Tic Tac, no visible propulsion wings or exhaust, but extraordinary flight characteristics. Accelerated instantly from a hovering position, descended from 80,000 feet to near sea level in seconds. Fravor reported the object mimicked his movements during the engagement and then vanished at extreme speed. It's possible the craft was an ultra-secret military project, either U.S.-based experimental aerospace technology, or developed by another nation. However, the extreme flight performance raises doubt. Such advanced technology would suggest a significant leap beyond publicly known capabilities, which is inconsistent with current engineering limits. Sensor anomaly or perception issues.
I asked the heads of Aero if they could explain that one, and they said no.
Don't type this in.
It's really a case.
If all accounts of the capabilities of the Tic Tac craft are true, what are the possibilities that it came from another planet?
I think most people the rules are out there. This is acceleration, hypersonic speeds without the propulsion, no heat.
Say it loud, speak to hear.
Okay, so if the accounts of the Tic Tac's craft's capabilities are accurate, instantaneous acceleration, hypersonic speeds without visible propulsion, no heat signatures, and defiance of the inertia, then the possibilities of origin being extraterrestrial or from another planet become a viable hypothesis.
Here's why. The physics of the Tic Tac craft, reported behavior of the craft suggests technology that operates beyond our current understanding of physics and propulsion systems. No visible propulsion implies propulsion system unrelated to conventional jets or rockets. Instantaneous acceleration defies inertia in Newtonian physics. Achieving this would require manipulating gravity or space-time itself. Silent operation, no sonic booms, despite hypersonic speeds, points to a technology that likely eliminates air resistance, such as surrounding itself in an electromagnetic field or bubble. This level of technological advancement far surpasses anything developed on Earth. If true, such capabilities would suggest a highly advanced civilization, perhaps thousands or millions of years ahead of us scientifically. If true, where do you think it came from?
And this was 20 years ago.
I know, but if true, where do you think it came from? How about this? It's still typing. Jesus Christ.
Final thoughts. Yeah, it's like a whole turn.
Yes. It's amazing how fast it does. It's amazing how fast it does. Tic Tac, if the Tic Tac UAP is real and the accounts are accurate, then its origin may very well be extraterrestrial or involve unknown physics and technology that we haven't begun to comprehend. The extraordinary nature of the case suggests an equally extraordinary explanation. What do you think? Why are you asking me, bitch? Your ChatGPT. What do you think? Does extraterrestrial visitation seem plausible, or is there another explanation that resonates more with you? So let's type this. I believe it seems plausible that they are extraterrestrial in nature.
Good luck, as I said.
If true, if true, where do you think they came from? Identifying where they might come from involves exploring nearby stellar systems, known exoplanets, and plausible scientific ideas about interstellar travel. Here are the most likely possibilities. Nearby star systems with habitable zones. Alpha Centauri system, 4.37 light years away, closest star system to Earth, Proxima Centauri. Potentially habitable planet, exoplanet, orbiting Proxima Centauri within the habitable zone. If life developed there, it might be technologically advanced enough for interstellar exploration or not. So it's giving me a list of all the different possible star systems. Wow. This one's only 39 light years away.
Was it what Alpha Centauri was that? Was that 4 light years or something?
I don't know. Scroll back.
Let's go back up a little bit.
3.9 million. 4.3.
Alpha Centauri, 4.3 light years
Pretty
away.
close.
Wow. But here's the crazy part.
Pretty close.
Remember the twin paradox theory? They say that if you get like 2 twins, right, as kids, say one's 10, they're both 10, and you put one in a spaceship that travels the speed of light for 1 year, he would come back with an atomic clock on board that spacecraft a year older, he'd be 11, and his brother would be about man. I can't wrap my mind around it.
Right. But
But they say it's pretty much fact.
But that's speed, right? I think what we're talking about is different than speed. I think it's instantaneous relocation.
Right.
So I think I think instead of like
manipulate the space time between the 2 points.
Right. So I think the idea is that instead of a rocket that goes, 5 million miles an hour, just shoots off of Earth and keeps going until 5 million years from now, it runs into this planet. I think it's different than that. I think if I had to guess where something can manipulate gravity and space, what it would do is instantaneously appear in these new places.
And you've talked to a lot of physicists about this kind of stuff, huh?
I have, and the way they explain it is baffling. And Bob Lazar's version of it is baffling, because Bob Lazar's version of it that he told in 1989 kind of makes sense when you talk to people that are trying to develop some sort of a gravity or warp drive. But the way Bob Lazar explained it is that this element, when bombarded with radiation, creates this, I'm really butchering it for sure, creates some sort of a gravity field that allows it, the way he described it, like if you took a mattress, a very soft mattress, and put a very heavy bowling ball in the middle of the mattress, it pushes the mattress down to that area. And then this like folds time.
Right, so you go from here to here, but when you stretch it down, suddenly those 2 points connect.
It folds it. Yeah.
Right.
And so wherever it is, it's here. So it's not like it's going a million light years.
So it's
a million light years an hour.
Space is malleable.
Exactly.
It's just,
well, it makes sense if you think about how technology scales. Yeah. And if we do, Ryan brought up this yesterday as well, that there was research and there's papers written about the idea of having some sort of a gravity drive or having some sort of a gravity propulsion system, something that doesn't rely on conventional, rockets, pushing gases up the matter. Exactly. And he said that this is something that was discussed a long time ago, but then it just stopped. And, when we brought it up quite a while ago, there was an episode that we brought up a paper that was written in the 1960s about gravity drives.
Is that by Hal Puthoff?
I do not know.
Because he's like a propulsion expert in terms of the propulsion behind the physics behind UFOs.
Yeah.
And I tried to get him to explain it to me in sort of conventional layman terms, and of course my tiny little brain. But I felt like I almost grasped it for a moment, but the amount of power that it would take to create that gravitational field around the object. And he said that's why you see them doing these maneuvers that look like it defy physics, right? And everything inside the craft would just splatter. That you're immune from that on the inside.
Which also would make sense. Right, but that would also make sense if you had something like that you could go in the ocean as well. Right?
Yeah. So
because whatever's around you wouldn't matter. Because you're not affected by it.
Right, you're somehow creating a field around you that's immune to
right. That would be the only thing that makes sense with how it can move so fast underwater.
Atmosphere, space, water.
And how it would be transmitted.
Yeah.
You go from space into the water. It's unaffected by gravity. It's unaffected by all the things around it. It creates its own gravity field and allows it to just pass through things.
I remember Kirk McConnell, who said on the Service Committee, who investigated UFOs from 2017. I talked about it earlier. But he said that they were picking up, Aegis radar systems were picking these objects up from basically from space. And they were shooting down from space all the way down. They'd loiter for as long as they wanted to, go in the water, come back out again, shoot back up into space, and they would just do it. All day long. There was nothing.
Well, we can't see that, right? And if someone does have, if there's someone in the military that does have some like super advanced satellite reconnaissance imagery of these things, I could see why they would hold that back. I could see why they would think that people aren't ready for that. I could see it.
Do you think Elon is?
He's real cagey about it.
He is cagey about it. He's got deals with the DOD, and it's got
That's probably
satellites
why.
on it.
That's probably why. I'd be cagey about it too.
He knows more than what he's saying.
This is what he said. Aliens are real, they're very subtle. That's what he was saying. I was like, I don't know if they're subtle. Phoenix Lights wasn't that subtle. That's aliens.
I heard from some people around him that because of his contracts with DOD, that he kind of keeps quiet about it because
I'm sure.
everybody talks about. I mean, even Ratcliffe talked about the satellite imagery of UAP. I mean, if they're picking it up, why wouldn't his system pick it up?
He hasn't said a peep about the drone thing.
And you haven't asked him about it?
Nope. If he wants to tell me, he'll tell me. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be annoying. But publicly, like on X, has he said anything about the drones?
A couple of weeks ago, I think it was I'll check right now. It was to do a big drone storm or a big drone fight company. People were taken out. He knew this was happening.
Big drone fight coming?
Well, he's been real public about the idea that building manned fighter jets is at this point kind of foolish, and I think he's correct.
So the unpiloted mode.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Takes the fun out of it.
well, it takes the biological mistakes out of it. Is what it does.
Right.
It takes the human mind out. The human mind is very fallible. We already know that AI systems, like Mike Baker explained to us, that AI systems with fighter jets beat actual fighter jet pilots 100% of the time. So when they have these simulated, dogfights, when they take AI fighter jets that we have right now, they beat our fighter jet pilots, the best of the best, 100% of the time. So they don't have any biological limitations in terms of what they can do with G-forces.
Yeah.
So you have that, right? So all you have to do is make the equipment and the materials robust enough so they can take insane speeds and not blow apart. But it certainly would be way easier to do that than it would be to get a human being to be safe in it.
So much less badass, though.
So what is he saying? Oh, so he clicked on it. Future wars are all about drones and hypersonic jets. So this is us talking about that. This is us talking about fighter jet pilots by humans will be destroyed very quickly. So he talked about it. So he put a clip up of us talking about it on the podcast. This was in November 28th. And so either side is air superiority, and tanks are easily destroyed by missiles. That leaves infantry and artillery, basically World War I. Drones are not yet available in sufficient numbers to matter, much like aircraft in World War I. A defense in-depth trench war means, so one example,
That was like 2 years ago.
So did you get the impression when you spoke to Elon about UFOs that he knew more than he was telling you? You said he's cagey.
Yeah, it doesn't even entertain the idea of UFOs.
So if you bring up the Fravor incident, he'll just say, no, it didn't happen, or
It doesn't seem interested. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine what you're saying is true, that it's not wise for him to discuss it. That's what I would imagine.
Yeah.
If he wants to tell me, he'll tell me. If he wants me to tell no one, I'll tell no one.
Yeah.
If he wants to tell me and say don't tell anybody, I won't tell him. But I'm not going to ask him. I think his position as, being the guy at SpaceX, why would you fuck around with that?
He's got too much at stake.
Yeah, it's way too much at stake.
Yeah.
Also, if anybody's going to find out, he's going to find out if there's something going on, if something legitimate going on. The guy who can catch rockets with a crane, that's the guy. He's going to know.
I thought the first time I saw that it was an AI generated.
It seems
I was watching the thing come down, and I just thought that's
the ones that land before that. Those are
insane.
insane, and now you can catch them. Then you don't have to land. It's nuts. Like what he's done is accelerate what we are capable of doing far beyond what NASA was able to do just a few years ago. So
I used to have a neighbor that worked for Elon Musk and drove Tesla way early on when Teslas weren't that many out there. I was like, well, you got a Tesla? He's like, yeah, I should work for Elon Musk. Well, I saw him a couple years later. I was like, hey, you're not driving Tesla anymore. He goes, no. He goes, I don't work for Elon anymore. I was like, oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. What happened? He goes, well, he worked so hard and his expectations were so high. He goes, I was at the hospital with my wife, she was giving birth to her first child. And Elon's like, I need you in the office. Oh, Jesus Christ. he goes, a guy's got an incredible work ethic, but it was too much. He goes, I'm at the hospital. I don't care what he's wearing. I can dress to work. It's like pretty cool. I mean, wasn't he sleeping in there? He was sleeping in there.
sure, he was sleeping, working 16 hours a day and sleeping on the floor. Yeah,
That's commitment.
well, he demands out of other people too, and maybe you want that, and maybe you don't, and if you don't, you can't work there. It's just that simple. Like if you want that, hop on in. If you're a single guy and you don't have a wife and you don't have children, but if you do, oh boy, that's not a life for me. I don't want that child.
I think the closest thing to a spaceship on wheels is a Tesla.
Oh, they're amazing.
Pretty remarkable.
I had 3 of them. This is my third.
The acceleration is incredible.
They're
It's like a
incredible.
gut punch.
Yeah, and they're getting better. They're getting the autonomous driving is incredible.
I remember when somebody said to me, step on the, show me the acceleration. And I stepped on it, a Model 3 performance.
Seems fake.
I got nauseous.
Yeah.
I wasn't quite ready. I turned myself a little sideways and stuff, and I felt nauseous. I was like, wow, I'm motorcycles, I'm doing all this other thing, but now I prepare myself for that. That's really fast. That's super bike fast.
It's crazy fast. And it can actually, the beautiful thing is you can merge on the highway and you don't see the douchebag. Because you're not like, it's not really loud.
It's just super quiet. Yeah.
It's all of a sudden 100 miles an hour. What happened?
Yeah, I remember I got a ticket years ago on a motorcycle. The guy I bought the bike with had a loud exhaust, which I ended up getting rid of. I didn't know it's too loud. And I got pulled over, and the cop never even saw me. He just heard me. And he wrote me up exactly how fast I was going. He's like, you're doing 90 and 35. And I'm like, I was? He was like, oh, yeah, I can hear you. I was like, going through the gears, and I put it quiet. So, yeah, that's quiet is nice. Quiet has its benefits.
And, well, it doesn't in a motorcycle, though. You want to go out.
That's true. That's true. I drive like the invisible man when I'm on a motorcycle. You have to.
Yeah.
I've had people look me right in the eyes and they pull right out in front of me.
People want to.
T-bone, side swipe.
And also, people are like, how many people are medicated?
I don't think they see it as a threat. I think they see it as like, oh, you're almost like a gnat or something. I've learned, and I tell people to ride bikes. I've been riding bikes for 50 years. As soon as you get on that bike, you become the invisible man. Right?
Right. Pretend no one can see you.
That no one can see you. You'll live a lot longer.
Yeah.
You can make eye contact with somebody. Doesn't mean they see you.
Right.
I've had people pull out in front of me. Like I said, T-bone, all kinds of crazy accidents over the years.
I wish they weren't so dangerous because I would love to drive.
Oh, they're amazing. I know. You just have to be, like I said, you just,
Yeah, until you're not. I had 3 friends. I was getting my motorcycle license. So I was doing, it's a while ago.
10 years.
So it was a couple of us that worked on Fear Factor, a couple of guys that worked on set. We all decided to go and take lessons together. And shout out to Peter Rothschild. And he wound up getting his motorcycle. He kept driving it. And, but one of the guys we worked with, he crashed his bike and fucked up his shoulder. And then one of the guys who was fighting for the UFC, Frank Mir, he got hit by a car. He got T-boned and it ran into his femur, snapped his femur, and he almost lost his leg. His leg was, and it fucked up his career for years. So there was that. And then I saw a guy on the highway that was covered in a blanket. Oh, God. Yeah, he was alive. You can see, but his leg was so fucked up that they covered it in blankets so the passerbys went rubbernecked. There's 3 of those. And then another friend of mine saw someone get hit. Saw someone get rear-ended, someone not paying attention to their car, rear-ended a bike, and had the guy flying through the air at a red light. So that was enough for me.
Yeah, I know. I became a dad, and I had 2 motorcycles right before I became a dad, and I sold them. And then after 10 years, I was like, maybe I can get just like a dirt bike? And I really enjoy riding it. There's nothing like it being on a motorcycle. So
imagine you get a dirt bike and a mountain lion takes you out.
God, I have a dirt bike with a motor.
Yeah, even with a motor. I don't know if a mountain lion would be scared of a motor.
Yeah, I'd be allowed to run it.
I think most of the time they get bicycle.
Yeah,
most of the time they kill bicycles.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
So let me ask you an honest opinion. I know we're wrapping up here.
Okay.
If you had to say whether you believe or you didn't believe, in fact, look, you can't make any definitive statements. I get that. But you're a very influential movie. You've done more for the push for disclosure. I hate using the word disclosure, but it has a bit of a connection to it. Push for government transparency on this topic, right? If you had to say something truly inexplicable that most likely would lead to NHI, non-human intelligence, or not conventional, what would you pick? Ultimately, do you think that there is possibly a non-human intelligence behind this, or that there is not?
I wish I could be definitive like that.
I know you can't be definitive.
I don't. I try to stay as open-minded on this as possible, which means I fluctuate back and forth to fully believing it's some military experiment and it's a bunch of our stuff. But then there's stories like things like the Tic Tac, and where you go, okay, 2004. How could they do that in 2004? Is there a propulsion system available in 2004 that's that far advanced? And if so, how come there's so little evidence of it in a practical use? Like, how come that technology? You would think that technology would take so much money to develop that he would do something with it in 20 years. He wouldn't just have it and just be flying around like a drone every now and again.
Yeah.
It would seem like there'd be some sort of a practical application for something like that.
Yeah.
And it would seem like the Manhattan Project and like the stealth bomber,
Yeah.
eventually you find out that it's a real thing, right? So 20 years is a long time to not find out that something's real.
Well, how about if we take it up to a lot longer than that? What about the 1952, 2 consecutive weekends in July over the White House and the Capitol?
Yeah.
And we had a press conference about that.
Sure. I mean,
in general, that basically admit that they're real.
Kenneth Arnold, those stories.
That was phenomenal, yeah.
And then you got to go to the Bhagavad Gita. Like there's stories of things.
The historical stuff's incredible, isn't it?
Like, think of the guy that showed up with the blue skin. Is that an angel? Is that a devil? Like, if you were living 4,000 years ago, if you're one of the people that wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls,
he'd be a god.
Yeah, what is that? What is that visitation that you experienced?
It was a craft that would be
right.
Connected with God.
Right, and also the story. When you tell the story, like, what is this? Like, and then someone illustrates it. How does it even relay in words? Especially if you're using the words of 4,000 years ago. What are you describing? And if they really have always been here and they've always been visiting us, that's probably how you would describe it. You would describe it like Ezekiel did in the Bible.
Yeah, I was in Africa investigating the alleged landing in Close Encounter of the Third Kind at the Zimbabwe area school in 1994. I wasn't there in 1994. I was there much later. And the teacher, Judy Bates, who's now the head principal, and she was sharing with me these drawings the children did of the alleged creatures. They were amazing, these drawings, big eyes, and big heads, all in shaped eyes. And I'm looking at these drawings, one after the other, from all these school children. It was phenomenal. And I took photographs of them. And then a month later, I went to Australia and I was investigating an alleged landing at Westall Primary School in 1966. And that was incredible. I was investigating and showing some of the drawings of the aliens, the alleged aliens, and I just had investigated in Africa. And some of the people were like, "Oh, wow, these drawings are amazing. They look like the Wangina cave art." I was like, "What?" The Wangina cave art, the Aboriginals drew these things, and so they pulled it up, Wangina. And the parallel, there's thousands of years ago, right? These cave paintings in Australia. The parallels, the consistencies, the comparison of the two is like, let's take a look at those. Yeah, look at Wangina, the cave painting, UFO or alien.
There's most likely something there. I just don't know. And if it's a thing, so let's say that it's a real thing. Is it from another planet, or is it more complicated?
It's more complicated.
Yeah. Well, that's John Gomez. Yes. Yeah. Very bizarre. Right. Super bizarre. Look at the three of them. And that one in the center, Jamie. Yeah. Look how weird that is. That's so fucking weird.
Look at the one with the dark black eyes.
Look how pale they are too. Yeah. It's very weird.
And then there's that one with the big dark eyes, right down. Just go straight down, up, down. Yeah, right. Up to the right. Right there. Look at that.
It's very weird. Very weird. And it's also very weird how this is 4,000 years old, and then Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the 1970s.
4,000 years old. And I'm telling you, I could show you the drawings. One of the witnesses,
very weird.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal.
Listen, man, thank you for everything. Thanks for what you do.
Thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure. I mean, you're fucking dogged determination to get this stuff out there. Very important.
You promise you'll watch the program?
I will 100% watch it.
Comment on it.
I will. Thanks, sir.
Awesome, brother.
Appreciate you, James. Thank you very much.
So much. Thank you.
It's on Amazon, the program. And then Moment of Contact is probably available everywhere.
Yeah, and The Phenomenon.
Yeah.
I know what I saw out of the blue.
Okay.
50 years of denial. Oh my God, it goes back.
Yeah, you've been deep in this rabbit hole for a long time, sir. Well, thanks, James. Appreciate you very much. All right. Bye.
I want to announce some upcoming tour dates. I'll be coming to see you with the Return of the Rat Tour. October 12th in Wichita, Kansas at the Orpheum. October 13th, Omaha, Nebraska at the Holland Performing Arts Center. And October
But I do know that having some kind of meeting that I do my own makes it a lot more motivating every day. So I just try to focus on finding meanings in my own life, even if I know it's just self.
And then chess is part of that.
Chess is a part of it. Maybe it was more so when I was younger because it was easier to just be like, I want to improve as a person and treat
I'm
chess
just
kind of
adjusting my
as a
computers.
form of self-improvement. And now it's more different than that, and I think I need to once again find what that, Northern Star is. Basically, I need to have a why for why I'm doing things, and then I feel like I could do very
What role does love play in the human condition? Alex and Andrea.
let Andrea start this whole thing.
And yeah, just to add to the last one, I think also kind of think, well, life is meaningless, but I like the stoic idea where it's something that you live to revolt against. But for the second question,
We revolt against the fundamental meaninglessness of
yes, exactly. It was what does love play? What role does love play? The way I see it, love is a reason to share experiences with other people. That's how I see it. Like the people you really love, you want to share the things you're going through with them. Yeah, exactly. That's my simple take on that.
My take on it is that part of what it is to be human is to be somebody who feels things emotionally, and love is one of the most intense feelings you can have. Obviously, there's the opposite of that, and there's things like hate. But I think the love you feel for, like your parents and your friends, and romantic love in that moment is much more intense than in other situations. And I think it's also just very unique to humans.